fellow wanderers of Middle-earth. Tonight we begin a new chronicle from the deep archives of the elder days. We turn our gaze to Aragorn, son of Arathorn, last chieftain of the Dúnedain, heir of Isildur, the hidden king who walked in shadow for 87 years before claiming his throne. This is the story of a boy raised in secret, a man who wandered as Thorongil the Eagle, a ranger who guarded lands that never knew his name, and a king who united the realms of his fathers. So settle close to the fire, let the outside world fade away, and journey with me into this chronicle of patience and destiny, of long waiting and final triumph. If these tales stir something in your heart, please like and subscribe to join our fellowship of story lovers. And drop a comment below telling me where in our wide world you're listening from tonight. For every voice makes our circle stronger. The child was born on the first day of March in the year 2931 of the Third Age, when winter still held the north and spring seemed far away. His father, Arathorn, named him Aragorn, and for 2 years the boy knew warmth and safety in his father's house. But the Dúnedain lived hard lives in those days, and safety never lasted long. The orcs came down from the mountains in the spring of 2933. Arathorn rode out with his rangers to meet them, and he did not return. An orc arrow found him in the wildlands, and the 16th chieftain of the Dúnedain fell before his son had learned to speak his name. Gilrain gathered what little she could carry. The house felt too large now, too empty, and enemies would come seeking the heir. She wrapped her son against the cold and took the hidden paths east toward Rivendell. The journey took weeks. She avoided roads and camped without fires, and the child learned silence before he learned to walk properly. When wolves howled in the dark, she held him close and whispered old songs her grandmother had taught her. The line of Isildur had dwindled to this: a widow and a fatherless boy fleeing through the wilderness with nothing but hope and a fading name. Elrond stood on the bridge when they finally came stumbling down the last slope into Rivendell. He had been watching for them, for Gandalf had sent word that they were coming. The elf lord saw the woman's exhaustion and the boy's grave eyes, and his heart grew heavy. They brought Gilrain to the Hall of Fire and gave her food and rest. The child sat in her lap and stared at everything with a ranger's awareness already growing behind his infant gaze. Elrond studied him quietly, seeing the shadow of Isildur in his features and something of Elros's own brother in the set of his jaw. That night, Elrond made his decision. The boy would be raised in secrecy and given a new name. Too many enemies hunted the line of Isildur, and the last heir was too precious to lose. Let the child grow strong in hidden safety before the world learned what he was. So Aragorn became Estel, the word for hope, and few in Rivendell knew his true heritage. Gilrain watched her son grow in the house of Elrond, and she never spoke of his birthright where others might hear. The boy ran through gardens that had seen the elder days and learned swordcraft from an elf who had fought Sauron in the last alliance. Years passed in that timeless valley. Estel grew tall and strong, quick with both blade and book, and Elrond taught him many things, but never spoke of his father or his name. The boy asked questions, sometimes, sensing something unspoken in his mother's silence and Elrond's careful words. But children learn patience when the adults around them will not answer. Gilrain grew thin and quiet. She smiled when her son came running through the gardens, but her eyes carried a weight that never lifted. She had lost husband and home and people, and though Rivendell welcomed her, she was in exile, watching her son become someone else. The Dúnedain was scattered and hunted, and she had no word from them. Still, she found some comfort in small things. Her son was safe, and he learned the skills he would need for the burden he did not yet know he would carry. Elrond loved the boy like his own child, and that mattered more than she could say. The last homely house held them both, while Estell's childhood unfolded. He climbed trees older than kingdoms and listened to songs that remembered the first age. He did not know he was heir to anything but the ordinary future of a young man growing up in sanctuary. The world beyond the valley was troubled and growing darker. But in Rivendell spring still came to the gardens, and a hidden prince grew strong in safety. The shards of Narsil lay in Elrond's house, waiting. The memories of Isildur and the ring and the burden of kingship lay sleeping. But for now there was only Estelle, a boy without a throne or a doom, learning to fight and read and laugh in a place where time moved strangely. Gilrain watched him and wondered what would become of him when he finally learned the truth. Would he accept the weight of his heritage, or would he run from it? Would he become the king the Dúnedain had waited for through all the long dark years, or would their line end with him? She did not know, but she had given him life and brought him to safety, and that would have to be enough. The boy grew in the house of Elrond while the years turned. He learned to walk in gardens where the first age still breathed in the leaves, and he learned to speak in a house where Elvish and the common tongue mixed like water and wine. Gilrain watched from the margins, quiet and careful, never speaking the name Aragorn where others might hear. Elrond became father and teacher both. He taught the boy letters before he taught him the sword, for the heirs of Númenor had always valued wisdom alongside strength. Estelle learned quickly, hungrily, as if sensing something large waited beyond the edges of what he was told. But when he asked about his father or his people, Elrond's answers grew carefully vague. The training began in earnest when Estelle turned 8. Elrond put a practice sword in his hands and taught him the stances the elves had used in wars Estelle could not imagine. The boy's muscles ached and his hands blistered, but he did not complain. Something in him understood that this mattered, that he was being prepared for a life beyond gardens and safety. Other children visited Rivendell sometimes, the sons and daughters of visiting lords and rangers. They played with Estelle and called him by his given name, and none of them knew he was anything but what he seemed. He made friends easily and laughed often. Gilrain watched him become a boy like any other, yet she saw how he moved with a ranger's awareness even in play. The lessons multiplied as he grew. History and star lore from Elrond, herbcraft, and wood wisdom from the Rivendell healers. Tracking and hunting from the rangers who sometimes passed through. Estelle absorbed it all with a fierce attention that puzzled his teachers. Most boys his age grew restless with too much learning, but he seemed driven by something he could not name. Elrond watched the boy carefully. He saw strength building in those young shoulders and a gravity settling into those grey eyes. The blood of Númenor ran true in this one, and the weight of his heritage would fall heavy when the time came. But not yet, not while enemies hunted the last of Isildur's line, and the boy had no strength to face them. Estelle turned 13 and began to press harder with his questions. He wanted to know about the Dúnedain, about the kingdoms that had fallen, about his father's death. Elrond answered some things, but held others back, and the boy learned to recognize what would not be said. A distance grew between them, small but noticeable, the first shadow of the gulf the secrets create. Gilrain felt it too. Her son looked at her sometimes with questions in his eyes, and she turned away rather than answer. The weight of what she knew pressed against her constantly, but Elrond had counseled secrecy, and she trusted his wisdom. Still, it hurt to see confusion growing in her son's face. The boy threw himself into training with renewed intensity. If they would not tell him who he was, he would become someone strong enough that it would not matter. He spent hours in the practice yards, pushed himself until exhaustion took him, and rose before dawn to run the paths around Rivendell. Elrond said nothing, but watched with approval and concern mixed together. Years passed and Estel grew toward manhood. He stood nearly 6 feet tall by 16, lean and hard from constant training, his grey eyes sharp and his hands calloused from sword work. The rangers who visited Rivendell began to look at him differently, as if recognizing something they had not expected to find. He noticed their looks, but could not interpret them. Everyone in Rivendell seemed to know something he did not, and the knowledge sat like a wall between him and the truth of his own life. He grew quieter, more watchful, and Gilrain saw her husband's manner settling into her son's bearing. Elrond began teaching him the deep lore then, the histories of Númenor and the Last Alliance, the stories of Isildur and Elendil, and the kingdoms that had stood against Sauron. Isil devoured every word, sensing that these stories touched something at the center of what he was. But still Elrond did not speak the name Aragorn or tell him why these histories mattered so particularly to him. The boy's 20th year approached, and Elrond knew the time had come. Estel was a man now, trained and strong and ready for truth, even if that truth would burden him. The shards of Narsil waited in their resting place, and the time for hiding was ending. But for now, in these last months before revelation, Estel walked the paths of Rivendell as a man without a destiny. He did not know that his father had been chieftain, did not know that kingdoms waited in his blood, did not know that the throne of Gondor stood empty for want of an heir. He knew only that he was Estail, fostered son of Elrond, and that something vast and unspoken shaped every day of his life. Gilrain watched her son walk past in the twilight, tall and strong and unknowing. Soon he would learn what he was, and the weight would settle onto his shoulders like a mountain. She had kept him safe through childhood, but childhood was ending. The truth waited, patient and immovable, and the hidden prince walked toward it in innocence. Elrond called him to the chamber in the spring when Estel had just turned 20. The elf lord's face was grave, and something in his manner made Estel follow without questions. They walked through passages Estel had never seen before, deeper into the house than guests were allowed to go. The room was small and plain, lit by a single lamp. A sword lay on a stone pedestal in the center, or what had been a sword once. The blade was broken halfway down its length, the metal dark with age but still sharp where the break had sheared through. Estel stared at it and felt something move in his chest, recognition without understanding. Elrond stood beside the broken blade, and his eyes were heavy with old grief. He began to speak, and the words fell like stones into still water. This was Narsil, the sword that had cut the ring from Sauron's hand. This was the blade that had broken beneath Isildur when he fell in the Gladden fields. This was the inheritance of the kings of Gondor, waiting for an heir who had not come. Estelle listened and did not move. The lamplight caught the broken edges of the blade and made them gleam like frozen fire. He wanted to reach out and touch the metal, but his hands stayed at his sides. Then Elrond spoke the name Aragorn, and everything shifted. The boy he had been fell away like old skin, and the man beneath stood naked in the truth. His father had been Arathorn, 16th chieftain of the Dúnedain, heir of Isildur and the kings of old. The blood of Númenor ran in his veins, thick and undiluted, and the throne of Gondor waited for him if he could claim it. The weight settled onto his shoulders like a mountain dropping from the sky. Estelle, the fostered child, the boy without a past, had never existed at all. He was Aragorn, son of Arathorn, last heir of Isildur's line, and every day of his life had been preparation for a burden he had not known was coming. He stood very still. The broken sword lay between him and Elrond like a chasm, and on the other side was everything he had been told and everything that had been hidden. 20 years of careful lies, 20 years of training without purpose. And now the purpose stood revealed, and it was larger than anything he had imagined. Elrond watched him with eyes that had seen the First Age and the rise and fall of kingdoms beyond counting. The Elf Lord had raised this boy knowing what he was, had loved him knowing he would one day have to lay this weight upon him. Now the moment had come, and there was no gentleness that could soften it. Aragorn reached out then and touched the broken blade. The metal was cold under his fingers, cold with centuries of waiting. This sword had been held by his ancestor when the world was younger, had been raised against the enemy in the last great battle of the Second Age. Now it lay broken and waiting for hands that might remake it. The stories Elrond had taught him suddenly made terrible sense. The histories of Gondor and Arna, the fall of the North Kingdom, the dwindling of the Dúnedain, all of it had been leading to this moment. He was not just the son of a dead ranger. He was the last remnant of a line that stretched back through 3,000 years to Elendil, the tall, and beyond him to the kings of Númenor before the island sank. The room felt too small to hold what he had learned. Aragorn stepped back from the sword and looked at Elrond, and the Elf Lord saw shock and acceptance warring in those grey eyes. The boy had suspected something, had felt the weight of secrets pressing around him. But suspecting and knowing were different countries, and the crossing between them was not gentle. Elrond spoke of duty then, and of choice. The blood gave him the right to claim the kingship, but the claiming would not be easy or safe. Gondor had been ruled by stewards for nearly 1,000 years, and they would not welcome a northern ranger who claimed to be their king. The road to the throne led through war and shadow, and there was no certainty he would survive it. But the sword waited. Narsil waited to be reforged, and the line of Isildur waited to be restored or to end forever with him. Elrond did not command and did not advise. He only showed the truth and let Aragorn carry the weight of what it meant. Aragorn stood in the lamplight and felt the world reshaping itself around him. Yesterday he had been a young man with no clear future, fostered in Rivendell and uncertain of his place. Today he was the heir of kings, with the weight of 3,000 years pressing on his shoulders. The broken sword lay before him like a question that would shape the rest of his life. He thought of his mother then, of Gilrain, who had watched him grow in silence. She had known all of this, had carried the weight of his heritage alone, while he played in gardens and learned his letters. The grief he saw sometimes in her eyes made sense now. She had lost her husband to the burden of being chieftain, and she knew her son would carry the same burden if he chose to accept it. The lamp flickered, and the shadows moved across the broken blade. Aragorn looked at Narsil and saw his future written in shattered steel. He could turn away, could refuse the burden and live out his days as Estel, the fostered son. But the blood in his veins knew what he was, and the weight on his shoulders was already settling into place. Elrond waited in silence. The choice was Aragorn's alone, and it would shape everything that followed. The broken sword lay waiting, patient as stone, and the last heir of Isildur stood before it and began to understand what it meant to be a king. Spring came to Rivendell with a softness that made the winter seem distant and half-remembered. The gardens bloomed and the waterfalls sang louder with snowmelt from the mountains. Aragorn walked the paths in the evenings, still adjusting to the weight of his true name and what it meant. The broken sword in Elrond's chamber haunted his thoughts, and he found himself drawn back to look at it when sleep would not come. He was walking under the trees one evening when he saw her. The sun had set and the twilight lay blue and deep across the valley. She stood beneath the birches in a glade he had passed through 1,000 times, and he stopped as if struck. Her hair was dark as the shadows under the trees, and her eyes were grey as the evening, and starlight seemed to gather around her like a living thing. For a moment he thought he was seeing something from the elder days, some vision of Luthien Tigneville, who had loved a mortal man and chosen death for that love. She turned and saw him standing there. Something passed between them in that moment, recognition without words, as if they had been waiting for each other without knowing it. Aragorn felt the world shift around him for the second time in a handful of weeks. The weight of kingship that had settled on his shoulders seemed suddenly less heavy and more complicated all at once. This was Arwen Undermeal, Elrond's daughter, who had lived in Middle-earth for more than 2,000 years. She had gone to Lothlorien to dwell with her grandmother Galadriel, and Aragorn had been a child when she left. He had no memory of her. Or perhaps he had seen her once and forgotten because she was just another elf lady in a house full of immortals. But now she stood before him in the twilight and he could not look away. She walked toward him through the long grass and the scattered starflowers. Her face was grave and beautiful, ageless as all the elves were ageless, and Aragorn felt his mortality like never before. He was 20 years old and would live perhaps 80 more if fortune favoured him. She had already seen empires rise and fall, had walked in the light of the 2 trees in Valinor if the songs were true. The distance between them was measured in centuries, and he understood suddenly why mortals who loved the elves were called fools. But she was looking at him with something in her eyes that made him stand straighter. Not pity or amusement, but a weighing, as if she saw something in him worth the seeing. They stood in the glade as the stars came out overhead, and neither of them spoke because words seemed too small for what was happening. Elrond found them there when full dark had fallen. The elf lord's face showed nothing, but Aragorn felt the weight of his gaze and understood that this moment mattered in ways he could not yet grasp. Arwen inclined her head to her father and walked away through the trees, and Aragorn watched her go with something like grief already taking root in his chest. That night he could not sleep. He lay in his chamber, and thought about the broken sword and the weight of kingship and the elf maiden in the twilight. The three things tangled together in his mind until he could not separate them. To be king meant to reach for something impossibly distant. To love Arwen meant to reach for something impossibly distant. Perhaps they were the same reach, the same folly, the same desperate grasping after things that should remain beyond mortal hands. The days that followed were careful and strange. Arwen moved through Rivendell like spring made visible, and Aragorn found himself in the same rooms as her more often than chance should allow. They spoke, sometimes, brief exchanges about small things, but underneath the words ran a current that neither of them named. She asked him about his training and his plans, and he answered as best he could while trying not to stare at her face. Elrond watched them both with an expression Aragorn could not read. The Elf Lord had revealed his heritage and shown him the broken sword, had laid the weight of 3,000 years upon his shoulders and told him the throne waited if he could claim it. Now his daughter had returned from Lothlorien, and the future was growing more complicated with every passing day. Aragorn felt like a piece being moved on a board whose edges he could not see. He began to understand what it meant to be mortal among immortals. The elves of Rivendell moved through their days with the patience of trees, but Aragorn felt time pressing against him like a hand on his back. His life would be brief, even by the measure of his own people, a candle flicker against their long burning. To reach for Arwen was to ask her to give up eternity for a handful of decades, and the presumption of it made him ashamed. But when she looked at him across the hall of fire in the evenings, shame meant nothing. She was light made flesh and starlight made woman, and he was falling into a love that had no hope and no future. The broken sword in Elrond's chamber seemed to mock him. How could he claim to be fit for kingship when he could not even master his own heart? Spring deepened into summer, and Aragorn walked the paths of Rivendell like a man in a dream. The weight of his heritage pressed on one shoulder, and the weight of his love pressed on the other, and he did not know which was heavier. Arwen moved through the house like music, and every time he saw her, the future became both more clear and more impossible. Elrond said nothing, but his silence spoke volumes. The Elf Lord had not forbidden anything, and had not warned him away. But Aragorn understood that some things did not need to be spoken. The gulf between mortal and immortal was old as the world, and those who tried to bridge it paid in ways that could not be measured until the price came due. Still, in the evenings, when the stars came out and Arwen walked in the gardens, Aragorn followed her with his eyes and felt his heart make choices his head could not justify. He was 20 years old and newly come into knowledge of what he was. The road ahead was long and dark and uncertain, but somewhere at the end of it was a throne and perhaps, impossibly, a crown for the elf maiden who had looked at him in the twilight and seen something worth seeing. The summer turned, and Aragorn knew he could not stay in Rivendell. The broken sword waited to be reforged, but he was not yet worthy to carry it. He needed to become what his blood claimed he was, needed to earn the kingship through deeds rather than ancestry alone. And he needed to put distance between himself and Arwen before his love became a chain that bound them both to grief. The time for hiding was ending. The time for becoming had begun. Aragorn left Rivendell in the autumn of 2951, when the leaves were turning and the air carried the first edge of winter. He did not tell Arwen he was going, could not bear to see her face when he spoke of leaving. Gilrain understood without words. She embraced her son and said nothing, but her eyes held all the grief of knowing she might not see him again. Elrond gave him a sword and provisions and counsel that Aragorn barely heard through the roaring in his own head. The first night alone in the wild was the longest of his life. He made camp in a hollow beside a stream and built no fire for fear of being seen. The darkness pressed close, and every sound seemed to carry threat. He had trained in Rivendell for this, had learned tracking and woodcraft and the ways of moving unseen. But training in the safety of the valley and actual solitude in the wilderness were different things entirely. He lay with his hand on his sword and listened to the night, and did not sleep until dawn was breaking. The weeks that followed taught him more than all his years of lessons. He learned to move through the wild without leaving traces, to read the land for water and shelter, to sense when he was being watched. The Dúnedain were scattered throughout Eriador, and he found them slowly, one by one, as he wandered north and west. They knew him by sight even though they had never met him, for he carried his heritage in his face and bearing. When they called him Chieftain, he flinched from the title but did not refuse it. His first real battle came in the winter, a skirmish with orcs near the East Road. There were 5 of them and 2 rangers beside Aragorn, and the fight was brief and brutal. Training with Elrond had prepared his body but not his spirit for the shock of actual killing. The orc he struck down died hard, and Aragorn stood over the corpse afterward and felt his hands shaking. The older rangers said nothing, but their eyes held understanding. Every man remembered his first kill, and the weight of it never entirely left. The years began to pass, and Aragorn learned to carry the weight. He ranged throughout Eriador with the scattered remnants of his people, guarding roads and villages that did not know they were being guarded. The work was hard, and the pay was nothing, and the rangers lived like beggars while protecting folk who thought them dangerous vagabonds. Aragorn understood now why his father had died so young. This life ground men down, killed them by inches through cold and hunger and endless small battles that no one remembered or honored. He grew harder as the seasons turned. The boy who had left Rivendell with starlight in his eyes became a man who could sleep on frozen ground and wake ready to fight. His hands grew calloused and his face grew weathered, and the grey eyes that had looked at Arwen with desperate hope now scanned horizons for threats. The rangers taught him their lore, the hidden paths and safe camps, the signs that meant orcs were moving or wolves were gathering. He learned to live on almost nothing, to go days without proper food, to keep moving when his body screamed for rest. Sometimes in the long nights he thought of Rivendell and the gardens and Arwen walking in twilight. The memories seemed to belong to someone else, some softer version of himself that had died somewhere in the wild. He was Aragorn, son of Arathorn now, chieftain of the Dúnedain, in fact, if not yet in full authority, and the road ahead stretched out farther than he could see. He fought orcs and wargs, tracked raiders and hunted evil things that came down from the mountains. Some battles he won cleanly, and some left scars that would mark him forever. He learned to read his enemies, to understand how orcs fought differently from men, how wargs hunted in packs, and how to break their formations. Every fight taught him something, if it did not kill him, and he was a fast learner because slow learners did not survive. The other rangers watched him with approval and something like hope. Their numbers had dwindled over the long years, and many had given up believing that the line of kings would ever be restored. But here was Arathorn's son, young and strong and fierce, carrying Isildur's heritage in his blood and learning to be what they needed him to be. They did not call him king, not yet, but they followed him when he gave orders and stood beside him when the fighting got bad. By his 26th year, Aragorn had become what Rivendell's training had prepared him to be. He could track a target across 3 days of hard ground, could fight through exhaustion, could lead men who were older and harder than himself. The softness of his youth had been beaten out of him by wind and weather and war, and what remained was iron wrapped in flesh. But the broken sword still waited in Elrond's chamber, and the throne of Gondor still stood empty, and Aragorn was not yet ready to reach for either. The North held him for 6 years while he learned his craft. When he finally turned his steps south, toward Rohan, he carried scars both visible and hidden, and the boy who had loved an elf maiden in a garden was buried deep beneath the ranger's weathered exterior. The road had made him into something harder and colder, something that could survive what was coming. But in the deepest part of night, when he lay under stars that looked down on kingdoms sleeping, he sometimes remembered twilight in Rivendell and grey eyes that had seen him when he was still soft enough to be seen. Those memories he kept locked away like treasures, too precious and too painful to examine in daylight. The road led south, and Aragorn followed it into shadow. Aragorn came to Rohan in the spring of 2957 with dirt under his nails and no name that mattered. He had heard that King Thengel needed riders who could fight, and the Rohirrim asked fewer questions than the men of Gondor. So he walked down from the north in worn leathers and let them think he was just another wanderer, looking for coin and a place to swing a sword. The marshal who looked him over was not impressed. Aragorn was lean and windburned, more beggar than warrior to the eye. But he sat a horse well when they tested him, and the blade work he showed in the practice yard made the watching riders grow quiet and attentive. They took him on. No ceremony, no welcome, just a place in the ranks and a horse that had thrown its last rider. Aragorn said his name was Thorongil, and offered nothing else. The Rohirrim cared more about how a man fought than where he came from, and that suited him fine. The first months were hard in ways the North had not prepared him for. The Rohirrim fought from horseback with a ferocity that made ranger tactics look cautious and slow. They rode straight at their enemies and met them with spear and sword. And they counted a man's worth by how far forward he charged and how many foes he felled. Aragorn learned to fight their way or risk being trampled by his own side. The orcs came down from the mountains that summer in greater numbers than they had in years. Thengel led his riders out, and Aragorn rode among them, just another spear in the line. The battle was chaos and dust and screaming horses, and when it ended, Aragorn's spear was broken and his sword was notched. But he was still alive, and the orcs were scattered, and that night the Rohirrim passed the mead horn and sang songs of victory. They began to notice him after that. He did not boast or seek attention, but men remembered the northern rider who kept his place in the charge and did not flinch when the lines met. The name Thorongil spread quietly through the camps, and riders began to nod when he passed. Thengel himself took note by the 2nd year. The king was older than Aragorn by decades, but still strong, and his eyes missed nothing. He called Thorongil to ride beside him during patrols, asked questions about the north and fighting tactics, listened to answers that told him more than the words alone contained. Aragorn walked a careful line. He needed to be good enough to be valued, but not so good that questions would multiply. The Eagle of the Star, they were calling him now, for the brooch he wore that had been his father's. He let them think what they wanted and kept his heritage buried deep. The years turned and Aragorn grew into the Rohirrim's ways. He learned their songs and their horsecraft, learned to read the plains and fight in their style. They were a hard people but honest in their way, and he found himself respecting them more than he had expected. They made no claims to ancient glory or lost kingdoms. They simply fought to protect what was theirs and asked no more from life than a good horse and a chance to die well. Wolves came in the winter, and Aragorn rode with the hunting parties that tracked them down. The work was cold and brutal, long days in the saddle and nights camped on frozen ground. But he was good at it, better than most, and the Rohirrim marked it. By his 30th year they had made him an officer, giving him command of a small company that rode the eastern marches. He led them well, not with speeches or grand gestures, but with the quiet competence that made men willing to follow. When they fought, he was first in and last out, and when they rode through empty lands, he kept them sharp and ready. The losses hurt every time, but he learned to carry the weight of command and keep moving. Thengel offered him land and a place in the king's household. Aragorn refused as gently as he could, saying he was a wanderer by nature and would not settle. The king accepted it, but his eyes showed he understood there was more to the story than Thorongil was telling. The truth was that Aragorn could not stay forever. Rohan was teaching him what he needed to learn, but Gondor waited to the south, and that was where his destiny truly lay. He needed to see the White City and walk the halls where his ancestors had ruled. Needed to understand what he would be claiming if he ever found the strength to reach for it. But for now he rode the plains under the wide sky and fought beside the Rohirrim. They called him Eagle and trusted him with their lives, and he repaid that trust with everything he had. The years in Rohan made him harder still, burned away the last softness that Rivendell had left in him. By 2963 he was 32 years old and had been riding for Thengel for 6 years. Men who had doubted him at first now deferred to his judgment, and the king consulted him on matters of war and border defense. Aragorn had earned a place among them, but the time was coming when he would have to ride south. Gondor called to him like a voice he could almost hear. The broken sword waited, and the throne waited, and he was not getting any younger. The Rohirrim had taught him cavalry warfare and leadership, and the kind of respect that was earned rather than inherited. It was time to see what the stewards of Gondor would make of a northern rider with a star on his chest. The orcs came in greater numbers as the years passed, and Aragorn rode out to meet them again and again. They were learning that the Rohirrim could be beaten if the numbers were right. If the attack came at night or in broken ground where horses could not charge, so the battles grew harder and the losses mounted, and the Mark learned what it meant to be pressed by an enemy that was growing bolder. Aragorn led his company east to the borders where the attacks were worst. The land there was rough and cut with gullies, bad country for cavalry but good for ambush. His men learned to fight on foot when they had to hold ground when charging was foolish. The other officers thought he was too cautious, But his company took fewer losses, and that mattered more than glory. The winter of 2964 brought wolves down from the mountains in packs larger than anyone remembered. They killed livestock and attacked isolated farms, and when riders went out to hunt them, the wolves learned to scatter and regroup. Aragorn spent weeks in the frozen hills tracking them, sleeping in snow and eating what he could hunt. When they finally cornered the largest pack in a narrow valley, the fight was desperate and close. 3 riders died before they broke the pack's back, and Aragorn took a wolf's teeth across his shoulder that left scars he would carry forever. Spring came late that year, and the grass grew thin. The herd suffered and tempers grew short, and when orcs raided the eastern settlements, the Rohirrim rode out in force. Thorongil led the muster himself, and Aragorn commanded the vanguard, 200 riders moving fast ahead of the main body. They caught the orcs retreating through broken country, burdened with plunder and moving slow. Aragorn did not wait for the main force. He led his riders down into the gullies and hit the orcs from 3 sides at once, trusting speed and shock to carry the day. The fighting was savage and confused, orcs scrambling up the slopes and horses sliding in the loose stone. But the orcs broke and ran, leaving their plunder scattered behind them. Thorongil arrived with the main force to find the battle already won. The king said nothing, but his eyes held approval, and that night he gave Aragorn command of the eastern marches entirely. It was trust and burden both, and Aragorn felt the weight of it settle onto shoulders that were already carrying more than anyone knew. The years that followed were hard and bloody. Aragorn ranged from the Wold to the Emyn Muil, fighting small battles and long pursuits, learning every hill and stream in the eastern mark. His company became legendary for their endurance and their ability to find enemies that others missed. The younger riders wanted to serve under Thorongil, and the older ones trusted his judgment even when it contradicted their instincts. He fought orcs in summer and wolves in winter, hunted raiders who came down from the mountains, and once tracked a band of outlaws for 3 weeks before cornering them in the eastern net. The work was endless and the victories were small, but slowly the eastern borders grew safer and the raids less frequent. The Rohirrim began to wonder about him. Thorongil had been with them for years now, but he never aged the way other men did. He was in his mid-30s, but could ride down men half his age, and his reflexes seemed quicker every year instead of slower. Some whispered he had elf blood or magic, but most just shrugged and counted themselves lucky to have him. Aragorn felt time differently than the men around him. His Númenórean heritage meant he would live longer and age slower, but that blessing felt like a curse sometimes. The riders he had trained and fought beside were growing grey while he remained in his prime, and each year the distance between them widened in ways that had nothing to do with rank. He thought of Arwen in the quiet hours and wondered if she thought of him. 7 years he had been gone from Rivendell, 7 years of hard riding and harder fighting, and he was still not ready to reach for the throne that waited in Gondor. The kingship required more than strength and sword skill. It required wisdom and authority that he had not yet earned, recognition that he had not yet built. But he was closer than he had been. The Rohirrim respected him and followed him, and Thorongil treated him almost as an equal. If he could earn this kind of trust in Rohan, perhaps he could earn it in Gondor as well. Perhaps the stewards would see what the horsemen saw and accept that blood and deeds together made a king. The battles continued, and Aragorn fought them. orcs and wolves and raiders and all the small evils that pressed against civilization's edges. Each victory was minor and each loss hurt, but together they were building something. The Eastern Mark was holding where it had been failing, and that was worth the price in blood and sleepless nights. By 2968, Aragorn was 37 and had spent 11 years in Rohan. The Eagle of the Star was a name that men knew from the gap of Rohan to the Wold, and riders would tell stories about his deeds around their fires. But Aragorn knew it was time to move on. Gondor waited, and he had delayed long enough. The battles in the Mark had made him into something harder than the Rangers had shaped. He could lead men in war and hold ground against odds that should have broken him. The sword skills Elrond had taught were sharpened now by years of actual killing, and the lessons of command had been written in scars and lost comrades. He was ready, or as ready as he would ever be. The White City waited to the south, and somewhere beyond it the throne that his blood claimed but his deeds had not yet earned. Aragorn left Rohan in the autumn when the grass was golden and the wind carried the smell of distance. Thingol rode out to see him off, and the two men clasped arms like brothers, though one was king and the other was something he could not name. The Rohirrim had been good to him, had taught him cavalry, warfare, and leadership, and given him a place to prove himself. But Gondor waited, and he had delayed long enough. The journey south took weeks. He rode alone through lands that grew more ordered and civilized as he traveled, past farms and villages where people looked at him with the suspicion they saved for armed strangers. The north had made him into something dangerous-looking, all weathered leather and old scars, and he did not try to soften the impression. The white mountains rose before him like a wall of stone and sky. He had seen mountains before, but these felt different, heavier with history and significance. His ancestors had crossed these peaks when they fled the ruin of Númenor, had built kingdoms in their shadow and ruled for thousands of years. The weight of that legacy pressed against him with every mile south. Minas Tirith appeared across the Pelennor fields like something from a dream or a half-remembered song. The city rose in 7 levels against the mountain, white stone catching the morning sun and blazing like a beacon. The Tower of Ecthelion stood at the summit crowned with silver, and banners flew from the walls, showing the white tree and the 7 stars. Aragorn stopped his horse and stared, and something in his chest pulled tight and hard. This was the city of his fathers. These were the walls that Isildur had walked, the streets where Elendil had established his throne after the fall of Númenor. For 3,000 years the line of kings had ruled here, and then for 1,000 more the stewards had held it in their absence. Aragorn sat his horse on the road and felt the weight of all those years pressing down like a mountain of expectation. He rode through the great gate as Thorongil, the wandering captain, won more sword for hire in a city that needed warriors. The guards barely looked at him, waved him through with the other traffic, and he passed into the first level like any other traveller. But his eyes tracked everything, marking the layout and the fortifications, seeing how the city was built for defense and how its strengths could become weaknesses if an enemy found the right pressure points. The levels rose above him as he climbed through the city. Each circle was smaller and more refined than the last, the stone whiter and the buildings grander. He saw wealth here that the Rohirrim could not imagine, prosperity built on trade and farmland and centuries of relative peace. But he also saw softness, guards who stood their posts but did not truly watch, walls that were maintained but not tested. The steward's hall stood below the citadel, and Aragorn sought it out when he had stabled his horse and found a place to sleep. He gave his name as Thorongil and offered his sword in service to Gondor. The guards looked skeptical but let him wait, and eventually he was brought before Ecthelion himself. The steward was a man in his 60s, grey-bearded and sharp-eyed, with the bearing of someone who had held power for decades and knew how to wield it. He studied Aragorn with an attention that missed nothing, taking in the weathered face and the hard hands and the way he stood like someone who expected violence. When Ecthelion asked about his service in Rohan, Aragorn answered truthfully but sparingly, giving facts without boasting. Something in his answers or his manner must have satisfied the steward. Ecthelion accepted him into service with a nod and a word to his captains, and Aragorn found himself enrolled in the forces of Gondor with little ceremony. It was easier than he had expected, and he wondered if his heritage showed in ways he could not hide even when he tried. Denethor was there too, the steward's son, standing beside his father's chair and watching everything with eyes that calculated constantly. He was younger than Aragorn by a few years, but harder somehow, as if life had burned away anything soft and left only ambition and duty. When their eyes met, Aragorn felt something pass between them, recognition or challenge, or both. Denethor nodded slightly, but said nothing, and Aragorn marked him as someone to watch carefully. The days that followed were a revelation. Gondor's armies were larger and better equipped than anything in Rohan, trained in formations and tactics that came from centuries of military tradition, but they fought like men who had forgotten what real war meant, who drilled for show and thought of battle as something distant and theoretical. Aragorn trained with them and kept his thoughts to himself, but he saw weaknesses everywhere. Still, this was Gondor. This was the kingdom his blood claimed and his heritage demanded he restore. Walking these streets and seeing the white tree carved into every wall, he felt the weight of his ancestry like never before. Somewhere in these halls his forefathers had ruled and made laws and sent armies forth to hold back the darkness. The broken sword in Rivendell seemed less distant now, more real, as if he could almost reach out and touch what it represented. Ecthelion favored him quickly. The steward recognized competence and valued it, and Aragorn's skill at arms and his understanding of strategy marked him as someone worth advancing. Within months, he was given command of a company and sent to patrol the borders where Mordor's shadow pressed closest. The work was familiar, almost identical to what he had done in Rohan, but here it carried more weight. These were Gondor's borders he was defending, the last barriers between Sauron and the West. Denethor watched his rise with eyes that revealed nothing. The steward's son was brilliant and ambitious and saw too much. Aragorn felt his gaze constantly, measuring and calculating, and he wondered what Denethor suspected. Perhaps nothing specific, only that Thorongil was more than he claimed to be. Perhaps everything, blood heritage included, though that seemed unlikely. The White City became familiar over the weeks and months. Aragorn learned its levels and its secrets, walked streets his ancestors had built, and stood in places where kings had made history. He did not reveal himself, and did not reach for the throne that stood empty. The time was not right, and he was not ready, and rushing would destroy everything. But he was here. He was in Gondor at last, serving the kingdom that should be his. building a reputation under a false name while his true heritage lay hidden beneath years of careful deception. The broken sword waited in Rivendell, and the throne waited in the citadel, and between them stood Aragorn, son of Arathorn, calling himself Thorongil, and trying to become worthy of what his blood demanded. The White City blazed in the sun, and Aragorn walked its streets like a ghost of kings past, unseen and unrecognized, but present nonetheless. The wars along Gondor's borders never truly ended, only ebbed and flowed like tides against stone. Aragorn learned this in his first year of service, when spring brought orcs down from the Ethel Dweth and summer brought raids from Herod. The armies of Gondor marched out and fought and returned, and the cycle began again with the next season. Ecthelion gave him more responsibility with each campaign. The stewards saw what others missed, that this northern captain understood warfare in ways that went beyond drilling and formations. Aragorn could read terrain like a map and predict enemy movements with uncanny accuracy, and his companies took fewer casualties because he never spent lives carelessly. The first major victory came in 2970, when Mordor sent a force south to test Gondor's strength. Aragorn led 3 companies to intercept them in the valleys below Minas Morgul, and he chose his ground carefully. The orcs came at them, expecting an easy fight against defenders caught in the open. But Aragorn had prepared the battlefield with the patience of someone who understood that waiting was often more deadly than charging. When the orcs committed to their attack, Gondor's cavalry hit them from both flanks, while archers poured fire into their center. The enemy broke in confusion, and Aragorn drove them back toward Mordor with losses that would be remembered. He returned to the White City with banners captured and his men singing his name, and Ecthelion promoted him on the spot. The pattern repeated through the years that followed. Aragorn led Gondor's forces in the east and south, fighting campaigns that slowly pushed back the pressure from Mordor and its allies. He won battles through careful planning and swift execution, rarely losing men and never losing ground. The soldiers of Gondor began to follow him with the same loyalty the Rohirrim had given, and the name Thorongil spread through the ranks like wildfire. Denethor watched it all with eyes that grew colder every year. The steward's son was brilliant and worked tirelessly for Gondor's defense, but Aragorn's rising star cast shadows that Denethor clearly resented. They worked together because duty demanded it, but there was no warmth between them and no trust. Denethor saw a rival where Aragorn saw only the need to serve, and the gulf between them widened with every victory Aragorn won. The men did not care about politics. They cared that Thorongil brought them home alive more often than other captains did, that he fought beside them rather than from the rear, that he remembered their names and mourned their dead. When Aragorn walked through the camps, soldiers stood straighter and nodded with real respect rather than required deference. By 2973 he was leading full campaigns with authority second only to the steward himself. Ecthelion gave him command of the eastern armies and trusted him to hold the line against everything Mordor could send. Aragorn justified that trust with a string of victories that made the enemy reconsider its tactics. Gondor's borders grew more secure than they had been in decades, and the Steward's Council began to speak of Thorongil as if he might be something more than mortal. He was careful to deflect such talk. Revealing his heritage now would be disaster, would split Gondor between those who welcomed Isildur's heir and those who saw only a threat to the steward's power. Denethor already suspected something. Eldarry looked at him with calculation that bordered on hostility. Adding truth to suspicion would make an enemy where Gondor needed unity. The battles continued, and Aragorn fought them all. Orcs from Mordor and corsairs from Umbar and Haradrim raiders, testing Gondor's southern borders. Each campaign taught him more about the kingdom he would someday claim, showed him its strengths and its weaknesses, revealed where the defenses could be improved and where tradition had become rigidity. He learned the soldiers and their officers, marked who was competent and who was coasting on family names, saw which commanders would fight to the last and which would fold under pressure. This knowledge would matter later when he came back with his true name and asked these men to follow him as king rather than captain. The years ground past, and Aragorn felt time's weight differently than those around him. His Númenórean blood meant he aged slowly, staying in his prime while men who had trained alongside him grew grey and slower. They noticed but said nothing, and the rumors of elf blood or ancient lineage spread quietly through the ranks. Aragorn neither confirmed nor denied them, letting mystery work in his favor. Ecthelion grew older and more reliant on both his son and his northern captain. The steward was past 70 now, and the weight of decades of rule showed in his face and bearing. He trusted Aragorn completely and treated him almost as the heir that Denethor clearly wished to be. That trust was precious and dangerous both, and Aragorn carried it carefully. But Denethor's resentment deepened with every passing year. The steward's son was loyal to Gondor and worked tirelessly for its defense, but he saw Thorongil as a threat to his future authority. When they met in councils, Denethor's words were correct but cold, and Aragorn felt the hostility radiating like heat from a forge. By 2975, Aragorn had been in Gondor for 7 years, and had risen as high as he could without revealing what he truly was. He commanded armies and won battles, and walked the halls where his ancestors had ruled. But he could not claim the throne as Thorongil, the wandering captain. The time was coming when he would have to choose between continuing this deception or leaving Gondor to seek his destiny elsewhere. The victories had proven him worthy. The soldiers loved him, and Ecthelion trusted him. But Denethor stood in the way like a wall of stone, brilliant and hostile, and certain that Thorongil was more than he claimed. Aragorn could feel the situation building toward some kind of breaking point, and he knew that staying much longer would force revelations he was not yet ready to make. The wars continued and Gondor's borders held. Aragorn had done what he came to do, had proved himself as a military leader, and earned the respect of the kingdom's defenders. The broken sword waited in Rivendell, and the throne waited in the citadel. But between them stood Denethor, and all the complications that revelation would bring. He could not stay much longer. The time for hiding in plain sight was ending, and choices would have to be made that would shape everything that followed. Denethor began using the Palanta in 2976, though few knew it. Aragorn did not know it, but he felt something change in the steward's son that year. A new intensity in his gaze, and a sharper edge to his calculations. The man who had been merely suspicious became something closer to hostile, and the tension in the council chambers grew thick enough to taste. The breaking point came over a question of strategy. Aragorn proposed a campaign into the valleys below the Black Gate, striking at orc strongholds before they could gather for a spring offensive. It was bold but feasible, the kind of aggressive defense that had worked before. Denethor opposed it with arguments that made perfect logical sense but felt like opposition for its own sake. Ecthelion sided with Thorongil. The campaign went forward and succeeded exactly as Aragorn had predicted. But the victory tasted sour because he knew it had widened the chasm between himself and Denethor. The steward's son had been overruled in front of the entire council, and men like Denethor did not forget such slights. The whispers began after that. Nothing Aragorn could trace to Denethor directly, but he felt them circulating through the upper levels of the city. Questions about Thorongil's origins, speculation about his purposes, suggestions that a captain who rose so high and fast might have ambitions that went beyond service. The rumors were subtle and poisonous, designed to plant doubt without making accusations. Aragorn knew he should leave. Every instinct trained by years of survival told him the situation was becoming untenable. But Gondor needed him, or at least the armies at the border did. The soldiers trusted him, and the campaigns required his leadership. Walking away would mean abandoning men who depended on him, and that went against everything he had become. So he stayed, and the tension mounted. Denethor's opposition grew more open, challenging Aragorn's decisions in councils and questioning his judgment in ways that bordered on insubordination. Ecthelion held the line, still favoring his northern captain. But the steward was growing older, and his authority was not what it had been. The day was coming when Denethor would inherit the stewardship, and both men knew what that would mean for Thorongil's position. They passed each other in the halls sometimes. These two men who might have been allies if circumstances had been different. Denethor was brilliant and tireless in Gondor's service, everything a steward's heir should be. But he saw Thorongil as a rival for his father's favor and perhaps for something larger, though he could not know exactly what. Aragorn saw a man who loved Gondor fiercely but could not see past his own ambition to recognize that they served the same cause. The worst moment came in the winter of 2977 when Ecthelion fell ill. For 3 weeks the steward lay abed and Denethor ruled in his place, and during that time Aragorn felt the temperature drop in every room he entered. Orders came down that countermanded his authority, assignments that kept him away from the councils, small slights that added up to a clear message. When Ecthelion recovered, things returned to their previous balance, but Aragorn had seen the future clearly. The moment Denethor became steward, Thorongil would be finished in Gondor. He would be sent to impossible assignments or quietly stripped of command, pushed out through 1,000 small cuts until leaving became the only option. The knowledge sat heavy in his chest. He had given 7 years to Gondor's defense and won victories that secured its borders. He had walked the halls where his ancestors ruled and proven himself worthy of the kingship through deeds, if not through open claim. But timing was everything, and the timing was wrong. Denethor stood between him and the throne, and revealing his heritage now would tear Gondor apart rather than unite it. Spring came in 2978, and Aragorn made his decision. There was one more campaign he wanted to lead, one final victory that would cement his legacy and perhaps make Gondor safer for the years when he could not be here to defend it. The corsairs of Umbar had been raiding the coasts for decades, and no one had struck back at their source. He would burn their fleet in their own harbor and leave Gondor with a victory they would remember for generations. Ecthelion approved the plan immediately. Denethor opposed it with every argument he could muster, calling it reckless and wasteful and likely to end in disaster. The council was split, but the steward's word carried weight, and Thorongil had earned the right to take calculated risks. The campaign was approved over Denethor's objections, and Aragorn saw naked fury flash across the younger man's face before he controlled it. They stood on opposite sides of a chasm that neither could cross. Denethor saw a dangerous upstart who threatened everything he had worked toward. Aragorn saw a potential enemy who might someday oppose his claim to the throne. Both were right and both were wrong, and there was no way to bridge the gap without revealing truths that would make everything worse. The fleet began preparing for the southern campaign. Aragorn threw himself into the planning, knowing this would be his final service to Gondor as Thorongil. After this, he would vanish as mysteriously as he had come, leave Denethor to his stewardship and Gondor to whatever future awaited it. Someday he would return with his true name and his true claim, but not yet. Not while Denethor's hostility ran so deep and the kingdom was so unready for upheaval. The shadow of the steward's son lay across everything now. Aragorn moved through the White City, knowing that every step was watched, every decision questioned, every success resented. He had come to prove himself worthy, and he had succeeded. But the price was making an enemy of the man who would rule Gondor in his absence. It was a bitter thing, and it would have consequences neither of them could predict. But the choice was made, and the fleet was ready, and soon Aragorn would sail south to burn Umbar and then vanish into the wide world. Denethor would get his wish. Thorongil would leave Gondor and not return for decades. But when he came back, it would be as king, and the reckoning between them would shape the fate of kingdoms. The fleet sailed from Pelargia in the spring with 12 ships and 300 men. Ecthelion had given Aragorn command and the authority to strike as he saw fit, trusting him to deliver a blow the corsairs would remember. Denethor had opposed the campaign to the last moment, but now Thorongil was beyond his reach, and the die was cast. They sailed south along the coast, keeping to deep water and avoiding the shallows where corsair scouts might spot them. The men were nervous, heading into enemy waters to attack a stronghold that had never been successfully raided. Aragorn moved among them, and his calm steadied them, though inside he felt the weight of what he was attempting. The plan was simple in concept and brutal in execution. They would sail into Umbar's harbour at night, set fire to everything that would burn, and fight their way back out before the defenders could organize. Speed and shock would be their only advantages against a force that outnumbered them 10 to 1. They reached Umbar on the night of the new moon when the darkness was deepest. The harbour lay before them with dozens of corsair ships at anchor, their masts black against the stars. Aragorn stood at the prow of the lead vessel and studied the defences, marking the watchfires and the patrol boats. The window for attack would be brief, and the margin for error was nothing. The signal came, and the Gondorian ships swept into the harbour like wolves among sheep. They carried jars of oil and pitch-covered arrows, and the crews knew their work. The first corsair vessels were burning before the alarm was raised, fire climbing masts and spreading across decks with terrifying speed. Chaos erupted across the harbour. Corsairs ran for their ships, while Gondor's marines kept them back with volleys of arrows and boarding actions wherever the enemy tried to organize. Aragorn led the central thrust, taking his ship deep into the harbor to reach the largest vessels. The fighting was close and desperate, men struggling on burning decks while smoke filled the air and made it hard to breathe or see. He fought with a fury he rarely allowed himself, knowing that hesitation would kill them all. His sword found targets in the darkness, and bodies fell into water that reflected flames. The Corsairs were fierce fighters, but they had been caught unprepared, and Gondor's marines were professionals who did not panic. The fleet burned. Ship after ship caught fire as Aragorn's crews moved through the harbor, setting everything alight. The Corsairs tried to form a defensive line, but the flames and smoke broke their formations, and the Gondorians drove through them like a spear point. Aragorn felt the heat of burning vessels on his face, and heard the screams of men who could not escape the fires, and he kept moving forward because stopping meant death. The harbor defenses finally began to respond. Catapults on the shore started firing, and arrows came in volleys from the walls. 2 of Aragorn's ships took heavy damage, and 1 was burning, its crew abandoning ship and swimming for the other vessels. The time for withdrawal had come. Getting out was harder than getting in. The Corsairs had moved ships to block the harbor mouth, and marines waited there in force. Aragorn's fleet had to fight through the bottleneck while under fire from both sides, and the casualties mounted quickly. He stood on the deck of his flagship and directed the withdrawal, choosing which ships would lead the breakout and which would hold the rear. They smashed through the blockade with their ships already burning in places and their crews exhausted. 3 vessels they left behind, 2 damaged to make the escape, their crews fighting to the last or swimming for shore. Aragorn watched them fall behind and felt each loss like a blade between his ribs, but he could not turn back without losing everything. The open sea received them with dawn breaking over the water. Behind them, Umbar's harbor blazed like a second sunrise. 40 Corsair vessels burning or sunk, and the harbor facilities damaged beyond quick repair. The price had been high, but the victory was complete. The Corsairs would not raid Gondor's coasts for years while they rebuilt what Thorongil had destroyed. The fleet limped north with wounded men and damaged ships. They had lost 90 men dead or captured and twice that many injured. But the survivors stood taller, and the mood was triumph despite the losses. They had struck the enemy in his stronghold and lived to tell of it, and that kind of victory was worth the blood it cost. Word of the raid reached Pelargia before the fleet did. The coast erupted in celebration, and people lined the shores to watch Thorongil's ships come home. Aragorn stood at the prow with his armor smoke-stained and his sword notched from hard use, and he felt nothing but exhaustion and the weight of the men who had not returned. Ecthelion met them at the docks with honor guards and speeches. The steward praised Thorongil's courage and leadership, called the raid the greatest military victory in decades, offered him lands and titles and a permanent place at the right hand of Gondor's rulers. The soldiers cheered and the crowds pressed close to see the captain who had humbled Umbar. Aragorn accepted the praise with the appropriate words and the correct gestures, but inside he was already gone. The victory was real and Gondor was safer for it, but this was his farewell to the White City. Denethor stood behind his father with a face like stone, and Aragorn knew that staying would poison everything. The time for Thorongil had ended, and the time for whatever came next was beginning. That night he walked the White City one last time, moving through streets his ancestors had built and seeing the place he would someday have to claim. But not yet, not as Thorongil, not with Denethor's hostility burning as hot as Umbar's harbour. He had proven himself worthy and won the soldiers' loyalty and struck a blow the enemy would remember. That would have to be enough. The Eagle of the Star would fly one more time and then vanish into legend. Gondor would remember Thorongil as the captain who burned Umbar and then disappeared. And perhaps that memory would serve when Aragorn returned with his true name and his true claim. The broken sword waited in Rivendell. The throne waited in the citadel. Between them stood 40 years of wandering and growth and preparation. But Umbar was the high point of Thorongil's legend, and everything after would be in service of becoming something more. The city slept, and Aragorn walked its walls one last time before vanishing into the night. Three days after the victory celebrations ended, Thorongil was gone. No announcement, no farewell audience with Ecthelion, no formal resignation from his command. He simply walked out of the White City in the grey hour before dawn, with nothing but his sword and a pack, and by the time the sun rose, he was already miles distant. The guards at the gate did not stop him because they did not recognize him without his captain's gear. And if they had, they would not have believed this travel-worn man was the hero of Umbar. Ecthelion learned of it at breakfast when captains came looking for Thorongil and found his quarters empty. The stewards sent riders after him, but Aragorn had spent years learning how to disappear in wild country, and the searchers found nothing. By nightfall, the hunt was called off, and Ecthelion sat in his chair, looking older than he had the day before, betrayed by the man he had trusted most. Denethor heard the news and felt something loosen in his chest that had been tight for years. He showed appropriate concern in the councils and spoke the right words about loss and mystery. But alone in his chambers, he smiled for the first time in months. The threat was gone, the rival removed, and the path to his future was clear again. Whatever Thorongil had been, wherever he had come from, he was gone now, and Gondor belonged to its stewards once more. Aragorn moved north through country he knew well from his ranger years. He avoided settlements and kept to the wild paths, wanting distance and solitude before he decided what came next. The weight of the White City fell away with every mile, and he felt lighter than he had in years, though the lightness came mixed with guilt and regret. He had abandoned Ecthelion without explanation or farewell. The old steward had been good to him, had trusted him completely, and given him command that few earned so young. Walking away like a thief in the night was poor payment for that trust, but staying would have been worse. Denethor's hostility had been building toward open confrontation, and that confrontation would have forced revelations that could split Gondor down the middle. Better to vanish and let Thorongil become a legend and a mystery. Let them wonder about the captain who burned Umbar and disappeared. Let the songs grow in the telling until the man became myth. Someday, when he returned as Aragorn, son of Arathorn, with his true name and his heritage openly claimed, perhaps those songs would help rather than hinder his acceptance. The spring land was green and full of new growth. Aragorn walked through it, feeling like something was ending and beginning at once. Thorongil was dead, or might as well be. The Eagle of the Star had flown and would not return. What remained was Aragorn, the last heir of Isildur, a man without a throne or a clear path forward. He thought about Umbar sometimes in the quiet hours, the burning ships and the desperate fighting and the men who had not come home. That victory would buy Gondor years of peace on its southern coast, but the price haunted him. Command meant carrying the weight of every decision, and he had made the decisions that sent 90 men to their deaths. Their faces came to him at night, and he could not push them away. The miles fell behind him, and the path led north toward Rivendell, but he was not ready to return there yet. Too many memories waited in that valley, too many questions he could not answer. Elrond would want to know about Gondor and Denethor, and why he had left so abruptly. His mother would look at him with eyes that had seen too much grief already. And Arwen might be there, and he was not ready to face what he felt when he thought of her. So he turned west, instead, toward Lothlorien. 29 years since he had learned his true name and seen the broken sword. 29 years of fighting and leading and trying to become worthy of a crown he could not claim. The Rohirrim knew him as Thorongil. Gondor knew him as Thorongil. And now both kingdoms would remember him as the captain who vanished without explanation. Perhaps that was fitting. The heir of Isildur had always been a figure of mystery and loss, a bloodline that should have ruled, but instead faded into legend. Aragorn was just continuing the tradition, adding another layer to a story that had more shadows than light. He thought of Denethor sometimes too, with something like pity mixing with his wariness. The steward's son was brilliant and dedicated and loved Gondor with a fierce, possessive passion. In another world they might have been allies, might have worked together to defend the kingdom and strengthen it against the darkness that was growing. But Denethor saw enemies everywhere and could not trust anyone who might threaten his authority. And that made him dangerous in ways that had nothing to do with malice. The road wound through the foothills, and Aragorn followed it without urgency. He was 49 years old and looked younger, would live another century and more if fortune held. Time stretched before him like a path with no visible end, and he did not know what to do with it. The broken sword waited, and the throne waited, but both seemed impossibly distant now that he had left Gondor behind. Lothlorien drew him like a lodestone. He had never been there, had only heard tales of the Golden Wood where Galadriel ruled and time moved differently than in the mortal lands. Something in him wanted to see that timeless beauty, to stand in a place where the elder days still breathed, and perhaps to understand what it meant that he loved an elf maiden who would outlive him by ages uncounted if she chose her immortality. The vanishing of Thorongil would be talked about in Gondor for generations. Some would say he died in the wild and his body was never found. Others would claim he was a wizard or an elf in disguise who returned to his own country. A few would suspect the truth, that he was something more than he claimed and had left before that truth became inconvenient. Only Denethor would be certain. The steward's son would know in his bones that Thorongil had been exactly what Denethor feared, and that someday he would return to claim what the stewards held. That knowledge would poison him over the years, would make him harder and more suspicious until trust became impossible. Aragorn regretted that, but he could not prevent it. The seeds of their future conflict had been planted and watered, and now they would grow in his absence. The sun set, and Aragorn made camp in a grove that reminded him of Rivendell. He built no fire and ate cold rations, and when the stars came out, he lay looking up at them and thinking about roads taken and roads ahead. Somewhere beyond the horizon, Lothlorien waited, and Arwen, who did not know he was coming. The eagle had vanished into legend. The heir of Isildur walked west under stars that had watched kingdoms rise and fall. Between them was only Aragorn, tired and uncertain, and carrying more weight than any man should bear alone. But he would carry it. There was no other choice. The blood demanded it, and the broken sword demanded it, and somewhere in the future, Gondor would need him to be what his heritage claimed he was. For now, he walked west and let Thorongil fade into memory. The borders of Lothlorien appeared like a wall of gold in the summer light. Aragorn stood at the forest's edge and felt something shift in the air, a thickness that spoke of old magic and power that predated kingdoms. The malin trees rose before him, impossibly tall, their leaves catching sunlight and turning it into living flame. The wardens found him before he crossed the eaves. They came down from the trees with arrows, knocked in questions in their eyes. But when they saw his face, something changed in their manner. One went back into the forest at speed, while the others held position, neither threatening nor welcoming. Aragorn waited, because rushing would serve nothing. Galadriel herself came to meet him. She moved through the trees like light-made flesh, ancient beyond counting, and beautiful in ways that made mortal beauty seem crude. Her eyes saw through him completely, reading his heritage and his heart and his purpose in a single glance. She smiled and gestured for him to follow, and he walked into the golden wood like a man walking into a dream. Arwen was there. She stood in a glade where the light fell green and gold through the malin leaves. And when she turned and saw him, the world stopped. 29 years since that twilight meeting in Rivendell. 29 years of hard roads and harder choices, and nothing had changed in how he felt when he looked at her. They walked together through the forest while the hours passed like moments. She asked about his wandering, and he told her some of what he had done. The battles and the years of service and the weight of trying to become worthy of what his blood claimed. She listened with eyes that held understanding deeper than words could carry. The evening came, and they stood on Ciaran Amroth, the ancient hill where Amroth had once dwelt. The sun was setting, and the light fell golden across everything, and Aragorn felt time stretching around them as if the world was holding its breath. Arwen looked at him with something in her face that made his heart hammer against his ribs. She spoke then of choice. Her father had given her the choice all hath Felven faced, mortality or immortality, Middle-earth or Valinor. For 2,000 years she had deferred that choice, lived as a mortal among immortals, and watched ages turn. But standing here with Aragorn on this hill where ancient kings had loved and lost, she was choosing mortality, choosing him and the brief span of mortal life, and everything that came with that decision. Aragorn tried to speak and found no words sufficient. She was offering to give up eternity for decades, surrendering undying life for the chance to grow old and die as mortals did. The gift was too large to accept and impossible to refuse. And he stood on Ciaran Amroth, feeling the weight of her choice settle onto his shoulders alongside all the other weights he carried. She drew the even star from her throat and placed it in his hands. The white gem caught the failing light and held it, and Aragorn understood what he was being given. This was her pledge and her promise, the symbol of her choice made tangible. While he carried this, he carried her hope and her faith that he would become what his heritage demanded. They stood together as the stars came out, and in that moment Aragorn felt the future crystallize around them. He would claim the throne or die trying. He would become king, or the line of Isildur would end with him. There was no middle path anymore, no way to walk away from his destiny when Arwen had just surrendered eternity to share it. Galadriel watched from the shadows and said nothing. She had foreseen this moment perhaps, or understood it was inevitable. Her granddaughter had chosen mortality for love of a mortal man, just as Lúthien had millennia ago. The choice was made and could not be unmade, and all that remained was to see it through to whatever end awaited. The days in Lothlorien passed outside normal time. Aragorn walked the Golden Wood and spoke with Galadriel about the darkness that was growing and the wars that would come. She counseled patience and preparation, told him the time for revealing himself was not yet but would come. The ring was stirring and the enemy was gathering strength, and the heir of Isildur would be needed before the end. But for now he rested. The Golden Wood was shelter from time and choice and burden, and Aragorn let himself simply be for a handful of days. He walked with Arwen under the malin trees and felt the even star against his chest, and for brief moments he could believe that the future might hold something besides war and loss. The leaving was harder than the coming. Aragorn stood at the forest's edge, with the even star hidden beneath his shirt and Arwen's eyes watching him from the shadows. She would not come with him now, not while he was still a wandering ranger with no throne and no clear path. When he came back with his true name and his kingdom claimed, then she would leave Lothlorien and bind her fate to his completely. Aragorn turned north toward his people and the long years of preparation that still lay ahead. The even star rested against his heart, and Arwen's choice weighted his steps, and everything had changed. He was not just trying to become worthy of kingship anymore. He was bound to it by pledges that could not be broken, and love that demanded he succeed. The Golden Wood faded behind him, and the mortal lands received him back. Aragorn, son of Arathorn, walked into shadow with starlight against his chest, and the road ahead was clearer than it had ever been. The Dúnedain were scattered across Eriador like seeds thrown on hard ground, a few here and a dozen there, clinging to life in a land that had forgotten them. Aragorn found them slowly over the months that followed his return, riding from one hidden camp to another and announcing himself as their chieftain. Some remembered him from years before. Others had heard stories of Arathorn's son but never seen him. All of them were wary at first, because claiming leadership and earning it were different things. He gathered them at the angle where the Horwell and Loudwater met, the old heartland of the North Kingdom that was now just wilderness. 43 rangers came, all that could be spared from their endless patrol. They made camp in a hollow that had once held a fortress, and Aragorn stood before them with the weight of ancestry pressing on his shoulders. These were his people, not Rohirrim, who could return to their farms when the fighting ended, not Gondorians with a great city behind them. The Dúnedain had nothing but their duty and each other, had given everything to protect lands that did not remember their sacrifice. They lived hard and died young, and they needed someone to lead them who understood what they were and what they fought for. Aragorn spoke plainly about what he intended. The North would not be reclaimed in their lifetime, but it could be held. The Shire and Bree and the scattered villages across Eriador needed protection even if they did not know it, and the Rangers would provide that protection as they always had. But they would do it better more organized, with clear command and purpose beyond simple survival. The older rangers listened with skepticism earned through years of broken promises. They had seen other young men speak of grand plans before reality beat them down. Aragorn did not blame them for their doubt. He would prove himself through deeds, or he would fail, and words meant nothing either way. He began by changing how they operated. The Rangers had been working independently for so long that coordination had become nearly impossible. Aragorn established patrol routes and regular meetings, created supply caches and safe camps, built a network that let isolated Rangers call for help when they needed it. The changes were small, but they added up, and slowly the scattered remnants began to function like an actual force. The first real test came that winter, when orcs came down from the mountains in numbers larger than usual. They were making for the Shire, following old paths that led through country the Rangers protected. Aragorn gathered every man he could reach and set an ambush in the hills where the orcs would have to pass. The fighting was brutal. 40 Rangers against nearly 200 orcs, and the only advantage was terrain and surprise. Aragorn led the initial assault, and his men followed because they had no choice. And when the orcs rallied and pushed back, the Rangers held because breaking meant the Shire would burn. They won, but the cost was heavy. 9 men dead and twice that many wounded. And the survivors stood in the snow, looking at what they had paid to protect people who would never know the battle had happened. Aragorn moved among them and saw the exhaustion and the grief, and he understood completely. This was the life of the Dúnedain, endless sacrifice for invisible reward. But something had changed. The Rangers had fought together instead of scattered individuals meeting orcs piecemeal and hoping for the best. They had coordinated and held and won despite the odds, and that mattered. When they buried their dead, they did it knowing the deaths had achieved something. The months turned, and Aragorn worked to bind his people together. He visited every camp and learned every man's name, fought beside them and shared their hardships. The chieftainship was not about blood alone. It was about earning respect through deeds and proving he would never ask them to do anything he would not do himself. Some of the Rangers began calling him by his true name instead of the false ones he had used elsewhere. Aragorn, son of Arathorn, 16th chieftain of the Dúnedain, heir of Isildur. The title felt heavy but right, like a weight he had been preparing to carry for decades. He was no longer pretending to be something else. He was claiming what he was and accepting all the burden that came with it. The even star hung against his chest beneath his worn leather, and he thought of Arwen in the quiet hours. She had chosen mortality and was waiting for him to become what his heritage demanded. Every decision he made and every battle he fought was in service of that becoming, building himself into someone worthy of the crown and the elf maiden both. By the spring of 2982, the changes were visible. The Rangers operated with purpose and coordination they had lacked before, and the lands they protected were safer for it. The Shire dozed in ignorant peace while the Dúnedain held the darkness at bay, and Aragorn led them with steady competence that won respect even from the most skeptical veterans. But he knew this was just beginning. The Rangers numbered fewer than 60 able men, and they held watch over territory that had once supported kingdoms. The enemy was growing stronger, and the attacks would intensify. And everything Aragorn built now would be tested in fires he could not yet predict. Still, he had made a start. The scattered remnants were becoming a cohesive force, and the Dúnedain had a leader who understood what they fought for and would not abandon them. The road ahead was long and would cost more blood than he wanted to think about, but he was walking it with purpose now, instead of wandering. The North remembered its king in the blood of the man who led its last defenders. Someday the kingdoms would be restored and the throne reclaimed. But first came years of patient work, building strength in secret, preparing for the day when revelation would be necessary and possible. Aragorn stood in the ruins of the old fortress and looked north toward lands that had once been his ancestors' realm. The work was hard and the reward was distant, but he had accepted the burden completely. The Dúnedain had their chieftain back, and he would lead them until death or victory ended the long wait. The silent watch became ritual over the years that followed. Rangers moved through Eriador on paths that crossed and recrossed like threads in a tapestry, each man knowing where the others would be without needing to ask. They developed signals and signs, ways of leaving messages in the wilderness that only their own kind could read. A bent branch here meant orcs passed 3 days ago. Stones stacked a certain way meant supplies cached nearby. The land itself became their language. Aragorn built this network stone by stone and man by man. He established regular meetings where rangers from different regions would gather to share information and coordinate patrols. The Angle became their unofficial capital, the place they returned to when they needed rest or healing or simply the company of their own kind. It was not a kingdom and never would be, but it was something more than scattered individuals fleeing through the wild. The losses never stopped. Rangers died every year to orcs or wolves or simple accidents in country where help was days away. Aragorn felt each death personally because he had sent these men into danger and they would not return. He kept a list in his mind of names and faces, carrying the weight of command in ways that aged him despite his slow aging blood. But the work showed results. Villages that would have been raided stayed safe. Travelers on the roads reached their destinations alive. The Shire especially flourished in peaceful ignorance, its borders guarded by men who would never be thanked or even seen. The hobbits thought themselves safe through isolation and good fortune, never knowing that rangers died in the dark to keep them that way. The younger rangers began to understand what they were building. These were men who had grown up hearing stories of the old North Kingdom, of Arnor and Arthedain, and the line of kings that had held back darkness for thousands of years. Most had thought those stories mere legend, beautiful lies about a past that had never been real. But Aragorn carried that past in his blood and his bearing, and following him meant connecting to something larger than survival. He trained them hard, not just in woodcraft and combat, but in purpose and discipline. A ranger needed to move through territory without leaving trace, needed to read signs that others would miss, needed to make decisions alone in the wild, knowing no help was coming. The training was brutal, and some men failed it, but those who endured became something exceptional. By 2984, the Rangers numbered nearly 70, the highest their ranks had been in decades. New recruits came slowly, sons of Rangers or men from Bree who had the blood and the calling. Aragorn tested each one personally and turned away any who lacked the necessary hardness. The Dúnedain could not afford weakness in their ranks. The enemy seemed to sense the change. the attacks intensified through 2985 and 2986, as if Mordor had decided the north needed to be broken before attention turned south. Orc bands came more frequently and in larger numbers, and the Rangers fought battle after battle just to hold their ground. Aragorn was everywhere that mattered. When orcs threatened Bree, he was there with 20 men to turn them back. When wolves gathered in the hills above the Shire, he led the hunt that broke the pack before they could descend on the farms. The Rangers learned to follow his lead without question because his instincts for when and where to fight had been proven in blood. The coordination made them effective beyond their numbers. 70 men could not hold all of Eriador by force, but 70 men who knew the land and each other and moved with purpose could be everywhere that mattered. They became shadows that orcs learned to fear, death that came silently in the night and left only bodies behind. The villagers noticed something changing, though they did not understand what. Attacks that had been constant became rare. Roads that had been dangerous grew safer. Most people credited luck or thought perhaps the orcs had simply gone elsewhere. A few suspected that someone was watching over them, but the Rangers remained invisible by design and preference. Aragorn carried the even star always, though he never spoke of it to his men. The white gem reminded him of what he fought for beyond simple duty. Arwen was waiting in Lothlorien, aging toward mortality with every year that passed. The throne waited in Gondor. The broken sword waited in Rivendell. Everything was waiting for him to become what his heritage demanded, and the Rangers of the North were part of that becoming. The years ground past, and the work continued. Every spring brought new threats, and every winter brought new losses, but the line held. Eriador stayed free, and the darkness did not advance. And that was victory enough for men who expected nothing beyond the chance to die well. By 2988, the Rangers had become something approaching legend among those few who knew they existed. The men of Bree whispered stories about the grey wanderers who appeared when danger came and vanished when it passed. The elves of Rivendell spoke of Aragorn's work with approval and some amazement. Even the hobbits had vague notions of big folk who kept the borders safe, though they promptly forgot about it and went back to their gardens. Aragorn was 57 and looked barely 40, and the gulf between him and his men was widening with every year. The Rangers, who had been young when he first took command, were grey-haired now, while he remained in his prime. They did not resent it, but they noticed, and the whispers about ancient blood and royal heritage grew louder in the camps. He let them whisper. The truth would come out eventually, or it would not, and secrecy mattered less now than results. The Rangers knew who led them, and they followed willingly, and that was all that mattered in the end. The silent watch continued. The North remembered its defenders, even if the rest of Middle-earth forgot. And Aragorn, son of Arathorn, led them through another year of small battles and invisible victories, building toward a future he could see only dimly through the fog of time. A hobbit child saw Aragorn once in the woods near Skerry, and ran screaming back to her mother about the tall, dark man with dangerous eyes. The mother came out with a walking stick and found nothing, and by evening the story had spread through 3 villages about strangers lurking in the forest. Aragorn heard about it from a ranger who passed through Bree, and he smiled grimly because it confirmed what he had always known. The hobbits would never understand what the Rangers did for them. The Shire had 4 borders, and all of them needed watching. East toward the Barrow Downs, where old evils stirred sometimes. North toward the hills, where wolves came down in winter. South toward the marshes, where things best left unnamed occasionally wandered. West toward the Tower Hills, where the land grew wild and dangerous. The rangers walked those borders every day of every year, and the hobbits inside slept safe and never knew it. Aragorn spent more time around the Shire than anywhere else in Eriador. The hobbits were innocent in ways that other folk were not, had no concept of the darkness pressing against their green land from all sides. They deserved protection more than most, precisely because they would never be able to protect themselves. Their very helplessness made them precious. But it was thankless work. Rangers who saved hobbit lives would be chased off as vagabonds if they were seen. The bounders who supposedly guarded the Shire were farmers with sticks who would run from a single orc. The sheriffs kept order inside the borders, but had no idea what prowled outside them. The real defense came from men the hobbits feared and despised, and that irony never stopped being bitter. The orcs learned to avoid the Shire after a few costly attempts. Word spread in their crude way that the little folk were protected by something deadly that struck from shadows. 3 times in 8 years. Orc bands tried to raid across the borders, and 3 times the rangers massacred them before they got within 10 miles of the first farm. The bodies were dragged deep into the wild and left for wolves, and the hobbits never knew they had been in danger. Wolves were worse because they came in winter when tracking was hard and the rangers were spread thin. Aragorn lost 2 good men in 2991 to a pack that circled behind their position and came at them from the direction they thought was secure. The wolves died, but so did the rangers, and their bodies were found weeks later by a patrol that marked the graves and said no words because words were inadequate. The hobbits complained about the weather that winter and worried about their beer running low. They had no idea that men had died in the snow to keep wolf packs from descending on their farms. Aragorn stood at the grave markers and felt the weight of it. The terrible calculus that said ranger lives were worth spending to preserve hobbit innocence. But he did it anyway. The hobbits represented something worth protecting beyond their practical value. They were a piece of the elder days surviving into a darker age. Folk who still lived close to the earth and loved simple things and had not been corrupted by the long defeat that haunted men. Their existence proved that goodness could survive if someone was willing to pay the price for it. The rangers understood this better than most. They saw the Shire as a kind of sanctuary, a place that still held the peace and beauty that had vanished from most of Middle-earth. Walking its borders and keeping darkness at bay was holy work in its way, even if the hobbits would never see it that way. Aragorn sometimes watched the Shire from hilltops at sunset when the smoke rose from hundreds of chimneys and the whole land glowed soft and golden. He thought about Arwen then, about the choice she had made and the future they might have if he could claim his throne. The Shire represented what that future could look like, peaceful and whole and untouched by the darkness that pressed from the east. The years passed slowly and the work continued. The rangers held the borders and the hobbits stayed innocent, and everyone got what they needed even if no one got what they deserved. Aragorn was 65 by 2996 and looked barely 50, and his men were aging faster than he was. The gulf widened, but the work remained the same. Sometimes he wondered what would happen if the hobbits knew the truth. Would they be grateful or horrified? Would they accept that their safety came at the price of Ranger blood? Or would they refuse to believe it because belief would shatter their comfortable illusions? He suspected the latter and did not begrudge them for it. Innocence preserved through ignorance was still innocence, and that had value in a world that was running short of such things. The Shire dozed in its green pocket of peace, and the rangers stood watch in the shadows. The hobbits feared the strange men in weather-stained cloaks who sometimes appeared at the borders, and the rangers protected them anyway. That was the bargain, unspoken and unacknowledged, but binding nonetheless. Aragorn led his men through another 8 years of invisible service, and the Shire remained the safest place in Eriador because of it. The price was paid in Ranger blood and exhaustion and lives spent in thankless obscurity. But the price was paid gladly because some things were worth dying for, even if no one would remember the dying. The hobbits would never know, and perhaps that was exactly as it should be. Time moved differently for Aragorn than it did for the men around him. His rangers grew old, and he remained in his prime, and the years that should have bent his back and greyed his hair did neither. By his 70th year he looked like a man of 45, and the Dúnedain who followed him were mostly young enough to be his grandsons, though he led them as brothers. He returned to Rivendell when he could, drawn back to that valley by need and longing mixed together. The rangers could spare him for a few weeks sometimes, when the winter made patrolling impossible, or the summer was quiet enough that his lieutenants could hold the watch. He would slip away south and east, following hidden paths until Elrond's house appeared in its cleft between the mountains. Arwen was always there. She had not returned to Lothlorien after their betrothal, had chosen instead to wait in her father's house, where the world's troubles seemed distant and dreamlike. They walked together in the gardens and spoke of small things, because the large things were too painful to examine closely. She was choosing mortality, and he was still trying to become worthy of that choice. And the gap between promise and fulfillment stretched across years without end. He touched the even star beneath his shirt when the longing grew too sharp. The white gem was warm from his body heat and smooth from years of wearing, and it connected him to her across all the miles and months of separation. She had given up eternity for him, and he was spending decades wandering in the wild trying to earn what she had already freely offered. The visits were brief and bittersweet. A week in Rivendell, and then the north would call him back, some report of orcs gathering or word of trouble brewing. He would leave in the grey hours of morning, and Arwen would watch him go, and neither of them spoke of how the waiting wore at them both. She was immortal, choosing to become mortal, and the years she spent waiting were years she would not get back. He was mortal with extended life, and he felt every year pressing against him like a weight that never lifted. The battles between visits were small and vicious. A dozen orcs caught in a ravine and killed before they could scatter. A band of wargs tracked for days and brought to bay in broken country where they could not use their numbers. Raiders from the mountains turned back at the borders with losses that made them reconsider their paths. The work was endless and the victories were minor, but they added up to a defense that held. Aragorn fought with a controlled fury that his men learned to recognize and respect. He never lost his head in battle, but he fought like someone who had too much anger stored inside and needed an outlet for it. The frustration of waiting, the weight of destiny deferred, the ache of loving someone he could not yet claim. All of it came out through his sword and left bodies behind. He was 73 in the spring of 3004 and looked perhaps 50. The grey was just starting to touch his temples and the lines around his eyes were deepening, but he remained harder and faster than men half his age. The Númenórean blood that had seemed like a blessing now felt like a curse, making him outlive everyone while the woman he loved was choosing mortality to match his span. The irony was not lost on him. Arwen was surrendering forever so she could grow old with him, while he was aging so slowly that he would outlive most of the people he protected. They would share perhaps 60 or 70 years together if fortune held, and then she would die and he would go on for decades more. The math was cruel and there was no way around it. But he would take those years and cherish them and not count the cost. 60 years with Arwen was worth more than 1,000 years alone. And if the price of her love was knowing he would outlive her and carry that grief for decades after, then he would pay it. Some things were worth any price. The Dúnedain noticed his absences and said nothing. They understood that their chieftain had ties that pulled at him, and they trusted him enough to let him have whatever space he needed. When he returned from Rivendell, he was always harder and more focused, as if the visits renewed something in him that the wilderness wore down. The long years accumulated like snow on mountains, weight that built up slowly but never melted entirely. Aragorn was fighting the same battles and protecting the same lands and waiting for the same future. And sometimes it felt like he was trapped in a story that would never move forward. The broken sword waited, and the throne waited, and Arwen waited. And he walked the borders of Eriador while the world turned and nothing changed. But change was coming even if he could not see it yet. Gandalf was moving through Middle-earth on errands Aragorn only partly understood. Saruman was growing strange and secretive in Isengard. The enemy was stirring in Mordor with purpose that suggested plans were ripening. The long, slow years of waiting were building toward something, and Aragorn could feel it like pressure in the air before a storm. He fought his small battles and made his brief visits to Rivendell and carried the even star against his heart through everything. The waiting was hard, but it was teaching him patience, and patience was a king's virtue as much as courage. When the time came, he would need both, and the long years were preparing him whether he knew it or not. The north held him, and the rangers followed him, and the watch continued unbroken. Somewhere in the future, his destiny waited to be claimed. But for now, there was only the work and the waiting and the slow accumulation of days into years. The orcs came in daylight for the first time in living memory, a raiding party bold enough to attack a farmstead north of Bree while the sun was still high. They killed the farmer and his sons before the rangers arrived, and when Aragorn tracked them back toward the mountains, he found signs that made his blood run cold. These orcs had been organized and disciplined, moving with purpose rather than the usual chaotic raiding. Something was directing them with intelligence that went beyond simple hunger or malice. The pattern repeated through the summer of 3004 and grew worse as autumn came. More attacks, larger bands, better coordination. The orcs were testing Eriador's defenses with the patience of someone who had time to plan and resources to spend. Aragorn pushed his rangers harder and spread them thinner, trying to cover all the threatened areas, and still the attacks got through. 3 villages burned that winter. The rangers saved 2 and reached the 3rd too late, finding only bodies and ash. Aragorn stood in the ruins and felt the weight of failure pressing against his chest. His men had been patrolling 2 miles away and had not seen the smoke until too late. 2 miles and 20 minutes, and that was all that separated success from disaster. He increased the patrols and shortened the rotation times, running his rangers into exhaustion trying to be everywhere at once. The men followed orders without complaint, but Aragorn saw the strain building in their faces. They were spread too thin, and everyone knew it. But there was no alternative unless they wanted to abandon entire regions to whatever darkness was rising. Gandalf came through Rivendell that spring, and Aragorn made time to speak with him. The wizard's news was grim. Dol Guldur was active again, despite the White Council's assault years before. Saruman was growing strange and secretive, and the enemy in Mordor was stirring with purpose that suggested decades of preparation were coming to fruition. The attacks on Eriador were part of something larger. Probing assaults meant to weaken the Free Peoples before the real war began. Aragorn returned to his rangers with that knowledge weighing on him. They were not just fighting random orc raids anymore. They were standing against the first moves in a war that would decide the fate of Middle-earth. And they numbered barely 80 men against forces that could field thousands. The math was impossible, but the duty remained unchanged. The losses mounted through 3006 and 3007. Good men dying to hold ground that kept slipping away despite their sacrifices. Aragorn felt each death like a wound, carried the names and faces in memory that would never fade. He was 75 years old and had been fighting for more than 50 of those years, and the weight of all that death was crushing. But the watch held, barely, desperately, at a cost that could not be sustained forever, but it held. The Shire remained safe, and Bree endured, and the scattered villagers across Eriador stayed free. The Rangers paid for that freedom in blood, buying time and space with lives that would never be remembered or honored. Aragorn drove himself hardest of all. He slept less than his men and ate less and pushed through exhaustion that should have broken him. The even star against his chest reminded him what he was fighting for, and the memory of Arwen's face kept him moving when his body screamed for rest. He had promised to become worthy of her choice, and that meant not failing, not stopping, not breaking under pressure that would have destroyed lesser men. The enemy was learning their patterns. Attacks came where the Rangers were weakest, timed to catch them between patrols or stretched too thin to respond quickly. Someone in Mordor was studying their movements and adapting tactics accordingly, and that terrified Aragorn more than the increased numbers. Intelligence and patience were more dangerous than raw strength. By 3009, the situation had become critical. The Rangers were losing ground they could not afford to lose, and reinforcements were not coming because there were no reinforcements to call. This was all that remained of Arna's armies, 80-some men holding borders that had once been defended by thousands. The disparity was so vast, it would have been laughable if it were not so deadly. Aragorn was 78 and looked 60 at most, and the gulf between him and his men had become a chasm. Most of the Rangers he had first led were dead or too old to fight, and the current generation had never known a time when their chieftain did not look exactly as he did now. They followed him anyway because he never sent them anywhere he would not go himself, never asked for sacrifices he was not willing to make. The darkness was rising and the free lands were shrinking, and the Rangers of the North stood in the gap, knowing they could not hold forever. but they would hold for now, and now was all anyone could promise in times like these. Aragorn led them through another winter of hard fighting and harder losses, and when spring came in 3009, Gandalf arrived with a request that would take him away from his people when they needed him most. The wizard wanted him to hunt for Gollum, and Aragorn understood this was important even though it meant abandoning the north to whatever came next. The shadow was growing and the final war was approaching, and the rangers of the north would face it with or without their chieftain. That knowledge sat like lead in Aragorn's chest, but duty was duty, and Gandalf would not ask if the need were not desperate. The watch would continue, the rangers would hold, and Aragorn would do what was required even when the cost seemed unbearable. Gandalf arrived at the angle in the spring with urgency written in every line of his face. The wizard had ridden hard and his horse was lathered, and when he dismounted he walked straight to where Aragorn was checking supplies with his lieutenants. The rangers recognized that look and made themselves scarce, understanding that whatever news Gandalf carried was not for general hearing. They walked to a spot where they could not be overheard, and the wizard spoke of things that made the immediate troubles of Eriador seem suddenly small. A ring, ancient and evil, that had been lost for centuries and now was stirring in the darkness. A creature called Gollum who had possessed it and might know where it was. A need to find this creature before the enemy did. Because if Sauron reclaimed what he had lost, the war would be over before it truly began. Aragorn listened and felt the weight of it settling onto shoulders already bent with burdens. The ring that Isildur had cut from Sauron's hand and then lost in the Gladden fields. The one ring that could unmake all resistance if the enemy regained it. For 2,500 years it had been missing, and now it was moving again, and Gollum was the key to finding it. The request was simple and impossible. Leave the rangers and hunt for a creature that might be anywhere in the vast wilderness of Middle-earth. Track him through country that spanned from the misty mountains to Mordor's borders. Follow a trail that was years cold and might lead nowhere. Do this while the rangers faced their worst crisis in living memory and needed their chieftain more than ever. Aragorn wanted to refuse. Every instinct screamed at him to stay with his people and see them through the darkness that was rising. The attacks were intensifying and the losses mounting, and abandoning the north now felt like betrayal. His rangers trusted him and followed him and needed him, and he was being asked to walk away when they could least afford his absence. But Gandalf's eyes held a weight that went beyond immediate concerns. The wizard was not asking lightly or without understanding what it would cost. If the ring was found by the wrong hands, if Sauron reclaimed it and restored his full power, then the rangers and Eriador and everything else would fall regardless. This was not about choosing between duties. It was about recognizing which duty was larger. The mathematics were brutal. 80 rangers holding Eriador's borders versus the fate of all Middle-earth. The freedom of the North versus the survival of everything free. There was no real choice, only the illusion of one, and Aragorn understood that even as he hated it. He asked how long the hunt might take. Gandalf could not say, maybe months or years or however long it required to find a creature that had evaded discovery for decades. Gollum was cunning and experienced at hiding, had lived in darkness so long that light pained him. He could be anywhere in the wild lands, and finding him would require patience and skill and fortune in equal measure. Aragorn thought of his rangers and what would happen without him. His lieutenants were competent and loyal, could hold the basic structure he had built and keep the patrols running. But they lacked the authority to make hard decisions, the experience to adapt when circumstances changed. Some of them would die because he was not there to lead them, and that knowledge would follow him through every mile of the hunt ahead. But if Sauron reclaimed the ring, all of them would die and their deaths would mean nothing. The choice was already made, even if accepting it tasted like ash. He told Gandalf he would do it. The wizard's relief was visible and brief, replaced quickly by focus on practical matters. Where to search first, what signs to look for, how to track something that left almost no trail. They spoke through the afternoon and into evening, planning a hunt that might last years and cover thousands of miles. Aragorn gathered his rangers the next morning and told them he was leaving. He did not explain why, because the explanation would have required revealing things better kept secret. He simply said that Gandalf needed him for work that could not wait, and that he trusted them to hold the watch while he was gone. The men accepted it because they had learned to trust his judgment. But he saw the worry in their faces and knew it was justified. He spent 3 days organizing the command structure and making sure his lieutenants understood their responsibilities. The preparations felt inadequate because no amount of preparation could replace his presence, but he did what he could. The rangers would hold or they would not, and his being there might make the difference or might change nothing. There was no way to know. The even star pressed against his chest as he made ready to leave, and he thought of Arwen waiting in Rivendell. He had promised to become worthy of her choice, and now that path was taking him away from her for years. She would understand because she always understood, but understanding did not make the separation easier. Gandalf was waiting when dawn came, and Aragorn left the angle with the wizard at his side. Behind him the rangers stood in ranks and watched their chieftain ride north, and he did not look back because looking back would accomplish nothing. The hunt for Gollum had begun, and it would continue until the creature was found or until finding him became impossible. The rangers of the north would hold the watch without him. They would fight and bleed and die protecting lands that would never thank them. And they would do it because that was what they had always done. Aragorn carried that knowledge with him into the hunt, one more weight among many that he had no choice but to bear. The north fell behind and the wilderness opened before him, and somewhere in that vast expanse a creature called Gollum was hiding. The hunt would take years and test him in ways he could not predict, but failure was not acceptable. Too much depended on success for him to consider any other outcome. He touched the even star and thought of duty and destiny and the cruel mathematics that demanded he choose between immediate needs and ultimate necessity. The choice was made, but it would haunt him through every mile of the journey ahead. The trail went cold in the marshes south of Mirkwood, and Aragorn spent 3 weeks searching through water and reeds before accepting that Gollum had moved on. The signs had been there, scratches on stones and disturbed mud that spoke of something passing at night. But by the time he found them, they were already days old. He stood in waist-deep water and felt time slipping away like the current around his legs. Gandalf had given him what little was known. Gollum was small and wretched, feared light and open spaces, ate raw fish and anything else he could catch. He had lived in the misty mountains for centuries before venturing out, and now he was wandering somewhere in the vast wilderness between the mountains and Mordor. Finding him was like trying to catch smoke with bare hands. The first year brought nothing but false trails and dead ends. Aragorn ranged from the Gladden fields to the borders of Mirkwood, following rumors and signs that led nowhere. He spoke with woodsmen and hunters, traded with rough folk who lived on civilization's edges, and learned that creatures matching Gollum's description were seen everywhere and nowhere. Every lead dissolved under investigation. Winter forced him to Rivendell for supplies and rest. He spent 3 weeks in the valley, and the time with Arwen was both balm and torment. She saw the weariness in his face and said nothing, just walked with him in the gardens and let her presence remind him what he was ultimately fighting for. When he left again, she stood watching until he disappeared into the distance, and he carried that image with him through the months that followed. The second year was worse than the first. He tracked a creature through the dead marshes that turned out to be something else entirely, cost himself 2 months on a trail that ended at a cave full of bones. The marshes were evil country where the dead from ancient battles still haunted the pools, and Aragorn walked through them with growing desperation. Gollum had passed through here once. The signs were certain, but the trail was months old, and rain had washed away everything useful. Years 3 and 4 blurred together into endless wandering. Aragorn covered ground from the Brown Lands to the edges of Fangorn, sleeping rough and eating whatever he could hunt. The even star grew warm against his chest from constant wearing, and sometimes he took it out at night and studied it in the starlight. Arwen had given up eternity for him, and he was spending years chasing a creature through wilderness. And the gap between what he had promised and what he was achieving felt vast as oceans. He was 82 when he finally found solid evidence. A fishing camp on the Anduin, where locals spoke of something that came at night to steal their catch. Small and quick, and gone before torches could be lit. Aragorn staked out the camp for a week, and on the 8th night he saw movement in the darkness, something pale and hunched that moved wrong for any natural creature. But Gollum was cunning beyond measure. He sensed the trap and fled before Aragorn could close, vanishing into country he knew better than any hunter could learn. The chase that followed lasted 3 months and covered hundreds of miles. Aragorn tracked him through terrain that would kill normal men, across rivers and through forests, and over mountains where the air was thin enough to make breathing hard. He lost the trail in the autumn and spent the winter searching blindly. The frustration built in him like pressure in a sealed vessel. Years of hunting with nothing to show but exhaustion and wasted time. He was 83 and had been at this for 5 years, and Gollum remained as elusive as ever. The Rangers were holding the north without him, or they were not, and he would not know until he returned. Men might have died because he was not there to lead them, and that knowledge aided him during the long cold nights. Year 6 brought him east toward Mordor's borders. The logic was sound. Gollum had possessed the ring, and Sauron wanted it back. Eventually the creature would be drawn toward his former master like iron to a lodestone. Aragorn patrolled the approaches to the Black Land and waited, and slowly the pattern of sightings began to make sense. Gollum was circling, moving in and out of Mordor's shadow like a moth around flame, drawn but afraid, approaching and retreating in patterns that took months to complete. Aragorn studied those patterns and began to predict where Gollum would be. narrowing the search area with each confirmed sighting. The actual capture came in 3017, after 8 years of hunting. Not through skill alone, but through patience and fortune mixing together at the right moment. Gollum made a mistake, stayed too long in an area Aragorn had under watch, and when he tried to flee, the trap was already closing. But that moment of capture was its own story, and the long years of searching had taught Aragorn lessons he had not expected. Patience beyond what he thought he possessed. The ability to persist when success seemed impossible. The understanding that some tasks required years of grinding effort with no guarantee of reward. He had left the rangers to hunt for a creature that might change everything or might mean nothing. 8 years spent in wilderness while his people fought without him. 8 years aging toward 90 while Arwen waited in Rivendell and chose mortality for a future that still seemed impossibly distant. The hunt was ending, but the work it was part of was just beginning. The creature came to the pool at midnight, under a moon thin as a knife blade. Aragorn had been lying in wait for 3 days in country so close to Mordor that the air tasted of ash and the darkness felt thick enough to touch. He heard movement first, something small and careful picking its way through rocks, and then he saw it slip down to the water's edge. Gollum was smaller than expected and more wretched. He moved on all fours like an animal, pale skin stretched tight over bones, and large eyes that reflected what little light there was. He crouched at the pool and began fishing with his hands, quick and efficient, catching things in the water and eating them raw. The sounds he made were barely human, a mixture of muttering and choking that spoke of centuries spent alone in darkness. Aragorn waited until Gollum was focused on his fishing, then moved. He crossed the distance in 3 strides and had the creature pinned before Gollum understood what was happening. The thing screamed and thrashed with desperate strength, all teeth and claws and wild panic. Aragorn held him down and worked to bind his hands while avoiding the snapping jaws that were trying to reach his throat. The fight was brief and vicious. Gollum was stronger than his size suggested and fought with the desperation of something that had survived by never being caught. But Aragorn had spent 8 years preparing for this moment, and he was not going to lose his quarry now. He got the creature's wrists bound and then secured his legs. Working quickly, while Gollum screamed and wept and cursed in languages Aragorn did not fully understand. When the bonds were secure, Aragorn stepped back and caught his breath. His hands were bleeding from bites that had gotten through his grip, and his ribs ached where Gollum had managed to land strikes. The creature lay on the ground, making sounds that were somewhere between sobbing and rage, and Aragorn looked at what 8 years of hunting had brought him. This was what had carried the ring for centuries. This wretched starving thing that could barely speak coherently and lived like an animal in the dark places of the world. Aragorn felt something like pity mixing with his revulsion, because whatever Gollum had been before the ring took him was long gone. What remained was corruption given flesh, a warning of what the ring could do to anyone who possessed it too long. Getting Gollum to his feet was a struggle. The creature refused to stand upright and fought every attempt to make him walk like a man. Eventually, Aragorn settled for letting him move on all fours with a rope around his neck, leading him like some twisted parody of a hunting dog. The journey back toward civilization would take weeks, and every mile of it would be a battle. Gollum tried to escape 4 times in the first day. He was cunning and watched for any moment of inattention, any chance to slip his bonds or break free. Aragorn learned to sleep in shifts, never allowing himself to fully rest while the creature was under his watch. The exhaustion built quickly, but there was no alternative. Losing Gollum after 8 years of hunting was not acceptable. The creature talked constantly when he was not trying to escape. A stream of muttering and argument, sometimes seeming to speak to himself and sometimes to others that were not there. Aragorn caught fragments about the ring and the precious and loss and hate, all of it mixed together in ways that revealed the depths of Gollum's corruption. The ring had broken his mind as thoroughly as it had broken his body. They moved northwest away from Mordor, following paths that kept them away from orc patrols and prying eyes. Gollum hated the sunlight and whimpered when it was strong, preferring to travel at night when the darkness gave him some small comfort. Aragorn accommodated this because the creature was more manageable in darkness, though it meant his own vigilance had to be doubled. The journey took 3 weeks and tested Aragorn's patience more than the 8 years of hunting had. Gollum was a prisoner, but also something that needed care. A creature so damaged that simple cruelty would kill him before they reached their destination. Aragorn had to balance control with basic survival, making sure Gollum ate and drank enough to stay alive while preventing any chance of escape. He thought about the ring sometimes while leading this broken thing through the wilderness. The one ring that Isildur had claimed and lost, that Gollum had found and possessed for centuries, that was now hidden somewhere and sought by the enemy. This creature had owned the most dangerous object in Middle-earth, and it had reduced him to something barely recognizable as what he had been. The implications were terrifying. If the ring did this to someone who possessed it, what would it do to anyone else who tried to use it? Aragorn had always thought of the ring as a weapon that could be turned against Sauron, but looking at Gollum, he understood that possession and destruction were the same thing. The ring corrupted everyone who touched it, and using it meant becoming something like the wretch he was leading through the wild. They crossed into safer country, and the tension eased slightly. Mirkwood lay ahead, and Thranduil's halls where Gollum could be held, securely until Gandalf decided what to do with him. Aragorn felt the weight of the hunt lifting with every mile north, replaced by a different kind of exhaustion. 8 years had been spent on this, and now it was ending, and what came next was beyond his control. Gollum sensed they were approaching captivity, and his escape attempts grew more desperate. Twice more, Aragorn had to wrestle the creature down and reinforce the bonds, and both times he wondered if this was worth the effort. But Gandalf had said Gollum was important, and Aragorn trusted the wizard's judgment even when the reason was unclear. They reached the borders of Mirkwood, with Gollum still secured and Aragorn still conscious. The hunt was over and the capture was complete, and somewhere ahead the next phase of whatever larger plan Gandalf had conceived was waiting. Aragorn led his prisoner toward Thranduil's halls and felt nothing but tired satisfaction. The work was done, and Gollum would tell what he knew, and perhaps 8 years of hunting would prove to have been worth the cost. The creature muttered and wept and cursed as they walked, and Aragorn led him onward into captivity. Thranduil's halls were carved into the living rock of Mirkwood, and the wood elves who guarded the entrance studied Aragorn and his prisoner with expressions that revealed nothing. They knew who he was, had been expecting him if Gandalf's messages had reached them, and they took custody of Gollum with efficiency that spoke of preparation. The creatures screamed and fought as they led him away into the deep places where no light reached, and Aragorn watched him go with mixed feelings he could not entirely sort out. 8 years of his life had been spent hunting this wretched thing. 8 years away from his rangers and his people and Arwen, all for a creature that could barely speak and lived like an animal in darkness. Gandalf had said it was necessary, and Aragorn had trusted that judgment, but standing in the halls of Thranduil, he felt the weight of those lost years pressing against him. The Elven King received him with courtesy and careful distance. Thranduil was ancient and strange, scarred from old wars and suspicious of outsiders. But he acknowledged Aragorn's heritage with a nod and offered hospitality that Aragorn was too tired to refuse. 3 days he rested in the halls, while Gollum was secured in cells deep below. And during that time he began to feel human again, instead of like something that had been living in the wild too long. Gandalf arrived on the 3rd day, and the wizard's face showed relief at seeing the hunt successfully concluded. They spoke at length about what Gollum had revealed under questioning, and Aragorn learned things that made the 8-year hunt suddenly seem justified. The creature had been in Mordor, had been captured and tortured until he revealed everything he knew about the ring. Sauron now knew that Baggins had it, knew the Shire existed, and would be searching for it with all the resources at his command. The urgency was immediate and terrible. Gandalf would go to the Shire and warn Frodo Baggins, but the journey would take time, and the enemy was already moving. Aragorn was to go to Bree and wait, to watch for hobbits fleeing north and provide whatever protection they needed. The ring-bearer would need a guide to Rivendell and a guard against the pursuit that would certainly come. Aragorn left Mirkwood with new purpose, burning away the exhaustion. 8 years hunting Gollum had led to this moment, and now everything depended on keeping a hobbit alive long enough to reach Elrond's house. He travelled west across country he knew well, moving quickly because time was suddenly precious in ways it had not been during the long hunt. Bree appeared on the horizon like a promise of civilization after too long in the wild. The town was rough and suspicious, full of folk who trusted no one and asked too many questions. Aragorn slipped into it like a shadow, just another ranger passing through, and secured a room at the Prancing Pony where he could watch the road without being obvious about it. The waiting began then, and it was different from the waiting during the hunt. Then he had been searching actively, covering ground and following trails. Now he was stationary and alert, watching for hobbits who might not come in danger that was certainly approaching. The tension built with each passing day as spring turned to summer and summer faded toward autumn. He kept to himself in Bree and let the locals think he was just another ranger down on his luck. The name Strider came naturally from the way he moved, always watching and never quite settling. The folk at the inn gave him space and suspicious looks in equal measure, and that suited him fine. Being too visible would defeat the purpose. The rangers of the north were holding their territory without him, or they were not, and he would not know until he returned. The guilt of that pressed on him during the quiet hours. The knowledge that men might be dying while he sat in an inn waiting for hobbits who might never arrive. But Gandalf had been clear about priorities, and if the ring fell into enemy hands, then the ranger's sacrifice would mean nothing anyway. Summer passed into September, and Aragorn waited with growing tension. The Black Riders had been seen on the roads. 9 figures in black that asked about halflings and the Shire. The enemy's servants were abroad and searching, and if they found the ring-bearer before Aragorn did, the war would be over before it began. He was 87 now, and looked perhaps 60, grey touching his temples, but his body still hard and capable. The years in the wilderness had marked him in ways that showed weathered skin and old scars and eyes that had seen too much death. He looked exactly like what he was, a ranger who had lived rough and fought hard and survived when others had not. The even star hung against his chest as always, and he thought of Arwen less frequently now because thinking of her hurt too much. 9 years since Lothlorien and their betrothal, 9 years of hunting and fighting while she waited in Rivendell and chose mortality for a future that still seemed impossibly distant. The weight of her choice pressed on him alongside everything else he carried. The days shortened toward autumn and Aragorn kept his watch. Somewhere to the south, hobbits were fleeing with the ring, and somewhere behind them the Black Riders were hunting. The pieces were moving into position for whatever confrontation was coming, and Aragorn waited in Bree for his part in it to begin. The hunt for Gollum was ended. The hunt for the ring-bearer was about to start, and somewhere beyond both hunts lay the throne of Gondor and the destiny he had been preparing for all his life. But first came hobbits and Black Riders and the desperate race to Rivendell. Everything else would have to wait until the ring was safe and the immediate crisis was resolved. Aragorn sat in the common room of the Prancing Pony and watched the door, and waited for destiny to walk through it in the form of a hobbit who did not know what he carried or what was coming for him. The hobbits came through the door on a wet September evening, 4 of them muddy and travel-worn and clearly out of their depth. Aragorn marked them immediately from his corner seat, noting the way they moved and the nervous glances they cast around the common room. 3 were young and obviously inexperienced, but the 4th carried himself differently despite his fear. That one had the ring, Aragorn knew it before he saw the bulge beneath the hobbit's shirt. The common room was crowded with locals and travellers, and the hobbits drew attention simply by being hobbits this far from the Shire. Aragorn watched as they secured a table and ordered food, saw how the one with the ring kept touching his chest as if checking that something was still there. The gesture was unconscious and damning, the kind of tell that would lead the ringwraiths straight to him if they were watching. The innkeeper knew them or knew of them, greeting them with familiarity that suggested Gandalf had prepared the way. But the wizard was not here, and the hobbits were alone except for whatever protection Aragorn could provide. He studied them carefully, noting their strengths and weaknesses, calculating how to approach without frightening them into flight. The night wore on, and the hobbits relaxed slightly, the young ones drinking more than was wise. Aragorn kept his position in the shadows and watched the doors, waiting for signs of pursuit. The ringwraiths were close. He could feel it in the air, a wrongness that made his ranger instincts scream warnings. They would come tonight or tomorrow, and the hobbits needed to be gone before that happened. Then the ring-bearer stood to speak, and everything went wrong. Aragorn saw it happening and could not prevent it, the hobbit stumbling and the ring slipping onto his finger. One moment the hobbit was visible, and the next he was gone, vanished as completely as if he had never existed. The common room erupted in confusion and fear, people backing away from where the hobbit had been and shouting about magic and witchcraft. Aragorn moved quickly. He caught the hobbit when he reappeared, pulled him away from the crowd and up the stairs before the situation could deteriorate further. The other hobbits followed in panicked confusion, and Aragorn got them all into a private room where they could talk without being overheard. The hobbits were terrified of him, and that was understandable. Aragorn knew what he looked like, a weathered ranger who had appeared from nowhere and was now separating them from other people. He kept his movements careful and his voice low, explaining who he was and why they needed to trust him. Gandalf had sent him to watch for them. The danger was real and immediate. The Black Riders were hunting the ring and would kill anyone who stood between them and their target. The ring-bearer was named Frodo, and he had more steel in him than his size suggested. The hobbits studied Aragorn with eyes that were too knowing for someone so young, weighing the danger of trusting a stranger against the danger of continuing alone. The calculation showed in his face, fear and necessity balancing against each other until necessity won. They argued about it, the hobbits among themselves, and Aragorn let them. Trust could not be forced, and they needed to choose to follow him, or the whole enterprise would fail. He told them what he could without revealing too much, that Gandalf had sent him, and that the road to Rivendell was long and dangerous, and they would not survive it without a guide. The proof came when Aragorn took them to see their rooms. The beds had been slashed and searched, their belongings scattered, and the message was clear. The enemy knew they were here and had been looking for them. The hobbits' faces went white as they understood how close the danger was, and the arguments about trusting Aragorn ended quickly after that. He moved them to his own room, a corner space that could be defended if necessary, and settled them as best he could. The hobbits were exhausted and terrified, but trying to be brave about it, and Aragorn felt something like respect for their determination. They were completely out of their depth, but they were not breaking, and that would matter in the days ahead. The night passed slowly with Aragorn on watch, while the hobbits slept fitfully. He kept his sword near and his attention on the sounds from outside, listening for movement that would signal the ringwraiths had found them. The attack did not come, but the threat remained, heavy in the air like a storm that was building strength before it broke. Dawn came grey and cold, and Aragorn roused the hobbits with news that they were leaving immediately. Bree was not safe, and staying would only make them easier to find. They would go north into the wild and then east toward Rivendell, following paths that the ringwraiths could not easily track. The journey would be hard, but it was their only chance. The hobbits gathered their things with fumbling haste, still not entirely trusting him, but understanding they had no better option. Aragorn checked the hallways and stairways, making sure their departure would be unobserved, and led them out into the grey morning. Bree fell behind them as they moved north, and the hobbits followed the tall, weathered ranger because he was all that stood between them and the darkness that hunted them. Aragorn felt the weight of their trust settling onto his shoulders alongside all the other weights he carried, and he accepted it because there was no alternative. The ring was in his keeping now, or near enough. The ring-bearer was following him into the wild, and somewhere ahead lay Rivendell and safety if they could reach it before the ringwraiths caught them. The race had begun, and everything depended on speed and luck and Aragorn's ability to guide for hobbits through country that would kill them if he made mistakes. The road stretched ahead and the sky threatened rain, and Aragorn led his small company into the wilderness with the knowledge that the easy part was already over. The rain came on the second day and did not stop. Aragorn led the hobbits through country that grew rougher and wilder with every mile, keeping them moving when they wanted to rest and pushing them past their limits because the alternative was death. Behind them, the ringwraiths were hunting, and Aragorn could feel their presence like a cold wind at his back. The hobbits learned quickly, or they would not have survived. They stopped complaining about wet feet and cold camps, stopped asking when they could rest properly, and simply followed where Aragorn led. The youngest one, Pippin, looked half dead from exhaustion by the third day, but kept moving because stopping was not an option. Aragorn watched them adapt and felt a grudging approval. Hobbits were tougher than they looked when necessity forced them to be. He taught them woodcraft as they traveled, showing them how to move without leaving obvious trails and how to recognize signs of pursuit. They were poor students initially, stumbling through brush and snapping branches, but desperation focused their attention. By the fourth day, they were moving more quietly, and Aragorn no longer had to constantly correct their mistakes. The country north of Bree was empty of settlements and full of dangers beyond the ringwraiths. Wolves and worse things haunted the wildlands, and Aragorn kept the hobbits close and watched the horizons constantly. They made cold camps without fires because smoke would draw attention, and the hobbits shivered through the nights while Aragorn took watch and listened to the darkness. Frodo bore the weight of the ring with visible effort. The hobbit touched his chest frequently, and sometimes his eyes went distant, as if listening to something the others could not hear. Aragorn recognized the signs of the ring's influence and worried about what would happen if its pull became too strong. The ring wanted to be found and would betray its bearer given any chance. The other hobbits protected Frodo without being told. Sam especially hovered close and watched his master with devotion that went beyond simple friendship. Aragorn marked that and filed it away as important. If Frodo faltered, Sam would hold him up, and that kind of loyalty would matter before the journey ended. On the fifth day, they saw the ringwraiths in the distance, black figures on the horizon moving with purpose that suggested they were tracking something. Aragorn changed course immediately, leading the hobbits east through rough country that would slow pursuit. The detour cost them time they could not afford, but being caught would cost them everything. The hobbits were beyond exhaustion now, operating on will alone. They stumbled more frequently and their faces were grey with fatigue, but they kept moving because Aragorn demanded it and because they understood the stakes. Merry started coughing on the sixth day, and Aragorn knew he was getting sick, but there was no time to rest and let him recover. They would rest when they reached Rivendell, or they would rest in death. Weathertop appeared ahead of them like a promise and a threat combined. The ancient watchtower stood on a hill that commanded the surrounding country, and Aragorn knew it would be both defensible and obvious. The ringwraiths would look for them there because it was the logical place to take cover, but staying in the open was no longer sustainable. The hobbits needed rest and shelter, even if the shelter came with risks. He led them toward the hill as evening approached, scanning the slopes for signs of ambush. The tower had been abandoned for centuries, but still stood strong, and from its summit they would be able to see pursuit coming from any direction. It was a gamble, but everything was a gamble now, and Aragorn trusted his instincts more than any alternative plan. The climb up Weathertop's slopes finished what little energy the hobbits had left. They moved like old men, bent and slow, and Aragorn had to resist the urge to push them harder. Exhausted fighters were dead fighters, and he needed them at least marginally functional if the ringwraiths came tonight. The summit was bare stone and wind, offering no comfort but good visibility. Aragorn settled the hobbits in the lee of the old tower ruins and tried to get them to eat. They picked at their food without appetite, too tired to care about hunger. He made them eat anyway because they would need strength for what was coming. Night fell and the darkness was absolute except for stars that seemed too distant to matter. Aragorn stood watch while the hobbits huddled together for warmth, and he felt the ringwraiths approaching like a slowly tightening noose. They would come tonight, he was certain of it. The pursuit had been too persistent and they were too close to escape again. He checked his sword and his knives and wished desperately for more rangers or better odds. For exhausted hobbits and one weathered man against 9 ringwraiths was mathematics that favored the enemy overwhelmingly. But mathematics had never been kind to the Dúnedain, and Aragorn had learned to fight impossible odds because the alternative was surrender. The hobbits slept fitfully, and Aragorn watched the darkness, and somewhere in that darkness 9 riders in black were closing in for the kill. The flight from Bree had bought them 6 days, but the time for running was ending. Weathertop would be where they made their stand, and what happened here would determine whether the ring reached Rivendell or fell into enemy hands. Aragorn touched the evenstar beneath his shirt and thought of Arwen, and the future that depended on keeping one small hobbit alive through the night ahead. The odds were terrible and the situation was desperate, but he had faced both before and survived. The darkness pressed close, and the wind carried sounds that might have been pursuit or might have been imagination. Aragorn stood between the hobbits and whatever was coming, and prepared to fight for their lives with everything he had. They came in the dead hours before dawn, when exhaustion pulls hardest and the mind grows sluggish. Aragorn saw them first as darker shapes in the darkness, 9 figures moving up the slopes of Weathertop with the inevitability of a rising tide. He kicked the hobbits awake and drew his sword in the same motion, knowing there was no time for gentleness or preparation. The ringwraiths came to the summit in silence that was worse than any battle cry. They were robed and hooded and wronged in ways that made the eyes slide away from looking at them directly. The horses they had ridden were gone, which meant they had come on foot to take the hobbits by stealth. Aragorn put himself between the approaching shadows and the hobbits, and felt fear like he had not felt in decades. These were not orcs or wolves or mortal men. These were the 9 servants of Sauron who had worn rings of power until the rings consumed them, leaving only will and malice wrapped in robes. They could not be killed by normal means, and their weapons carried poison that would corrupt the wound. Fighting them was madness, but there was no alternative. The first one reached for Frodo, and Aragorn met it with fire. He had prepared brands from the ruined towers, timbers, kept them lit against this exact possibility. The ringwraith recoiled from the flames, and Aragorn pressed the advantage, driving it back with burning wood while his other hand held his sword ready. Fire was their weakness, the one thing they truly feared. The other 8 closed in from multiple angles, and the hobbits panicked. Aragorn heard them scrambling and shouting, but could not spare attention to see what they were doing. He was fighting to keep the ringwraiths back, swinging fire and blade in arcs that barely held the enemy at bay. The wraiths moved with unnatural speed, darting in and retreating, testing his defenses and looking for openings. One of them got past him. Aragorn saw it happen peripherally, saw the wraith slip around his guard and lunge toward where the hobbits had scattered. He turned to intercept, but he was too far and moving through the wrong angle. The ringwraith reached Frodo, and its blade came down, catching the hobbit high on the shoulder as he tried to dodge. Frodo screamed, and the sound was terrible, pain and corruption mixing together. Aragorn drove the nearest ringwraith back with fire and fought his way to where Frodo had fallen. The hobbit was clutching his shoulder and shaking, and Aragorn saw the wound already going black at the edges. The blade had been poisoned with darkness, and the corruption was spreading into Frodo's flesh. The other hobbits rallied, then with courage Aragorn had not expected. Sam came at the ringwraiths with a sword he barely knew how to use, shouting defiance that had no effect on the enemy but bought seconds of distraction. Merry and Pippin threw stones and grabbed brands from the fire, doing whatever they could to help, even though they were terrified beyond reason. Aragorn fought with controlled fury, using fire to drive the ringwraiths back while his sword kept them from closing. The wraiths were cautious now, having achieved their goal of wounding the ring-bearer. They could afford to be patient while the poison did its work, could wait for Frodo to weaken and the ring to call them to its location. But Aragorn was not patient, and he was far from beaten. He drove at them with fire and steel, forcing them to retreat down the slopes or face being burned. The ringwraiths fell back slowly, their attention fixed on Frodo rather than the fight itself. They could afford to withdraw because the wound would do what they could not, would slowly corrupt the ring-bearer until he either surrendered the ring or died. The sky was lightening in the east when the last wraith disappeared down the slope. Aragorn stood on the summit with his brands still burning and his sword ready, watching to make sure the retreat was real. The hobbits gathered around Frodo, who was still conscious but pale and shaking with shock. Aragorn examined the wound and his heart sank. The blade had been a Morgul knife, the worst weapon the enemy possessed. The corruption was already spreading through Frodo's shoulder, black veins radiating from the wound like poison through water. Without treatment, the hobbit would die, or worse, would become something like the ringwraiths themselves. There was only one place that could heal this kind of wound: Rivendell Elrond's house, where the healing arts of the elves might be able to draw the poison out. But Rivendell was 2 weeks distant at normal pace, and Frodo was in no condition to travel quickly. The mathematics were brutal and unforgiving. Aragorn worked quickly, binding the wound with cloth soaked in etherless that he had gathered during their flight. The king's foil would slow the corruption but not stop it, would buy time but not cure the injury. Frodo needed to stay conscious and keep moving, and both were going to become harder with every passing hour. The hobbits looked to him for answers, and Aragorn gave them the only one that mattered. They would run for Rivendell and hope they got there before the corruption killed Frodo. There was no other option and no time to consider alternatives. The wounded hobbit would have to be carried when he could not walk, and they would move as fast as 4 exhausted hobbits and an aging ranger could manage. The sun rose over Weathertop and showed the battlefield they had survived. Aragorn's brands were burned down to nothing, and his sword showed black stains where it had struck the wraiths. The hobbits were alive, but Frodo was dying slowly, and the race to Rivendell had gone from urgent to desperate. They left the summit as the sun climbed higher, and Aragorn led them east at the fastest pace Frodo could maintain. The hobbit was brave and tried not to slow them down, but pain and corruption were eating at him. His face was grey and his eyes were too bright, and sometimes he stumbled for no reason. Behind them, The Ringwraiths would be regrouping and following. They knew their quarry was wounded now and would press harder, sensing victory was within reach. Aragorn felt their pursuit like a physical weight, and he drove his little company forward with desperation masquerading as determination. The race to Rivendell had become a race against death and corruption both. 14 days of hard travel with a wounded hobbit and 9 Ringwraiths behind them. Aragorn checked Frodo's wound and saw the black veins spreading further, and knew that time was running out faster than distance could be covered. But he would get them there. He would carry Frodo if necessary and fight the Ringwraiths again if they caught up. The ring would reach Rivendell, or Aragorn would die trying, and that was the only calculation that mattered. They fled east toward safety that seemed impossibly distant, and behind them the darkness gathered for another assault. Frodo stopped walking on the 3rd day, and Aragorn had to carry him. The hobbit tried to protest, but the words came out slurred and confused, and Aragorn hoisted him onto his back without argument. Sam took Frodo's pack, and the others redistributed the weight, and they kept moving because stopping meant death. The wound was spreading. Aragorn checked it each night and watched the black veins crawl further across Frodo's shoulder and chest. The corruption was eating into the hobbits slowly but inevitably, and Athelas could only slow what it could not cure. Frodo needed Elrond, and he needed him soon, or the wound would reach his heart, and that would be the end. The days blurred together into endless walking. Aragorn pushed them through exhaustion and past the point where normal hobbits would have collapsed. They moved from dawn to dusk with minimal rest, eating while they walked and sleeping in shifts. The Ringwraiths were behind them somewhere, tracking the ring with senses that went beyond sight or sound. Frodo grew worse with each passing day. He could not keep food down and barely drank the water Sam forced on him. His skin was cold despite the blankets they wrapped around him, and his eyes showed confusion that came and went in waves. Sometimes he knew where he was, and sometimes he seemed to be somewhere else entirely, muttering about darkness and eyes that watched from shadows. Aragorn calculated distances and time with growing desperation. 8 days to Rivendell at normal pace. But they were not travelling at normal pace, with a wounded hobbit and constant detours to avoid pursuit. 10 days minimum, possibly 12, and Frodo might not have that long. The corruption was accelerating, and the margin between success and failure was narrowing with every mile. Sam never left Frodo's side when they camped. The gardener watched his master with devotion that went beyond friendship into something fiercer, and Aragorn was grateful for it. Frodo needed that steadiness to anchor him as the poison pulled him toward darkness. Without Sam, he might have given up already. On the 8th day, they crossed the last bridge and found fresh pursuit marks on the far side. The Ringwraiths had been here recently, possibly hours ahead rather than behind. Aragorn changed course immediately, leading them north through rougher country where tracking would be harder. The detour cost time, but being caught cost everything. Frodo was unconscious, more than awake now. His breathing had gone shallow, and his heartbeat was irregular when Aragorn checked it. The black veins had spread across his entire shoulder and were creeping toward his neck. Another 3 days and they would reach his heart, and that would end things whether they reached Rivendell or not. Aragorn ran calculations constantly, and none of them came out favorably. They were 5 days from Rivendell, if nothing went wrong, and Frodo lived that long. Both assumptions were optimistic. The ringwraiths were close, and the hobbit was dying, and time was almost gone. The elf appeared on the 10th day, like an answer to prayers Aragorn had not spoken. Glorfindel came riding from the east on a white horse, sent by Elrond to search for them after Gandalf had arrived at Rivendell without his charges. The elf took one look at Frodo, and his face went grave, but he wasted no time on words. He put the hobbit on his horse and told Aragorn to follow as quickly as possible. The horse was elven bred and faster than any mortal mount. It could carry Frodo to Rivendell in days rather than the longer time the hobbits needed on foot. Aragorn told Sam to go with Frodo and the others to stay with him. And then Glorfindel was gone with Sam and Frodo on the white horse, racing east toward safety. Aragorn pushed the remaining hobbits harder than he had before, driving them toward Rivendell with the knowledge that Frodo's life depended on speed. They were 3 now instead of 4, and lighter without carrying the wounded. They made better time, but it still felt desperately slow. The ringwraiths found them on the 12th day, 9 black riders appearing on the horizon behind them, pressing close now that their quarry was split. Aragorn kept the hobbits moving and watched the pursuit gaining ground. The wraiths were faster on horseback, and the gap was closing with each passing hour. But Rivendell was close now, perhaps 2 days if they could stay ahead of the enemy. Aragorn pushed through exhaustion, and Merry and Pippin followed because they had no choice. The race had become simple mathematics of speed and distance, and the numbers were impossibly tight. They reached the ford of Bruinen on the 14th day with the ringwraiths less than an hour behind. The river ran swift and cold before them, and on the far side safety waited. Aragorn drove the hobbits into the water, and they crossed with the current pulling at them, scrambling up the far bank as the 9 riders appeared on the road behind. The ringwraiths came to the ford and hesitated. Something about the river made them wary, some power they recognized and feared. Aragorn stood on the far bank and watched them calculate their options, and then the waters began to rise. The flood came like a wall of white horses, crashing down the river with a roar that shook the ground. The ringwraiths tried to retreat, but the water caught them and swept them away, breaking their formation and scattering them downstream. Elrond had called the river, and it had answered, protecting Rivendell's borders as it always had. Aragorn watched the enemy wash away and felt relief so intense it made his knees weak. The hobbits were safe on Rivendell's side of the water, and the ringwraiths were broken. Whatever happened now, the ring would not fall into enemy hands here at the edge of Elrond's domain. He gathered the exhausted hobbits and led them up the path toward the last homely house. Frodo was ahead of them somewhere, being tended by healers far more skilled than Aragorn. The race was over, and they had won by margins so thin they might as well not exist. 2 weeks of desperate flight, carrying a dying hobbit through country that would kill them, staying barely ahead of enemies that could not be stopped by normal means. They had done it through determination and fortune mixed in proportions Aragorn could not calculate. Rivendell appeared ahead through the trees, beautiful and timeless and safe. Aragorn led the last 2 hobbits toward it and felt the weight of responsibility lifting slightly. The ring-bearer was in Elrond's hands now, and whatever healing could be done would be attempted. The flight from Weathertop was over. What came next would be decided in councils and by wiser heads than his. Frodo healed slowly in Rivendell, while autumn deepened and the leaves turned gold. Elrond worked for days to draw the poison from the wound, and Aragorn watched from the margins, knowing there was nothing he could contribute. The hobbit's survival was uncertain for the first week, then probable, then finally certain. The corruption had been stopped just short of his heart, and that margin was all that mattered. The council was called for late October, when Frodo was strong enough to attend. Representatives came from across Middle-earth, summoned by messages Elrond had sent months before. Dwarves from the Lonely Mountain, elves from Mirkwood, men from Gondor, and others who had stakes in what would be decided. The last homely house filled with folk who rarely gathered together, and the tension built toward something that felt like destiny assembling itself. Aragorn prepared himself for revelation. The time for hiding was ending, and the council would be where his heritage became public knowledge. He had been Thorongil and Strider and a dozen other names, but today he would stand as Aragorn, son of Arathorn, heir of Isildur, and accept whatever judgment followed. The council gathered in an open courtyard where the autumn sun fell warm on ancient stone. Elrond presided with the authority of someone who had seen ages turn, and around him sat representatives of the free peoples. Aragorn took his place among them and felt the weight of eyes studying him, calculating who he was and why he was present. Gandalf spoke first, laying out the history that had brought them here. The ring that Isildur had taken and lost. Gollum, who had possessed it for centuries. Bilbo, who had found it and brought it to the Shire. Frodo, who now carried it and had nearly died bringing it to safety. The story was long and complex, and the wizard told it with the patience of someone who understood that every detail mattered. Then came the revelation that Aragorn had known was coming. Elrond spoke of the line of kings and the heir who had been living in hiding. He gestured to where Aragorn sat and named him publicly for the first time, Aragorn, son of Arathorn, 16th chieftain of the Dúnedain, rightful heir to the thrones of Gondor and Arnor. The reaction was mixed and immediate. Some had suspected and now had confirmation. Others were shocked that a weathered ranger claimed such heritage. The man from Gondor, Boromir, son of Denethor, looked at Aragorn with calculation and barely concealed doubt. The claim to Gondor's throne would not be accepted easily, and Aragorn had known that would be true. But Elrond had the proof that mattered. He brought forth Narcel, the broken sword that had been kept in Rivendell for 3,000 years. Aragorn took the shards in his hands and felt their weight, literal and symbolic both. This was Isildur's blade and his inheritance, waiting to be reforged when the time came. The discussion turned to the ring and what should be done with it. Some argued for using it against Sauron, turning his own weapon against him. Others wanted it hidden or sent away beyond the enemy's reach. Gandalf and Elrond argued for destruction, explaining that the ring corrupted everyone who tried to use it and could not be wielded against its maker. The arguments went in circles until Frodo spoke. The hobbit had been silent through most of the council, but now he offered to take the ring to Mordor and destroy it in the fires where it had been made. The room fell silent at the offer, this small creature volunteering for a task that would almost certainly kill him. Aragorn studied Frodo and saw courage that had nothing to do with size or strength. The hobbit was terrified and offering anyway, understanding that someone had to do this and no one else was volunteering. That kind of courage deserved support rather than being left to face the darkness alone. The decision formed gradually as the council progressed. The ring would be taken to Mount Doom and destroyed. A company would go with Frodo to protect him and help him reach his destination. Representatives from each race would join the quest, showing unity among the free peoples. Aragorn knew before Elrond spoke that he would be part of this company, the heir of Isildur, going to finish what his ancestor had started, correcting the mistake Isildur had made when he claimed the ring instead of destroying it. The symmetry was almost too perfect, destiny arranging itself in patterns that could not be accidental. The company of the ring was chosen as the sun moved across the sky. 9 companions to match the 9 ringwraiths, representing all the free races of Middle-earth. Gandalf would lead them. Aragorn would guide them. Boromir would represent Gondor, despite his doubts about both the mission and Aragorn's heritage. The other hobbits would go because they refused to abandon Frodo, and others would join, each for their own reasons. The council ended, and people dispersed to prepare for departure. Aragorn stood in the courtyard and felt everything shifting around him. He was no longer hiding his heritage or moving through the world in disguise. He had claimed his name publicly and taken responsibility for what that name meant. Boromir approached him before leaving, and the Gondorian's doubt was written clearly in his face. The man saw a northern ranger claiming to be king, and he was not inclined to accept that claim without proof. Aragorn understood and did not take offense. Denethor had raised his son to be suspicious of exactly this kind of revelation. But proof would come, or it would not. And for now, they would travel together toward Mordor with the ring. Whatever Boromir believed about Aragorn's heritage mattered less than whether they could work together to keep Frodo alive. The personal questions would wait until the larger mission was complete. Aragorn sought out Arwen that evening, and they walked together in the gardens. 9 years since Lothlorien, and now he was finally moving toward the destiny she had bet everything on. The even star hung against his chest, and she touched it through his shirt, connecting them across all the years of separation. The company would leave in December, after preparations were complete. 2 months to ready themselves for a journey that would take them through country where death waited at every turn. Aragorn would use that time to prepare as best he could, knowing that no amount of preparation would be sufficient for what lay ahead. The council had met and decided, and now the work of carrying out that decision would begin. The ring would go to Mordor, and Aragorn would go with it. And at the end of that road lay either victory or destruction, with no middle ground between them. The 2 months of preparation passed too quickly and too slowly at once. Aragorn trained with the others, testing their capabilities and learning how they fought. Boromir was skilled but overconfident, the kind of warrior who trusted his strength more than his judgment. Legolas moved with elven grace that made combat look effortless. Gimli fought low and hard with an axe that could split stone. The hobbits were improving under Aragorn's instruction, but remained fundamentally unsuited for the war they were walking into. Gandalf spent the time in council with Elrond, planning routes and contingencies. The straight path to Mordor was impossible, so they would have to go south through Rohan, or east through Mirkwood, or find some other way that balanced speed against safety. Every option carried risks that could destroy them. Aragorn walked with Arwen in the gardens, and neither of them spoke about what leaving meant. She had chosen mortality for him, and now he was walking toward death with better odds than survival. The mathematics were cruel, but unavoidable. Someone had to take the ring to Mordor, and he had committed himself to protecting the one who carried it. She gave him nothing new, because everything had already been given. The even star still hung against his chest, and her choice still waited for him to become worthy of it. They stood together in the winter gardens and held each other without words, and that was all the farewell they would have. The day of departure came cold and grey, December 25th, chosen by Elrond for reasons he did not fully explain. The 9 companions gathered in the courtyard with their packs and weapons, looking more like a desperate gamble than a fellowship. 4 hobbits, 2 men, an elf, a dwarf, and a wizard, sent to break into Mordor and destroy the ring. The absurdity of it was almost comforting. Elrond blessed them with words about hope and courage, but Aragorn heard the doubt beneath the blessing. The elf lord had seen 3 ages of the world and knew how rarely desperate gambles succeeded. He was sending them because there was no alternative, not because he believed they would return. They left Rivendell as the sun broke through the clouds, following paths that led south toward the mountains. Gandalf walked ahead with his staff, and Aragorn ranged slightly off the path where he could scout for threats. The hobbits clustered together for comfort, and the others spread out according to their natures. The first days were uneventful, just cold, walking through country that grew progressively rougher. They were heading for the gap of Rohan, the long way around that avoided the pass-through Rudras. Gandalf wanted to keep them away from the mountains where the enemy might be watching, though Aragorn suspected nowhere was truly safe anymore. The weight of leadership settled onto him alongside Gandalf's authority. The wizard commanded, but Aragorn guided, making the practical decisions about where to camp and how fast to move. The others looked to him for those judgments because he was the ranger who knew wild country, and he gave orders with the confidence of someone who had been leading men for 60 years. Boromir remained skeptical and occasionally challenging. The Gondorian did not openly question Aragorn's authority, but he made his doubts clear through small resistances and alternative suggestions. Aragorn let it pass because they needed Boromir's sword more than his faith, and forcing the issue would split the company before they were clear of friendly territory. The hobbits adapted better than expected. They complained about the cold and the walking, but they kept pace and followed orders. Frodo especially showed a quiet strength that had nothing to do with size, carrying the ring without complaint despite the weight it must have been. Sam watched over him constantly, and Aragorn was grateful for that devotion. The weight of leadership settled onto him alongside Gandalf's authority. The wizard commanded, but Aragorn guided, making the practical decisions about where to camp and how fast to move. The others looked to him for those judgments because he was the ranger who knew wild country, and he gave orders with the confidence of someone who had been leading men for 60 years. Boromir remained skeptical and occasionally challenging. The Gondorian did not openly question Aragorn's authority, but he made his doubts clear through small resistances and alternative suggestions. Aragorn let it pass because they needed Boromir's sword more than his faith, and forcing the issue would split the company before they were clear of friendly territory. The hobbits adapted better than expected. They complained about the cold and the walking, but they kept pace and followed orders. Frodo especially showed a quiet strength that had nothing to do with size, carrying the ring without complaint despite the weight it must have been. Sam watched over him constantly, and Aragorn was grateful for that devotion. They camped in the wild and kept small fires, eating the provisions Rivendell had sent with them. Lembas bread and dried meat and water from streams they passed. The food was adequate and the company was competent. But Aragorn felt the weight of what they were attempting growing with every mile south. 9 people walking to Mordor with the ring. 9 people against Sauron's armies and the ring-wraiths and orcs beyond counting. The mathematics were impossible and everyone knew it, but they walked anyway because the alternative was surrender. If the ring could not be destroyed, then the war was already lost. So they walked toward Mount Doom and hoped that courage and fortune would be enough. Aragorn touched the Evenstar at night when the others were sleeping and thought of Arwen in Rivendell. She was aging toward mortality with every year that passed, and he was walking toward likely death with her choice hanging round his neck. The weight of it pressed against him alongside the weight of command and the weight of his heritage finally claimed. The 9 walkers moved south through winter country, and behind them Rivendell faded into distance and memory. Ahead lay the mountains and Moria and Lothlorien, and all the long, dangerous road beyond. The fellowship had formed, and the burden had been accepted. And now came the simple, grinding work of walking toward doom, and hoping they got there before the enemy stopped them. The sun set on their 5th day out, and Aragorn stood watch while the others slept. The fellowship was fragile and uncertain, 9 people bound by purpose rather than trust. But it was what they had, and it would have to be enough for the road ahead. They walked, and the weight of the ring and destiny both pressed down like mountains, and Aragorn led them south, toward whatever end was waiting. The mountain tried to kill them. Caradhras rose before the fellowship like a wall of white death, and when they attempted to pass, the weather turned against them with malice that felt personal. Snow fell so thick they could not see 10 feet ahead, and the wind cut through their cloaks like knives through cloth. Gandalf pushed them upward despite the conditions, insisting the pass was their best option. Aragorn disagreed but deferred to the wizard's judgment, and they climbed into weather that grew worse with every step. The hobbits struggled most, sinking into drifts that came up to their chests and having to be carried by the taller members. The snow became a blizzard and the cold became murderous. Aragorn felt it eating through his layers and draining warmth from his core, and if he was suffering, then the hobbits were dying. They huddled together for warmth when Gandalf finally called a halt, and Aragorn saw death approaching in their blue lips and shaking hands. The wizard tried to light a fire with magic, and the mountain responded with avalanche. Snow came down the slopes in a wave that buried them completely, and they dug themselves out with desperate haste before the cold could finish what the burial had started. Gandalf's face showed defeat as he admitted the pass was impossible. Retreat was worse than the climb. The fellowship stumbled back down the mountain with frostbite setting in and energy reserves exhausted. They reached the base with everyone intact but barely, and Aragorn knew how close they had come to losing the hobbits to simple, cold, and exposure. The choice now was between going back north or trying Moria. Gandalf favoured the mines despite his obvious reluctance, and Aragorn agreed because the alternatives were worse. The gap of Rohan would add weeks to their journey and take them near Isengard, where Saruman had grown strange. Moria was dangerous but direct, and time was working against them. They walked west along the mountain's feet toward the dwarf doors of Durin. The journey took days through country that was empty and cold, following paths that paralleled the mountains. Gimli spoke of Moria with pride and longing, describing the kingdom his people had built beneath the stone. Aragorn kept his doubts private. He had heard stories of Moria, of something that had driven the dwarves out and claimed the deep places for darkness. Gandalf knew those stories too, but was choosing to risk the mines anyway, and that suggested the wizard's confidence was partial at best. The doors appeared on a grey afternoon, set into the mountainside beside a dark pool. They were invisible until Gandalf made them reveal themselves, ancient dwarf work that had lasted millennia. The wizard studied the inscriptions and tried various words to open them, and nothing worked. The waiting grew tense as the sun set and shadows lengthened. Aragorn watched the surroundings and felt wrongness building. The pool beside the doors was too still and too dark, and something about it made his ranger instincts scream warnings. Gandalf finally spoke the right word, and the doors opened inward onto darkness absolute. The fellowship moved toward the entrance with weapons ready, and Aragorn felt the weight of the mountain pressing down even before they entered. Moria was vast and empty, and had been abandoned for reasons the dwarves did not discuss. Then the water moved. Something in the pool sensed their presence, and came for them with tentacles that lashed out of the darkness. Aragorn saw it grab Frodo and pulled the hobbit free, but more tentacles were coming, and the thing was enormous. They fled into Moria with the creature pursuing, and Gandalf brought the doors crashing down behind them to seal the entrance. The sound echoed through the darkness like thunder, and when it faded, they were left in absolute black beneath the mountain. The wizard made light with his staff, and it showed tunnels stretching ahead into depths that felt older than memory. Moria waited before them, leagues of abandoned kingdom where anything might be lurking. Behind them, the entrance was sealed by fallen stone, and the only way was forward into darkness. Aragorn stood at the threshold and felt the mountain pressing down, felt the weight of stone above and emptiness below. They were committed now to whatever lay ahead, had traded the dangers of weather for the dangers of going beneath the earth into a place the dwarves had fled. Gimli led them into the dark with his axe ready and his confidence unshaken. The others followed because there was no choice remaining. Moria would be their path or their tomb, and they would not know which until they either emerged on the far side or failed to emerge at all. The darkness swallowed them completely, and the mountain closed around them like a fist. "3 days in the dark taught them what fear meant. Moria stretched for leagues in every direction. Halls vast enough to swallow cities and tunnels that descended into depths where even Gimli's knowledge failed. They walked through emptiness that had once been kingdom, and the silence pressed against them like a living thing. The drums started on the 2nd day, deep booming sounds that echoed through the mines from somewhere behind them, slow and rhythmic and unmistakably deliberate. Something knew they were here and was following, gathering strength for an assault. Aragorn felt the hair on his neck rising and saw the same fear reflected in the others' faces. Gandalf drove them faster, pushing through exhaustion toward the eastern exit. The wizard knew something he was not sharing, some danger beyond the normal perils of the abandoned kingdom. His urgency infected the others, and they moved through the dark with growing desperation. The orcs found them in the chamber of Mzabul, hundreds of them pouring through the doors and down from the ceiling. A tide of corruption that filled the room with stinking bodies and crude weapons. The fellowship fought with their backs to the wall, holding a position that could not be held indefinitely. Aragorn killed until his arms ached and his sword grew heavy. Orcs fell, but more replaced them, endless numbers that suggested armies were gathering in the deep places. They were being herded toward something, driven like prey, toward a trap they could not see. Gandalf held the door while the others fled, and then the wizard came running with his face showing fear that Aragorn had never seen before. They ran through the halls while the drums grew louder and something vast was approaching from behind. The sound of its coming was like mountains walking, huge and terrible and unstoppable. The bridge appeared ahead, a narrow span of stone crossing a chasm that dropped into darkness without end. Gandalf drove them onto it and turned to face what followed. The Balrog came through the darkness like a nightmare made flesh, ancient and terrible and burning with fire that should not exist. Aragorn saw it and understood that running was futile. This was a demon from the deep places, older than Moria and stronger than anything mortal weapons could touch. Gandalf faced it alone on the bridge because only the wizard had power to match what approached. The Balrog's whip struck at Gandalf and the wizard held his ground, raising his staff and speaking words that made the air crack. The bridge beneath them shattered, stone falling away into the abyss and taking the demon with it. Gandalf stood at the edge, and Aragorn thought it was over, thought they had won against impossible odds. Then the whip lashed out one final time and caught the wizard's ankle. Aragorn lunged forward, but was too far to reach as Gandalf fell backward into the chasm. The wizard caught the edge for a moment, hanging over emptiness with the Balrog falling below him, and his eyes met Aragorn's across the distance. There were no words. Gandalf let go and fell into darkness, and the Fellowship stood on the far side of the broken bridge without their leader. Aragorn felt the weight of it settling onto his shoulders immediately, the burden of command and the loss of the one person who had truly understood what they were attempting. Boromir pulled at his arm, trying to get him moving. The orcs were still coming, and standing here meant death. Aragorn shook off the Gondorian's grip and backed away from the chasm, his eyes still fixed on where Gandalf had fallen. The wizard was gone, and the demon was gone, and what remained was chaos and grief. He got them moving through willpower alone. The Fellowship fled up endless stairs toward daylight that seemed impossible after days in darkness. Orcs pursued but fell away as the company climbed toward the surface, as if something about the upper levels kept the enemy at bay. They emerged into daylight that hurt eyes accustomed to darkness. The sun was setting and the world was grey and cold, and Aragorn led them away from the mountain with the company stumbling behind him. No one spoke because there were no words for what they had lost. They made camp in a hollow beyond sight of Moria's gates. The Fellowship collapsed in exhaustion and grief, and Aragorn stood watch because someone had to, and he could not bear to be still. Gandalf was dead, and the quest was failing, and he was leading 8 people toward doom, without the wizard's wisdom to guide them. Boromir approached him in the dark, and the Gondorian's face showed doubt and anger mixed together. The man wanted to turn back, wanted to take the ring to Gondor and use it in the defense of his city. The argument was logical and desperate, and Aragorn denied it with authority he did not entirely feel. The mission stood regardless of who led it. Frodo would carry the ring to Mordor, and the rest would protect him, and if they died in the attempt, then at least they died trying. Turning back or turning aside meant the enemy won, and that was unacceptable. Sam sat beside Frodo, and the other hobbits sat together, finding comfort in closeness. Gimli wept openly for Gandalf, and for his people's kingdom that had become a tomb. Legolas stood apart with elven grief that showed in stillness rather than tears. The fellowship was broken, and they were barely out of Moria, and the road ahead stretched impossible and long. Aragorn accepted the weight of leadership because there was no alternative. Gandalf had fallen, and someone had to guide the company forward, or the wizard's sacrifice meant nothing. The burden settled onto shoulders that were already carrying more than seemed sustainable. But Aragorn had been preparing for this burden all his life. The night deepened, and the company slept poorly, and Aragorn kept watch over them all. He was leader now, whether he wanted it or not, and the quest would continue under his command or fail under his command. Those were the only options remaining. Moria was behind them, and Gandalf was gone, and what lay ahead was uncertain and deadly. But they would face it together or die in the attempt, and Aragorn would lead them forward into whatever darkness waited. The wizard had fallen so the fellowship could survive. That sacrifice demanded they continue, demanded they reach Mordor and destroy the ring despite the cost. Aragorn would honor that demand or die trying, and there was no middle ground between those choices. The golden wood received them like shelter after storm. Aragorn led the fellowship into Lothlorien 3 days after Moria, and the elves who guarded the borders saw their grief and guided them to the heart of the forest. The Meloran trees rose around them impossibly tall, and the fellowship walked through light that fell green and gold through leaves that sang in the wind. Galadriel and Celeborn met them on Ciryn Amroth. The lady saw what they carried and what they had lost, and her eyes held understanding that needed no words. She gave them rest and safety, and for the first time since Gandalf fell, the fellowship could stop running. The days in Lothlorien passed outside normal time. Aragorn felt the wound of Gandalf's death slowly becoming bearable, grief settling into something he could carry instead of something that threatened to break him. The others healed in their own ways, finding what comfort they could in a place where beauty still existed despite the darkness pressing from outside. He walked with Galadriel in the gardens, and she spoke of the darkness growing and the choices that approached. The lady could see futures branching from present decisions, and what she saw carried weight that showed in her face. The fellowship was fragile, and the road ahead would break some of them before the end. She took them to her mirror, the basin of water that showed things past and present and possible. Frodo and Sam looked and saw visions that changed them, hardening them for what approached. Aragorn declined to look because he already knew enough about futures to understand that seeing more would not help. The hobbits trained in the Melian and learned to shoot with elven bows. Boromir grew quieter and more troubled, the ring calling to him in ways he tried to resist. Legolas found peace among his own kind, and Gimli was won over by Galadriel's beauty despite his people's ancient grudges. The fellowship knit itself back together slowly, becoming stronger at the broken places. Aragorn spent time alone thinking about leadership and the burden Gandalf had left him. The wizard had been certain and wise, qualities Aragorn did not feel he possessed. He was a ranger who had learned to command through necessity, not a leader who inspired through presence. The others followed him because there was no alternative, not because they believed he could guide them successfully. But belief or no belief, They needed leadership, and he was what they had. So he planned the route ahead and made decisions about supplies and timing, and tried to project confidence he did not entirely feel. The journey from Lothlorien to Mordor would take them through country where every mile carried death. Galadriel gave them gifts before they departed, cloaks that would hide them from unfriendly eyes, rope that would not break, and a light for Frodo that would shine in dark places. To Aragorn she gave nothing new because everything had already been given years ago. The even star that hung against his chest was gift enough, symbol of Arwen's choice and his own destiny. They stood together one evening, he and Galadriel, and spoke of Arwen without saying her name. The lady knew her granddaughter had chosen mortality, and her grief was visible despite her control. Aragorn carried that grief alongside his own, the knowledge that 3 people were paying prices for his choices. Arwen choosing death, Galadriel losing her granddaughter to mortality, and Aragorn carrying the weight of what they had surrendered. February came, and it was time to leave. The Fellowship had rested and healed and regained strength, but remaining longer would only delay the inevitable. They gathered their gifts and provisions, and Galadriel blessed them with words that felt more like farewell than encouragement. The lady knew some of them would not return. Her eyes held that knowledge when she looked at the company, weighing each person and seeing futures they could not. Aragorn met her gaze and understood she saw his death as a possibility, maybe even as a probability. He nodded acknowledgement, and she nodded back, to people who understood that some prices were worth paying. They departed Lothlorien on boats that would carry them down the Anduin toward Rhoros. The golden wood faded behind them, and the Fellowship moved into country that grew progressively darker. The river would take them south toward choices that could not be avoided much longer. Aragorn sat in the lead boat and felt leadership weighing on him like stone. The Fellowship trusted him to guide them because Gandalf had trusted him, and he would do his best to honor that trust. Whether his best would be sufficient remained to be seen. The boats moved south, and the river carried them toward decisions and dangers that waited ahead. Lothlorien was behind them, and safety was ending. And what came next would test them in ways the Golden Wood had not prepared them for. The Anduin flowed south through country that grew darker with each passing day. Aragorn guided the boats between rocks and currents, keeping them moving toward Rhoros, where they would have to make a choice, east toward Mordor or west toward Gondor, and the decision could not be delayed much longer. Boromir grew more troubled as they travelled. The Gondorian sat in his boat and stared at Frodo with intensity that made Aragorn's instincts scream warnings. The ring was calling to him, promising power and salvation for his city. Aragorn saw it happening and could not prevent it, could only watch and wait for the breaking he knew was coming. The Fellowship camped on the riverbanks at night, and the tension built like pressure in a sealed vessel. Boromir argued for turning west, for bringing the ring to Minas Tirith, where it could be used to defend Gondor. His arguments grew more insistent each evening, and the others began to avoid him because his obsession was obvious and uncomfortable. Aragorn tried speaking with him privately, reminding him that the ring corrupted everyone who tried to use it. Boromir listened but did not hear, his mind already twisted by the promises the ring whispered. The man was brave and loyal and losing himself to corruption he could not recognize, and there was nothing Aragorn could do to stop it. The days on the river blurred together into endless paddling and camping and growing unease. The fellowship that had knit itself together in Lothlorien was coming apart under pressure from the ring. Frodo felt it too, growing more withdrawn and suspicious as he sensed the desire surrounding him. The hobbit was alone in a company that increasingly wanted what he carried, and that isolation would force decisions soon. Aemon Hen appeared on the horizon on the 9th day, the hill of seeing that stood above the falls of Rose. They would camp there and rest before making the final choice. East to Mordor, or west to Gondor, or some other path that no one had yet proposed. The decision had been deferred through the journey, but could not be delayed any longer. They beached the boats at Parth Galen and made camp in the ruins of old statues that guarded the river. The place felt heavy with significance, as if events had been building toward this location since the Fellowship formed. Aragorn felt destiny pressing close and hated the feeling because destiny never favored those caught in its machinery. Frodo asked for time to think, and Aragorn granted it despite his misgivings. The hobbit wandered into the woods alone, and Boromir followed him soon after. Aragorn saw it happening and knew something was breaking, but he could not follow without making the situation worse. The confrontation between Boromir and Frodo needed to happen, or the tension would poison everything. He gathered the others and tried to keep them occupied while waiting for Frodo to return. The air felt thick with approaching crisis, and every moment that passed made Aragorn more certain that the choice was being made without him. The Fellowship was fragmenting, and he could feel it coming apart like rope under strain. Then Boromir came stumbling back through the trees, with his face showing shame and horror mixed together. The man had tried to take the ring and Frodo had fled, and now the hobbit was alone in the woods, with the choice facing him unguarded. Aragorn felt fury and understanding both, because Boromir had done what the ring demanded and now was destroyed by his own actions. He sent the others to search for Frodo and took Boromir aside. The Gondorian was weeping and trying to explain himself, words tumbling out in broken confession. Aragorn stopped him because explanations changed nothing. The ring had won and Frodo was gone, and what mattered now was finding the hobbit before worse things happened. But Aragorn knew in his bones that Frodo would not be found unless he wanted to be. The hobbit had faced temptation from someone he trusted and now would trust no one. The Fellowship was broken and choices were being made, and all Aragorn could do was respond to whatever Frodo decided. The woods around Parth Galen were empty and quiet. Somewhere in them a hobbit was choosing between companions and solitude, between the Fellowship's protection and the freedom to walk alone. Aragorn searched with growing desperation and found nothing. The choice was coming, and it would change everything. The orc horn sounded from the east while Aragorn was still searching for Frodo. The sound cut through the woods like a blade, and his blood went cold because he knew what it meant. Uruk-hai, the fighting orcs, bred by Saruman, and they were attacking while the Fellowship was scattered and vulnerable. He ran toward the sound and heard fighting ahead, the clash of weapons and shouting in voices he recognized. Merry and Pippin were in danger, and someone was defending them, buying time with their own blood. Boromir stood in a clearing surrounded by orc bodies. The Gondorian was fighting with desperate fury, protecting the two young hobbits who huddled behind him. Arrows jutted from his chest and shoulder, but he kept fighting, his sword rising and falling as more orcs pressed in. Aragorn saw immediately that he was too late to save him. He crashed into the orcs from behind and killed with efficiency born from decades of practice. His blade found gaps in armor and weak points in formation, and the Uruk-hai fell or broke away. But there were too many, and more were coming, and the hobbits were screaming as orcs grabbed them and fled. Aragorn had to choose. Pursue the hobbits or stay with Boromir, and either choice meant losing something that mattered. He chose to stay because Boromir was dying and the hobbits were already beyond his reach. The orcs vanished into the trees with their captives, and Aragorn knelt beside the fallen man. Boromir looked at him with eyes that showed he understood what had happened. The ring had corrupted him and driven him to madness, but at the end he had fought to protect the helpless ones. Redemption through sacrifice, buying back his honor with his own blood. Aragorn saw all of it in the man's face and found he could not hold anger against someone who had tried so hard to make amends. The Gondorian spoke with blood in his mouth, words about his father and Minas Tirith and his failure. Aragorn stopped him and told him the truth that mattered. He had died defending hobbits, had given his life for people who could not defend themselves. That was honor enough for any warrior, and more than most achieved. Boromir died with his hand gripping Aragorn's arm, and whatever darkness had taken him was gone at the end. He died clean, if not unburdened, and Aragorn closed his eyes with the respect due to fallen warriors who had fought beside him. Legolas and Gimli came running through the trees too late to help. They saw Boromir dead and the hobbits gone, and their faces showed the understanding that everything had changed. The Fellowship was broken beyond repair, and choices had been forced on them without time to consider alternatives. Sam and Frodo appeared at the edge of the clearing, and Aragorn understood immediately what had happened. Frodo had made his choice to go alone, and Sam had refused to let him. The two of them would take boats and cross the river, heading for Mordor without the Fellowship's protection. The ring-bearer was choosing solitude over the corruption he sensed in those around him. Aragorn let them go. Frodo was right to trust no one after what Boromir had done, and forcing the issue would only drive the Hobbit to more desperate measures. The mission was to get the ring to Mount Doom, and if Frodo believed he could do that better alone, then Aragorn would not stop him. But Merry and Pippin were captive, and the Uruk-hai were taking them somewhere for reasons Aragorn did not understand. Those hobbits deserved rescue and would die without it, and the choice before him became suddenly clear. Let Frodo go east with Sam while he went after the other two. He made the decision in seconds and spoke it to Legolas and Gimli. They would pursue the Uruk-hai, rescue the hobbits if possible, and trust Frodo to complete his part of the mission. The Fellowship was breaking along natural lines, each group doing what was needed rather than trying to hold together something that was already shattered. They built a funeral boat for Boromir and sent him over the falls, a Gondorian warrior returning to his city in the only way he could. Aragorn watched him go and felt the weight of failure settling onto his shoulders. He had been given command and the Fellowship had broken under his leadership, and now 3 paths led away from Amon Hen toward uncertain futures. Frodo and Sam were crossing the river in their boat, heading east toward Mordor and Mount Doom. Merry and Pippin were captive and being taken north by Uruk-hai for reasons unknown, and Aragorn stood with Legolas and Gimli at the breaking point of the Fellowship, preparing to chase orcs across Rohan in what might be a futile rescue attempt. The choice had been made. The Fellowship of the Ring was ended, and what remained were 3 separate missions that might or might not succeed. Aragorn accepted it because there was no alternative, because holding together what was broken would accomplish nothing. He gathered his weapons and checked his provisions, and then he started running north. Behind him, the boats that had carried them from Lothlorien sat empty on the shore, and ahead the Uruk-hai had hours of head start. The pursuit would be desperate and probably futile, but Merry and Pippin deserved the attempt. Legolas and Gimli ran beside him, and the three of them became the hunters pursuing prey that was faster and knew the country better. Boromir was dead, and the hobbits were captive, and Frodo was heading to Mordor alone. And Aragorn led his remaining companions north toward whatever waited in Rohan. The Fellowship was broken, but the mission continued in fragments. That would have to be enough. Aragorn stood at Parth Galen and watched the river where Frodo and Sam had disappeared. The two hobbits were rowing east in a stolen boat, heading toward Mordor without protection or guidance. Every instinct told him to follow and bring them back, to keep the ring-bearer under guard until they reached Mount Doom. But following would accomplish nothing except driving. Frodo to more desperate escapes, and the hobbit had already proven he would run rather than trust the Fellowship. The choice was already made, even if it felt like betrayal. Frodo was going to Mordor with Sam, and Aragorn was letting them go because forcing protection on someone who would not accept it was worse than useless. The ring-bearer had to want the help, or the help would become another form of corruption. Another weight pressing down on someone already carrying more than seemed possible. But Merry and Pippin were different. Those two had been taken against their will by Uruk-hai, who were carrying them north toward Isengard. The young hobbits had no chance of escape without rescue, would die, or worse, in Saruman's hands if no one came for them. They deserved someone fighting to save them, and Aragorn was the only one positioned to try. The mathematics were brutal, and he worked through them, standing beside Boromir's empty funeral boat. 9 companions had left Rivendell, and now they were scattered across Middle-earth, pursuing different parts of the same mission. Gandalf was dead, and Boromir was dead, and the ring was going to Mordor with 2 hobbits who had no training for war. The remaining 3 members of the Fellowship could either chase Frodo into the east or chase the Uruk-hai into the north, but they could not do both. Legolas and Gimli stood waiting for his decision, and Aragorn saw in their faces that they already knew what he would choose. The elf and the dwarf were warriors who understood that some battles were worth fighting even when the odds suggested futility. Rescuing captives from overwhelming enemy forces was exactly the kind of impossible task that defined what it meant to be part of the Fellowship. He spoke his decision aloud to make it real. They would run north after the Uruk-hai and attempt to rescue Merry and Pippin before the orcs reached Isengard. The pursuit would be desperate and the outcome was uncertain, but leaving the young hobbits to their fate was unacceptable. Frodo had made his choice to go alone, and Aragorn would respect that choice by letting him go. The irony was not lost on him. He had been given command when Gandalf fell, had become leader of the Fellowship through circumstance rather than desire, and his first major decision as leader was to let the Fellowship break completely, to send the ring to Mordor without him while he chased orcs across Rohan. Some would call it abandonment or failure of duty, and perhaps they would be right. But Aragorn had spent his life learning that leadership meant making choices between bad options and living with the consequences. Holding the fellowship together by force would have destroyed it more completely than letting it fragment naturally. Each group was now doing what they did best. Frodo was taking the ring toward destruction. Aragorn was pursuing enemies to rescue captives. Both missions mattered, and both required people willing to pay the price for attempting them. He thought of Boromir and the man's final stand protecting the helpless ones. The Gondorian had been corrupted by the ring, but had died defending hobbits with everything he had left. That redemption mattered more than the failure that preceded it, and Aragorn would honor it by finishing what Boromir had started. Merry and Pippin would be rescued, or he would die trying, and that was the only acceptable outcome. The sun was climbing higher, and the Uruk-hai had hours of head start. Aragorn checked his weapons and supplies one final time, making sure he carried nothing that would slow him down. The pursuit would require speed beyond what normal men could sustain, running for days without proper rest, while tracking enemies who moved fast and knew the country. Legolas could run without tiring for days, and Gimli had the endurance of his people, despite his shorter legs. Together, the three of them might close the gap before the orcs reached Isengard, might rescue the hobbits before they were taken beyond retrieval, might achieve something that justified breaking the fellowship and letting Frodo walk into darkness alone. Aragorn took one last look at the river where Frodo had disappeared, and then he turned north and started running. Behind him, Path Galen stood empty except for the boats that would never be used again. Ahead lay Rohan and orcs and desperate hope that they could catch the enemy before it was too late. Legolas and Gimli ran beside him, and the three hunters began their pursuit. The fellowship was broken, and the quest was fragmenting, but the mission continued because there was no alternative. Some things were worth attempting, even when success seemed impossible, and rescuing captured friends was one of those things. The choice was made, and the consequences would follow. Aragorn ran north toward whatever waited in Rohan, and left the ring's fate in the hands of two hobbits who were braver than anyone had expected. The pursuit began at a dead run and did not slow for 5 days. Aragorn tracked the Uruk-hai across Rohan, following signs that were hours old and growing colder with every mile. The orcs moved fast, despite carrying captives, driven by whatever orders Saruman had given them. The gap between hunters and hunted remained constant no matter how hard Aragorn pushed. They ran through country that was empty of settlements and full of grassland that stretched to every horizon. The plains of Rohan were vast and open, beautiful in a way that would have mattered if Aragorn had attention to spare for beauty. But he was focused on the tracks ahead and the distance that refused to close, and everything else was irrelevant noise. Legolas ran without visible effort, his elven endurance making the pace seem easy. Gimli struggled more with his shorter legs, but never complained and never asked to slow. The dwarf kept pace through willpower alone, and Aragorn respected that determination, even as he worried about how long it could be sustained. 5 days of running with minimal rest would break most warriors, but Gimli was holding together through sheer stubbornness. They ate while running and slept in shifts of a few hours, never stopping long enough for real rest. The pursuit was everything, and stopping meant losing ground they could not afford to lose. Aragorn's body screamed for proper sleep, and his feet were blistered inside his boots. But he pushed through pain and exhaustion because the hobbits were depending on him. The signs grew fresher on the third day, and Aragorn felt hope starting to build. The Uruk-hai was slowing for reasons he did not understand, possibly carrying wounded or dealing with dissent in their ranks. Whatever the cause, the gap was finally closing, and rescue was moving from impossible to merely desperate. His birthday came and went without acknowledgement on March 1st. 88 years old, and running across Rohan chasing orcs, and there was something fitting about that. He had spent most of his life in pursuit of one thing or another, and this was just another hunt in a long line of hunts. The years piled up behind him like stones, marking a path he could never retrace. The Rohirrim appeared on the morning of the fourth day. A company of riders led by someone who carried authority in his bearing. Aragorn hailed them and found himself facing Éomer, third marshal of the Mark and nephew to the king. The meeting was tense initially because the Rohirrim were hunting the same Uruk-hai and did not trust strangers, who appeared from nowhere with weapons drawn. But Éomer recognized quality when he saw it, recognized that three warriors who could run for days across the plains were not common bandits. Aragorn identified himself carefully, giving enough truth to establish credibility without revealing everything. He was a ranger hunting orcs who had taken captives, and that was all Éomer needed to know for now. The news the marshal brought was both hopeful and terrible. The Rohirrim had caught the Uruk-hai at the edge of Fangorn and killed them all in a night battle. The orcs were destroyed and their bodies burned. And if there had been hobbits among them, then the hobbits had either died or escaped into the forest. Aragorn felt hope and despair warring in his chest. The orcs were dead, but the hobbits might be dead with them, burned in the pile of bodies before anyone knew they were there. Or they might have escaped into Fangorn, which was barely better than death, given what lived in that ancient forest. Either way, the rescue had failed, and 5 days of desperate running had led to nothing but bodies and ashes. Éomer gave them horses and permission to search the battlefield, and then the marshal rode away with his company. The Rohirrim had their own troubles, and could not spare time for 3 strangers looking for hobbits who were probably dead. Aragorn understood and did not argue, just took the horses and rode toward Fangorn with Legolas and Gimli beside him. The battlefield was exactly as described. Orc bodies piled high and burned, the stink of it carrying for miles downwind. Aragorn dismounted and searched through the remains, looking for hobbit-sized bones, dreading what he would find. The search took hours and revealed nothing except more orc corpses and the debris of battle. No hobbits in the pyre meant they had either escaped or been taken away separately. Aragorn chose to believe they had escaped because the alternative was unbearable. The tracks around the battlefield were confused and overlapping, but he found small prints leading toward the forest that might have been made by creatures the right size. Fangorn rose before them like a wall of ancient trees, dark and threatening and full of things that predated kingdoms. The forest was dangerous and strange, home to powers that did not welcome outsiders. But if the hobbits had fled into those trees, then Aragorn would follow, because abandoning them now would make the 5-day pursuit meaningless. They rode toward the forest edge as the sun climbed toward noon. The trees seemed to watch them approach with awareness that went beyond natural growth. Aragorn felt the age of the place pressing against him, older than Rivendell, and stranger than anywhere he had been. Whatever lived in Fangorn was not friendly to those who entered uninvited, but the hobbits might be in there somewhere, lost or hiding, or captured by whatever walked beneath those ancient boughs. The three hunters had come too far to turn back now, had run themselves into exhaustion for 5 days, chasing hope that was growing thinner with every revelation. They would search Fangorn, or they would know for certain that the rescue had failed. Aragorn dismounted at the forest's edge and studied the shadows between the trees. Something was watching them from inside, and he could feel its attention like weight pressing against his awareness. Fangorn was awake and aware, and entering it without permission would carry consequences he could not predict. But the hobbits mattered more than his own safety, and if searching the forest meant facing whatever dwelled within, then he would face it. The three hunters had made their choice at Parth Galen, and the consequences were still unfolding, but they would see it through to whatever end was waiting. The forest waited, and the shadows moved, and Aragorn led his companions toward the trees. The forest closed around them like a fist. Fangorn was darker than it should have been, with the sun still high, and the trees felt aware in ways that made Aragorn's ranger instincts scream warnings. They moved slowly through undergrowth that seemed to shift and whisper, following traces of small footprints that might have been hobbit-sized, or might have been something else entirely. The trees watched them with hostility that was almost palpable. Aragorn felt it pressing against his awareness, the forest's anger at intruders who had entered without invitation. Legolas moved with uncharacteristic nervousness, and even Gimli was quiet, his usual bluster subdued by the weight of age that hung in the air like fog. They found signs of the hobbits, but the trail was strange, winding in circles and doubling back on itself, as if the forest had confused whoever made the tracks. Aragorn followed it as best he could, but the path made no sense, leading them deeper into Fangorn without clear direction or purpose. Something was guiding them, and it was not the hobbits. The light changed without warning. One moment they were walking through forest gloom, and the next a figure stood before them, wrapped in white that hurt to look at directly. Aragorn's hand went to his sword, and he felt Legolas and Gimli moving into fighting positions beside him. The figure was tall and radiating power that spoke of magic older than kingdoms. His first thought was Saruman. The White Wizard had fallen to corruption and would want revenge for the Fellowship's mission, would hunt them down and destroy them before they could interfere further. Aragorn felt despair mixing with anger, because if Saruman had found them then, the quest was over and the hobbits had died for nothing. But the figure moved wrong for Saruman, carried himself differently despite the white robes. Aragorn's eyes adjusted to the brightness, and he saw features beneath the hood that were familiar despite being impossible. The man before them was dead, had fallen into darkness beneath Khazad Dûm with a Balrog pulling him down. Gandalf was gone and could not be standing here in Fangorn, radiating light like the sun. Yet he was. The wizard threw back his hood, and Aragorn saw him clearly, transformed and renewed, but unmistakably the same person who had led them from Rivendell. Gandalf had fallen into shadow, fighting the Balrog, and somewhere in that falling he had died and been sent back. The Grey Pilgrim had become the White, elevated in power and authority to fill the void Saruman's corruption had created. The reunion was wordless at first, because words seemed inadequate. Aragorn and his companions had mourned Gandalf in Lothlorien, and carried his loss through everything that followed. Now he stood before them, alive and changed, and the shock of it was almost too much to process. Relief and joy and confusion all mixed together until Aragorn could not separate one emotion from another. Gandalf spoke of his fall and his return, explaining in terms that were half poetry and half mystery. He had fought the Balrog all the way down into the deep places beneath the mountain, had killed it at the cost of his own life, and then had been sent back because the work was not finished. The powers that governed such things had returned him stronger and clearer. The White Wizard, now that Saruman had abandoned his purpose. The wizard told them about Merry and Pippin, and Aragorn felt weight lifting from his shoulders that he had not fully acknowledged carrying. The hobbits were alive and had been taken by the Ents, the tree shepherds who walked Fangorn and protected its ancient borders. They were safe and being cared for, and the 5-day pursuit had not been futile after all. But Gandalf also spoke of greater urgency elsewhere. The war was accelerating, and Rohan needed help that only the 3 hunters could provide. Theoden was bewitched, and his kingdom was paralyzed, and without the Rohirrim's strength, Gondor would fall when Sauron's armies marched. The hobbits were safe with the Inthes, but Rohan was dying, and that was where Aragorn's path led next. The wizard gave them purpose and direction after days of desperate pursuit without clear goals. They would ride to Edoras and free Theoden from Saruman's influence, would rally the Rohirrim to defend their own land. The hobbits would do their part with the Ents, and the 3 hunters would do theirs in Rohan, and perhaps together they could turn the tide of a war that was spreading faster than anyone had predicted. Aragorn felt the weight of Gandalf's presence like armor settling back into place. The wizard's death had left him leading the fellowship with doubt and uncertainty constant companions. Now Gandalf was back, and the burden of sole leadership was lifted, replaced by partnership with someone who understood the larger patterns. He could be guide and warrior again, instead of trying to be both leader and strategist. They left Fangorn with Gandalf leading them toward where Shadowfax waited. The great horse had been Theoden's before Gandalf claimed him, and now he would carry the wizard toward Edoras and the work of waking a kingdom from its enchantment. Aragorn and his companions would follow on their lesser mounts, moving as quickly as horses could carry them toward a realm that was collapsing from within. The 3 hunters had found what they sought in Fangorn, though not in the form they expected. The hobbits were safe, and Gandalf was returned. And now the path ahead was clearer than it had been since Amon Hen. They would save Rohan or die trying, and trust that Frodo was doing his part toward destroying the ring. The forest released them, and they rode toward Edoras, with the White Rider leading. Behind them, Merry and Pippin were speaking with Ents about matters that would shake Isengard to its foundations. Ahead lay a poisoned king and a kingdom that needed saving. The fellowship was scattered across Middle-earth, but each piece was doing what was needed, and that would have to be sufficient. Aragorn rode behind Gandalf and felt hope returning after days of despair and doubt. The wizard was back, and the mission continued, and perhaps the impossible could be achieved after all. The ride to Edoras took hours, and the sun was westering when the Golden Hall appeared on its hill. Meduseld stood above the town with its thatch gleaming like gold in the late light, but the glory was surface only. Aragorn could see the decay underneath, guards who stood slack and a kingdom that had lost its purpose. Rohan was dying from the head down, and everyone could see it except the king. They climbed the steps to the hall and were met with suspicion and barely concealed hostility. The guards saw Gandalf, and their hands went to their weapons, and Aragorn understood that Saruman's influence had poisoned even the king's household. The White Council's enemy had spent years whispering in Theoden's ear through his counselor Wormtang, and now the entire realm was paralyzed by false counsel. The hall was dim and cold despite the season. Theoden sat on his throne, looking decades older than he should have been, bent and grey and barely present. Beside him stood Wormtongue, a thin man with calculating eyes who watched Gandalf's entrance with obvious alarm. Aragorn marked him immediately as the source of the corruption, Saruman's agent working to destroy Rohan from within. Gandalf wasted no time on diplomacy or careful words. The wizard confronted Wormtongue directly, and the councillor's denials were transparent and desperate. The man tried to have them arrested, but his authority was hollow, built on influence over a king who was barely conscious. When the guards hesitated, Aragorn knew the hold was breaking. The wizard turned his attention to Theoden and began working to break whatever enchantment held the king trapped. It was not magic in the obvious sense, but something subtler. Years of poison and false counsel that had convinced Theoden he was weak and failing. Wormtang had told him his age was catching up and his strength was gone, had isolated him from loyal advisors and fed him lies until the lies became reality. Gandalf spoke with authority that cut through the fog, reminding Theoden of who he had been and what his kingdom needed. The words were half command and half plea, calling the king back from wherever he had retreated. Aragorn watched the transformation happen slowly, Theoden's eyes clearing and his back straightening as the weight of false weakness fell away. Wormtang fled when he saw the king waking. The councillor ran from the hall, knowing his hold was broken and his life was forfeit if he stayed. Aragorn let him go because killing Saruman's agent would accomplish nothing, and Rohan needed its attention on larger threats. The traitor would carry news to Isengard, and Saruman would know his plans had failed, and perhaps that knowledge would make him desperate enough to make mistakes. Theoden rose from his throne like a man waking from nightmare. The king was old but not ancient, worn but not broken, and the strength that returned to him was real rather than false bravado. He called for his armor and his sword, and the household began to move with purpose that had been absent for years. Rohan was waking, and its king was leading that awakening. The news from the borders was grim. Saruman had raised an army at Isengard, and was preparing to march on Rohan's western settlements. The forces were massive, and included Uruk hybrid for war, and the scattered defenders of the Mark could not stand against them. Theoden needed to gather his strength and meet the threat, but time was against him and the enemy was already moving. Gandalf counselled retreat to Helm's Deep, the ancient fortress in the mountains that could withstand siege. The people of the western settlements would flee there and the fighting men would gather to defend them. It was abandonment of territory, but it was survival, trading land for time to organize a defense that might hold. Theoden accepted the counsel because he trusted Gandalf, and because the alternatives were worse. The king called for the muster, and riders went out across Rohan, carrying word that everyone was to retreat to Helm's Deep. The kingdom would make its stand in the fortress and either hold or fall, but at least the stand would be made with organization rather than scattered desperation. Aragorn watched the preparations and felt time's pressure building. Saruman's army was already marching, and the evacuation would take days. They would reach Helm's Deep with enemies close behind. would have to prepare defenses while refugees were still arriving. The mathematics were brutal and the margins impossibly thin. But Theoden was awake and Rohan was rallying, and that was more than they had possessed that morning. The king was old but capable, and his people were hardy folk who would fight to defend their homes. With Gandalf's guidance and proper leadership, they might hold long enough for help to arrive or for the enemy to make mistakes. The sun set on Adoras and preparations continued into the night. Aragorn worked alongside the Rohirrim, organizing supplies and weapons, planning the march to Helm's Deep and the defense that would follow. The work was familiar from decades of leading rangers, and he fell into the rhythm of command without thinking. Éowyn appeared during the preparations, Theoden's niece and a warrior in her own right, despite her gender. She moved through the hall with authority and competence, and Aragorn noted her skill at organization. The woman would have made a good commander if Rohan's traditions had allowed it. But instead she was relegated to protecting those who fled while the men rode to war. The Golden Hall was coming alive, and Rohan was preparing for battle. Aragorn felt the weight of what approached and accepted it because there was no alternative. They would ride to Helm's Deep and defend it against Saruman's army, and trust that their strength would be sufficient for the trial ahead. The kingdom was waking and the war was coming, and Aragorn stood ready to fight for people who were not his own in defense of a realm that owed him nothing. The army reached Helm's Deep with Saruman's forces hours behind them. The fortress stood in the mountains like a promise of safety, ancient walls built to withstand siege and a keep that had never fallen. Aragorn saw immediately that it would not be enough. The refugees were still arriving, and the defenders numbered perhaps 2,000 against an army that looked like 10,000 in the valley below. Theoden organized the defense with the competence of someone who had led men before his years of enchantment. The king placed archers on the walls and fighters at the gates, and assigned Aragorn to command the section where the wall was weakest. It was acknowledgement of skill and a test both, giving the Northern Ranger responsibility for the point most likely to break. The night came cold and moonless. Saruman's army gathered in the valley below like a dark sea, and the sound of them was like thunder rolling continuously. Uruk, high by the thousands, bred for war and carrying ladders and siege equipment. They would come at the walls in waves and keep coming until either the defenders broke or the PH attackers ran out of bodies to throw forward. Aragorn stood on the wall with Legolas beside him and prepared for the longest night of his life. The elf could see in darkness and would call targets for the archers. Aragorn would command the defense and make decisions about when to hold and when to fall back. Between them, they would try to keep this section of wall from collapsing under the assault that was coming. The attack began with arrows and fire. Uruk high archers testing the defenders and trying to suppress return fire. Aragorn kept his men behind the crenellations and waited for the real assault. The arrows were just preparation for what would follow when the siege ladders came up, and the fighting turned to blade work. The ladders hit the walls like battering rams, and Uruk-hai came swarming up them with weapons ready. Aragorn killed the first one to reach the top and pushed the ladder back, sending a dozen orcs falling to their deaths. But more ladders were coming up, and the wall was long and the defenders were too few to cover everything. The fighting became desperate quickly. Aragorn moved along the wall, directing defenders and killing anything that reached the top. His sword arm grew heavy and his breathing harsh. But stopping meant the section would collapse and the fortress would fall. Legolas shot with mechanical precision, dropping Uruk-hai before they could set their ladders or rally their forces. Gimli held the stairs with his axe and kept enemies from flanking their position. Hours passed in blood and exhaustion. The Uruk-hai came in waves that seemed endless, climbing over their own dead to reach the walls. Aragorn lost count of how many he killed, lost track of everything except the immediate need to keep the enemy from breaking through. Men fell around him, and he could not spare time to check if they were dead or wounded, could only step over them and keep fighting. The wall was breached near midnight when Uruk-hai brought explosive charges that blew a hole in the stone. Aragorn saw it happen and knew immediately that the defense was failing. The enemy was pouring through the gap, and the defenders were being pushed back toward the keep. Theoden pulled everyone inside and prepared to make a last stand in the hall where his ancestors had held against previous sieges. The situation was hopeless, and everyone knew it. They were trapped in the keep with the enemy controlling the outer walls. And when dawn came, Saruman's forces would break down the doors and finish what they had started. Aragorn stood in the hall with his sword notched and his armor dented, and calculated how long they could hold before being overrun. Theoden looked at him, and something passed between them. Recognition that death was close, but that dying well still mattered. The king would not surrender, and would not beg for mercy from Saruman. If Rohan was ending, then it would end with its people fighting to the last, and that was honor enough when nothing else remained. Dawn approached, and Aragorn made a suggestion that was half desperation and half defiance. Ride out and meet the enemy in the open. Charge into their strength and die with weapons swinging, instead of waiting to be slaughtered. It was suicide, but it was also the only choice that gave them any agency over their deaths. Theoden accepted immediately because it matched his nature and his people's traditions. The Rohirrim would ride one final time, would charge into impossible odds and take as many enemies with them as possible. The king called for horses, and his remaining fighters, mounted with weapons ready for the last battle. They rode out at dawn with Theoden leading, and Aragorn beside him. The charge down the causeway toward the army that waited below. Sunlight breaking over the mountains and showing the true size of the enemy they were attacking. It should have been the end of everything, a desperate final gesture before annihilation. But the forest had come. Horns from Fangorn walking on the wind, surrounding Saruman's army and killing with the slow, inexorable patience of ancient trees taking revenge. The Uruk-hai panicked and broke, running from the forest and straight into the Rohirrim's charge. What should have been suicide became victory, the enemy caught between cavalry and the awakened trees. The battle ended with Saruman's army destroyed and Helm's Deep holding. Aragorn stood in the aftermath with his sword dripping and his body beyond exhaustion, and felt the weight of surviving when death had seemed certain. The long night was over, and Rohan had held, bought with blood and desperate courage and the unexpected aid of powers older than kingdoms. Theoden's people began the grim work of clearing bodies and tending wounded. The victory was real, but the cost had been terrible, and the defenders who remained were few. Aragorn helped where he could, and felt every one of his 88 years pressing down. But Rohan had survived, and Saruman's strength was broken. That would matter in the larger war, even if the price for achieving it had been almost unbearable. The ride to Isengard took a day through country that showed the scars of Saruman's industry. Trees had been cut and burned, the land torn up for forges and war machines. The wizard had transformed a beautiful valley into something that served only destruction, and the evidence of his corruption was visible in every direction. Orthanc rose from the plain like a black fang, impossibly tall and smooth. The tower had been built by Namanor-esque craftsmen in ages past, and could not be broken by any force Saruman commanded. But the land around it was flooded. Treebeard's dam, having broken and drowned the fires that had fed the wizard's war machine. Isengard was ruined, and its master was trapped in his own tower. Merry and Pippin sat at the gates like guards, smoking pipeweed and looking entirely too pleased with themselves. The hobbits had survived capture and the march and the destruction of Isengard, and now they were lounging in the wreckage like it was all some grand adventure. Aragorn felt relief so intense it made his knees weak, seeing them alive and apparently unharmed. The reunion was brief, because Gandalf was already riding toward the tower where Saruman waited. Aragorn followed with Theoden and the others, leaving the hobbits to their pipeweed and their stories. Whatever had happened with the ENTs could wait until more immediate business was concluded. Saruman appeared at the top of Orthanc, with his voice still carrying power despite his defeat. The wizard had been mighty once, leader of the White Council and wisest of the Istari. Now he was reduced to threats and bargaining from a tower he could not leave. His army destroyed and his plans in ruins, but his voice remained persuasive. Honeyed words that tried to work on Theoden's doubts and offer alliance that was really subjugation. Gandalf cut through the deception with words that were hard and final. Saruman had fallen and would not be given another chance to corrupt or destroy. His staff was broken and his power stripped, leaving him nothing but the tower and whatever years remained to contemplate his failure. The confrontation was brief and terrible, and when it ended, Saruman was diminished to something pathetic rather than dangerous. Something came flying from the tower as they turned to leave. A dark sphere that Pippin caught without thinking, heavy and perfectly smooth. Gandalf took it immediately, with his face showing alarm and understanding mixed together. The Palanta, one of the 7 seeing stones of Númenor, had been in Orthanc all along, and Saruman had been using it to communicate with powers he should have feared. The wizard wrapped the stone and carried it carefully, and Aragorn felt cold dread settling into his stomach. The Palantiri were dangerous, even when used with right intent, showing truth mixed with lies in ways that corrupted judgment. Saruman had looked into this stone and been twisted by what he saw, and now it was in their possession with all the danger that implied. They rode away from Isengard, with the Palanta secured and the hobbits reclaimed. The 2 young ones had stories to tell about Ints and the destruction of Saruman's fortress, but those stories would wait for calmer moments. Right now, they needed to get distance from Orthanc and decide what to do with a seeing stone that could reach across Middle-earth to whoever else held its paired crystals. Aragorn thought about the stone through the ride back to Adora's. 7 had been made and scattered across the realms of Numenor's exiled kingdoms. 1 was in Minas Tirith in Denethor's keeping. 1 had been in Orthanc in Saruman's hands. Others were lost or hidden, and 1 at least was in Barad-dûr, where Sauron used it to spread his influence across distance. The network was corrupted and dangerous, but it was also a tool that could be used if someone had the strength to master it. The thought grew in his mind like a seed taking root. He was heir of Numenor, and the stones had been made for his ancestors to communicate across their kingdoms. He had the right and the bloodline to use the Palantir, and using it could serve purposes that mere secrecy could not. But the danger was real, and the stone had already destroyed one wizard. Trying to master it might destroy him as well. He said nothing of his thoughts during the ride, but the stone's presence weighed on him like a physical burden. Power and danger mixed together, waiting for someone brave or foolish enough to attempt what Saruman had failed. The right to use it was his by blood, but having the right meant nothing if using it broke him. They reached Aedoras as night was falling, and the Golden Hall welcomed them back. Theoden's kingdom had survived, and Saruman was defeated, and the hobbits were safe despite everything. The victory was real, even if the cost had been steep, and Rohan would recover given time. But time was the one thing they did not have. Gandalf spoke of greater urgency and the need to move quickly. The war was accelerating, and Gondor would need help soon, and the Palantir was a danger that could not be ignored. Decisions were approaching that would shape everything, and Aragorn felt them building like storm clouds on a clear horizon. The stone waited in Gandalf's keeping, wrapped and hidden but present. Aragorn could feel its call even through the protections, beckoning to someone who had the right to use it. The temptation was real and would grow stronger with time. But for now they had survived Isengard and reclaimed the hobbits. That was enough for one day. Aragorn took the Palantir that night when the others were sleeping. He unwrapped it carefully and felt the weight of carved stone in his hands, smooth and cold and humming with power that had lasted millennia. The Seeing Stone of Numenor, made for his ancestors to communicate across their scattered kingdoms. His by right of blood, if he had the strength to master it. The decision had been building since Sauron held a Palantir in Barad-dûr and used it to project his will across Middle-earth. Saruman had looked into his stone and been corrupted by what he saw, twisted until he became servant rather than opponent. But Aragorn was not Saruman, and his claim to the stones was direct rather than borrowed. He could use this tool if he could survive the using. He sat in the darkness of his chamber and placed the stone before him. The surface was black as night sky and perfectly smooth, showing nothing until someone with the right looked into it with purpose. Aragorn steadied his breathing and his will, preparing for whatever would come when he opened himself to the stone's power. The vision hit him like a wave. Suddenly he could see across vast distances, the stone showing him views that shifted and changed as his attention moved. He saw Minas Tirith white against mountains, and Mordor's darkness spreading like infection. He saw armies gathering and battlefields waiting, saw the war spreading across Middle-earth in patterns that were terrible and clear. Then he felt the other presence. Sauron was there, in the stone, reaching through the connection to find who dared use the Palantir. The enemy's attention was vast and crushing, weight that would break normal minds like twigs under boot. Aragorn felt it pressing against his consciousness and held firm, refusing to bend or flee. He revealed himself deliberately. Isildur's heir, rightful king of Gondor and Arnor, claiming his heritage openly for the first time in his life. The announcement was not words, but pure assertion, showing Sauron exactly who opposed him and what bloodline stood against the darkness. Aragorn held nothing back, presenting himself fully and daring the enemy to acknowledge what that meant. Sauron's response was fury and miscalculation combined. The enemy saw the heir of Isildur and immediately assumed the worst. The ring had been cut from his hand by Isildur's blade, and now Isildur's heir was revealing himself with the confidence of someone who possessed power. Sauron concluded that Aragorn had claimed the ring and was preparing to use it, and that assumption would shape everything that followed. Aragorn felt the conclusion forming and did nothing to correct it. Let Sauron believe the ring was found and claimed by someone with the blood to potentially master it. Let the enemy's attention turn toward Gondor and away from the true threat. Two hobbits walking through Mordor's back door, with the ring heading toward destruction. The deception was not planned, but it served purposes that careful strategy could not have achieved. The contest of wills continued until Aragorn finally broke the connection through effort that left him shaking. He wrapped the stone quickly and sat in darkness, feeling his heart hammering and his hands trembling. The Palantir had shown him truths he could not unsee and let him challenge power that could crush kingdoms. He had survived, but the cost showed an exhaustion that went beyond physical tiredness. Gandalf found him at dawn and knew immediately what had happened. The wizard's face showed concern and approval mixed together. Understanding that Aragorn had taken a terrible risk but had achieved something valuable, Sauron now believed the ring was claimed and would pour his attention toward Gondor, leaving the real ring-bearer unnoticed in his desperation to prevent Isildur's heir from mastering the weapon. The strategic implications were immediate. They needed to move toward Gondor quickly, needed to draw Sauron's attention and hold it while Frodo completed his mission. The deception would only work if Aragorn played his part convincingly. If he moved openly toward claiming the throne and made himself a target too obvious to ignore. Everything depended on making Sauron believe the lie that Aragorn had created in the Palantir. Theoden was called, and plans were made. The Rohirrim would ride to Gondor's aid when the call came, would commit their strength to the defense of Minas Tirith. Aragorn would go ahead with a smaller company, moving quickly toward the White City and the confrontation that was building. The pieces were moving into their final positions, and the endgame was approaching. Aragorn felt the weight of what he had done settling onto shoulders that already carried too much. He had revealed himself to the enemy and set events in motion that could not be stopped. The throne he had avoided claiming for 88 years was now something he had to reach for, or the deception would fail and Frodo would be discovered. There was no hiding anymore, and no more delay. He had committed himself publicly to Sauron, and now he had to follow through, or everything would collapse. The Palantir was wrapped and stored, too dangerous to use again, but too valuable to discard. Aragorn carried the memory of what he had seen and felt, the crushing weight of Sauron's attention and the vast scope of the war spreading. The stone had shown him truth and let him plant a lie, and both would matter in the days ahead. The time for subtlety was over. The heir of Isildur had revealed himself and challenged the enemy openly. Now came the work of making that challenge real. The entrance to the mountain was a black mouth that seemed to breathe cold air like a living thing. Aragorn stood before it, with Legolas and Gimli beside him, and behind them 30 rangers of the north who had come south at his call. The Dúnedain would follow him into darkness because he was their chieftain. but their faces showed they understood this might be the last journey any of them made. The paths of the dead had been sealed for thousands of years, blocked by fear and curse and the knowledge that those who entered did not return. The Oathbreakers dwelt within, men who had sworn to fight for Isildur and then broken that oath when it mattered most. They had been cursed to remain until Isildur's heir called them to fulfill what they had promised. And now Aragorn was that heir coming to demand payment. Elrond's sons were there too, Elladan and Elrohir having ridden from Rivendell with the Rangers. They brought word from their father and a gift that made Aragorn's breath catch. The shards of Narsil reforged, the sword remade and named Andril, Flame of the West. He took it from their hands and felt its balance. 3,000 years of waiting ended in steel that would not break again. The sword gave him what he needed to enter the mountain. He was Isildur's heir, carrying Isildur's blade, coming to claim what his ancestor had left unclaimed. The dead would answer or they would kill him trying, and either way the uncertainty would end. They entered the darkness, and the mountain closed around them. The path descended into stone that was older than kingdoms, carved by hands that were dust before Numenor rose from the sea. The air was cold and still and wrong, carrying the sense of presence without sound or movement. The dead were watching and weighing, and Aragorn felt their attention like pressure against his skin. Legolas walked close with his hand on Aragorn's shoulder, the elf's courage strained by the wrongness that filled this place. Gimli muttered prayers to Aule, and kept his axe ready, despite knowing it would be useless against what dwelt here. The Rangers followed because they had sworn to follow, but Aragorn could feel their fear like a living thing pressing from behind. The first of the dead appeared as green light that illuminated nothing. They stood across the path with weapons that were not quite visible, blocking the way forward. Their king came forth, and his voice was wind through empty halls, demanding to know who dared disturb their cursed existence. Aragorn named himself fully for the second time in days, heir of Isildur, wielder of the sword that had been broken and reforged, king of Gondor, come to claim the oath his ancestor had been owed. The dead had sworn to fight for Isildur, and then fled when the need was greatest, and now the time had come to fulfill that oath or face judgment that would end them utterly. The dead king challenged his claim, and Aragorn drew Andúril. The sword blazed with light that had nothing to do with fire, illuminating the cavern with brightness that showed the army of Oathbreakers filling the space. Thousands of them standing in ranks that had waited millennia for this moment, cursed to neither live nor die until Isildur's heir released them. He gave them terms that were simple and final. Follow him to war, and the oath would be fulfilled. Fight for the heir of Isildur as they should have fought for Isildur himself, and at the end of that service their curse would be lifted. They would pass beyond the world and find whatever rest waited for those who had made and broken and finally kept their promises. The dead king bowed, and the army bowed with him, acceptance given after 3,000 years of waiting. They would follow Aragorn to war and fight with the strength of those who had nothing left to lose. The curse that had held them would be their weapon, fear made manifest that would break living enemies without need for steel. Aragorn led them out of the mountain with the dead following like mist at his back. The Rangers emerged into daylight, looking like they had aged years in hours, and Legolas and Gimli were silent with the weight of what they had witnessed. But the dead came forth at Aragorn's command. an army that could not be killed marching south toward Gondor and the war that waited. The gamble had succeeded, but the cost showed in everyone who had made the journey. Aragorn felt the dead at his back like cold wind, their presence a constant reminder of the power he had claimed and the responsibility that came with it. He had summoned an army of cursed spirits and promised them release, and now he had to deliver both the battle and the absolution. They rode south with death following behind them, heading toward the coast where ships waited and battles needed winning. The dead would fight for him because the oath demanded it, and when the fighting ended he would release them to whatever came after. That was the bargain, and he would keep it because he was Isildur's heir and his word was binding. The paths of the dead were behind them, and an army of oathbreakers marched south. Gondor would have helped from the most unexpected source, and the enemy would face weapons that could not be turned aside by force. The journey south through Lothlórien showed Aragorn how completely Sauron's attention had shifted. Enemy forces were moving north toward Minas Tirith in numbers that would overwhelm any normal defense, and the southern lands were being stripped of fighters to feed that assault. The armies of Herod and the corsairs of Umbar were converging on Gondor's capital, and the dead marching at Aragorn's back were invisible to those who should have seen them coming. The people they passed fled in terror from the Grey Company. Rangers and dead together looked like something from nightmare, and word spread ahead of them that doom was walking through the southern provinces. Aragorn regretted the fear, but could not prevent it, and speed mattered more than comfort. They needed to reach the coast before the Corsair fleet sailed north to attack Gondor from the river. The Corsairs were preparing to depart when Aragorn's company reached Pelargir. Black ships filled the harbour with crews loading weapons and supplies for the assault on Minas Tirith. The fleet was massive and would carry thousands of enemies up the Anduin to strike at the city's undefended river gate. Stopping them required force that could overcome impossible odds, and Aragorn had brought exactly that force with him. He unleashed the dead at the docks and watched them sweep through the Corsair positions like wind through grass. The Oathbreakers could not be fought by normal means, and the terror they inspired was a weapon more effective than steel. The Corsairs broke and fled, abandoning ships and weapons in their desperation to escape what had come for them. Those who stood and fought died, screaming as the dead passed through them like mist that carried death. The harbour was taken in less than an hour, with minimal losses among the living. The rangers secured the ships while the dead stood watch, and Aragorn walked among vessels that would carry Gondor's salvation north instead of her destruction. The fleet was his by right of conquest and by necessity both, and he would fill it with fighters who could turn the tide at Pelennor Fields. Word had spread through the southern provinces that something strange was happening at Pelargir. Men came to investigate and found rangers holding Corsair ships with an army of dead standing guard. Aragorn called for volunteers to sail north and fight for Gondor, and to his surprise, the southern folk responded. They had seen the dead and understood that powers were moving that went beyond normal war, and they were willing to follow wherever those powers led. The ships filled with fighters over 2 days, while Aragorn coordinated supplies and organization. The dead remained visible to those with the sight to see them, a grey host standing patient and terrible at the edge of perception. Their presence kept order and prevented any thought of mutiny or desertion. because who would dare oppose a commander who led an army of cursed spirits? They sailed north on the third day, with the dead filling ships that appeared empty to normal sight. Aragorn stood at the prow of the lead vessel and watched the river flow past, carrying them toward battle that would decide Gondor's survival. The timing was impossibly tight and depended on reaching Pelennor Fields at exactly the right moment. But Gandalf had counselled speed, and Aragorn trusted the wizard's sense of when things needed to happen. The dead was silent through the journey, neither speaking nor showing any sign of impatience. They had waited 3,000 years and could wait a few days more, as long as the oath was fulfilled at the end. Aragorn felt their presence constantly and wondered what it cost them to remain trapped between life and death for so long. The curse had been cruel but just, punishment matching the crime of oath-breaking when the need was greatest. The Anduin carried them north through country that grew progressively darker. Smoke rose in the distance from fires burning at Minas Tirith, and refugees clogged the roads, fleeing whatever was happening at the capital. Aragorn pushed the fleet faster, using every hour of daylight and some of darkness, racing to reach the battle before it was decided. They passed the last bend in the river on the morning of March 15th, and Pelennor Fields appeared ahead. The sight was worse than Aragorn had feared. Minas Tirith was besieged and burning, its outer wall breached and enemies pouring through. The Rohirrim had arrived and were fighting desperately, but they were outnumbered and being pressed back toward destruction. The battle was reaching its crisis, and the outcome was balanced on the edge of disaster. Aragorn ordered the black sails raised so the defenders would see corsair ships approaching and feel despair. The deception was cruel but necessary, because the surprise when the dead emerged would be more effective if preceded by false hope destroyed. The fleet sailed up the Anduin with black sails showing, and on Pelennor Fields the fighting paused as both sides saw what appeared to be reinforcements for the enemy. Then Aragorn gave the order, and the dead poured forth from the ships like fog made deadly. The Oathbreakers swept across Pelennor Fields and through enemy formations, unstoppable and terrible, and exactly what the battle needed. The Corsairs and Haradrim broke before them, and what had been Sauron's victory became his defeat in the space of minutes. Aragorn came ashore with Anduril drawn, and the standard of Elendil flying above him. The heir of Isildur had arrived with an army of the dead at his command, and Gondor's salvation had come from the most unexpected direction. The battle was turning, and the enemy was fleeing, and Aragorn led his grey company forward to finish what the Rohirrim had started. The dead fought without mercy because mercy was not in their nature anymore. They had been cursed for breaking an oath, and now they were keeping it with the single-minded focus of those who wanted only to be free. Aragorn watched them sweep the field clean of enemies, and felt satisfaction mixed with pity for what they had become. The battle was won, but the dead service was not complete. One more fight waited beyond this one, and when that was finished, Aragorn would release them to whatever rest they had earned through millennia of cursed existence. The dead swept across Pelennor Fields like a tide that nothing could turn back. Aragorn followed in their wake with rangers and southern fighters, finishing what the Oathbreakers started. The Haradrim and Easterlings broke before the grey host, fleeing toward Mordor or dying where they stood. Fear was the weapon that mattered here, and the dead wielded it with precision that 3,000 years of waiting had perfected. The Rohirrim rallied when they saw the black ships unloading salvation instead of destruction. Theoden had fallen in the earlier fighting, and Eomer now led the riders, and the marshal recognized immediately what Aragorn had brought. The dead could not be stopped by mortal weapons, and felt no fear or fatigue, making them perfect for breaking an army that still outnumbered the defenders by thousands. Aragorn fought through the chaos toward the city's gates where the last enemy stronghold held. Trolls and orcs had broken through the outer defenses and were trying to force entry to the inner circles. Andril blazed in his hand, and the dead moved around him like mist, clearing paths through enemies that would have overwhelmed normal fighters. The battlefield was littered with bodies from both sides. The Rohirrim had paid terribly for their charge, and Gondor's defenders had been pushed to breaking. But the tide was turning now that the dead had come, and the enemy's forces were retreating toward the river or the mountains. What should have been Sauron's victory was becoming his defeat, though the cost to achieve it was written in blood across the fields. The city's defenders emerged from the gates as the pressure eased. Aragorn saw them coming and recognized the formation of Gondor's guard. Men who had held impossible positions while waiting for help that had seemed unlikely to arrive. They joined the fight with renewed strength, knowing that the battle was shifting and survival was possible. The dead showed no emotion as they killed. They were fulfilling an oath that had bound them for millennia, and nothing else mattered except completing that service. Aragorn watched them move through enemy formations and felt the weight of what he had summoned. These were men who had failed once and were now making amends in the only way left to them, buying redemption through violence that would finally free them. By afternoon, the field was clearing. Enemy forces were scattered or destroyed, fleeing east toward Mordor with the dead pursuing until Aragorn called them back. The battle was won and Pelennor Fields belonged to the defenders, though the price showed in bodies that covered the ground and smoke that rose from the burning city. Aragorn stood among the aftermath and released the dead from their oath. The words were formal and final, spoken with authority that came from his bloodline and his right. The Oathbreakers had fought as they should have fought for Isildur, had kept their promise 3,000 years late, but kept it nonetheless. The curse was lifted, and they were free to pass beyond the world. The dead faded like mist in sunlight, leaving only memory and the battlefield they had helped win. Aragorn watched them go and felt satisfaction that justice had been served. They had been cursed for breaking an oath, but had finally fulfilled it, and that was all anyone could ask after so long in darkness. The survivors began gathering wounded and counting dead. Theoden had fallen, and Eowyn with him, though the king's niece showed signs of life when healers reached her. The Rohirrim mourned their king and prepared his body for the rites he was owed. Gondor's defenders collapsed in exhaustion now that the immediate danger had passed. Aragorn moved through the field toward the city's gate. He needed to enter Minas Tirith and assess the damage, needed to meet whoever commanded the defense and coordinate next steps. The battle was won, but the war continued, and Sauron would respond to this defeat with fury that would test everyone who had survived. The gates opened for him, and guards snapped to attention. Seeing Andril and the Elendil banner and understanding who approached, Aragorn entered the White City for the second time in his life, and this time he came not as Thorongil, the wandering captain, but as himself, the heir of Isildur, walking openly toward whatever came next. The dead were gone, and their oath was fulfilled. The battle was won, and Gondor still stood. Aragorn had delivered what he promised and proved what his bloodline meant. And now came the work of leading people who were broken and exhausted toward a war that was still building. The healers brought Aragorn to the houses of healing where the worst wounded waited. Faramir lay fevered and close to death, poisoned by a Nazgul blade that had struck him on the retreat from Osgiliath. Éowyn was beside him in similar state, having faced the Witch King himself and survived at terrible cost. Merry, the hobbit, had been hurt by proximity to powers he should never have encountered, his arm black and cold where the Ringwraith's presence had touched it. Aragorn sent for Athelas, and the healers looked confused because Kingsfoil was a simple weed they used for headaches and minor ills. But he knew its true properties when used by hands that carried the right bloodline, knew that Númenórean healing arts had been lost along with the kings who practiced them. The herb would work for him as it worked for his ancestors if his heritage was real and his claim was legitimate. The Aphelios came and he crushed it in hot water, releasing fragrance that filled the room with spring and memory. The scent carried healing in ways that went beyond medicine, speaking to something deeper than wounds in flesh. Aragorn bent over Faramir first and called him back from the darkness where the poison was pulling him. The steward's son woke gradually, his fever breaking and his colour returning as the Athelas did its work. The healers watched in amazement, because they had seen men die from such wounds, and here was one returning to life through means. They did not understand. Aragorn moved to Éowyn next, and the process repeated, the Shield Maiden fighting her way back to consciousness with the herb's help. Merry was easier because his wound was less severe, though the darkness in his arm needed attention that normal healing could not provide. Aragorn worked the Athelas into the cold flesh and watched feeling return where none had been. The hobbit woke confused and in pain, but alive, and that was all that mattered. Word spread through the city faster than Aragorn expected. The healing had been witnessed by enough people that rumour could not distort what had happened. The hands of the king were the hands of a healer. The old saying went, and Aragorn had just proven that saying true. His bloodline was real, and his claim was legitimate, because only Númenór's kings could make Athelas work that way. He did not seek recognition or acclaim, left the houses of healing as soon as the worst cases were stable. But the people he passed looked at him differently now, seeing not just a warrior who had brought the dead to save them, but the heir of kings who could heal with touch and herb. The two together made an argument that was hard to deny. Gandalf found him in the citadel later, and the wizard's eyes showed satisfaction. The healing had been necessary for its own sake, but also served larger purposes. Gondor needed to believe in Aragorn as king before he could take the throne, and healing the wounded was proof that carried weight beyond any number of victories in battle. But there was no time to press the claim. Sauron would respond to Pelinor's loss with everything he possessed, and Gondor needed to move first or be destroyed by what was coming. The enemy believed Aragorn had the ring and would pour his attention toward crushing the heir of Isildur before that ring could be mastered. The deception had worked, but now it required following through with actions that made the lie credible. Aragorn spoke with the captains who remained and laid out what needed to happen. They would march on the Black Gate with every fighter they could muster, challenging Sauron openly and drawing his attention completely. It was suicide by any reasonable measure, but it would give Frodo time to reach Mount Doom. And time was the only thing that mattered now. The captains understood what he was proposing and accepted it because the alternatives were worse. Staying in Minas Tirith meant waiting for Sauron to gather overwhelming force and crush them. Marching on the Black Gate meant death, but also meant giving the ring-bearer a chance to complete his mission. The mathematics were brutal but clear. Preparations began immediately. Every able fighter would march, and the wounded would remain to defend the city if the attack failed. Aragorn worked through the night, organizing supplies and routes, planning an assault that was really a diversion meant to end in annihilation. The forces they could bring numbered perhaps 7,000 against armies that could field hundreds of thousands, and everyone knew the odds. Faramir woke fully the next day and came to the councils despite his weakness. Denethor's son recognized Aragorn now for what he was and bent knee without hesitation. The steward was dead and his heir was acknowledging a higher authority, and that mattered even if there was no time for proper ceremony. Gondor had its king even if claiming the throne would have to wait until the war was decided. The days passed in preparation and organization. Aragorn moved through the city and saw recognition growing in faces that had known only stewards for 1,000 years. He did not encourage it or discourage it, simply did the work that needed doing and let people draw their own conclusions. Éowyn woke and learned her uncle was dead, and her grief was terrible to witness. Aragorn had no comfort to offer except that Theoden had died while defending people who needed defending. The King of Rohan would be remembered as long as his people survived, and that was all any warrior could ask. The march was set for the 18th of March. They would move east with banners flying and challenge the enemy at his own gate. It was madness and desperation combined, but it was also the only move that gave Frodo a chance to finish what he had started. Everything depended on drawing Sauron's attention and holding it long enough for the ring to be destroyed. Aragorn stood on the walls and looked east toward Mordor. Somewhere in that darkness 2 hobbits were climbing a mountain with the weight of the world on their shoulders. He would march toward the Black Gate and make Sauron believe the ring was coming with him, and perhaps that would be enough. The hands of the king had healed the wounded. Now those same hands would carry a sword toward death in service of saving everything. The army marched from Minas Tirith, with banners flying and drums beating. 7,000 men walking towards certain death. Aragorn rode at the front, with Gandalf beside him and the Elendil standard carried high where Sauron could see it. The march was theatre as much as tactics, meant to draw attention and project confidence that would make the enemy believe what he wanted to believe. They moved through country that grew progressively darker. The lands near Mordor were corrupted and dying, poisoned by decades of the enemy's presence. The army passed through ruins of settlements that had been emptied or destroyed, and the silence was oppressive. No birds sang, and no wind moved the dead grass. Aragorn felt the weight of what he was leading these men toward. Most would not return, and all of them knew it, yet they marched anyway because the alternative was worse. If the ring was not destroyed, then Sauron would win regardless, and dying in battle was better than living under his dominion. The mathematics was simple, even if the execution was terrifying. The Black Gate appeared on the 7th day like a wound in the world. The Morannon stood massive and terrible, gates of iron set in walls that had been built to withstand any assault. Behind it lay the plateau of Gorgoroth, and beyond that Barad-dûr where Sauron waited. The enemy's strength was gathered here in numbers that made 7,000 seem like a jest. Gandalf rode forward and called challenge to the gate. The wizard's voice carried with power that made the air vibrate, demanding that Sauron come forth and face the armies he had wronged. The challenge was answered with mockery, and the gates opened to reveal forces that covered the ground like locusts. But first came the mouth of Sauron, a man twisted by centuries of service to evil. He rode forth with false courtesy and carried what he claimed was proof that Frodo had been captured. The hobbit's mithril coat and Sam's sword, taken from prisoners who were being tortured in Barad-dûr. The evidence was meant to break hope and force surrender. Aragorn felt his heart stop when he saw Frodo's armor, felt despair rising like floodwater. If the ring-bearer was captured, then everything was lost, and this march was meaningless. But Gandalf cut through the moment with authority that brooked no doubt. The items proved nothing except that the enemy was desperate, and desperation meant fear. The mouth of Sauron returned through the gates, and the trap closed. Armies poured from Mordor in numbers that dwarfed what had come to Pelennor, and the 7,000 defenders formed up to meet them. There was no possibility of victory through strength, only the hope that dying well would buy enough time for whatever was happening inside Mordor to reach completion. The battle began, and Aragorn fought at the front with Andril blazing. The sword had been forged to fight this enemy, and it did its work with precision that came from ancient craft. Men fell around him, and the lines contracted under pressure that nothing could withstand indefinitely. Time became meaningless in the chaos. Aragorn killed and commanded and tried to hold formation that was dissolving under overwhelming force. The Nazgûl circled overhead on their fell beasts, diving to strike at defenders who had no defense against them. Gandalf drove them back, but could not be everywhere at once. The army was dying slowly and taking enemies with them, but the mathematics remained impossible. For every orc that fell, 3 more pressed forward. The Black Gate had disgorged forces that could crush kingdoms, and 7,000 men were holding against them through courage alone. Then the ground shook, and Barad-dûr began to fall. The tower collapsed in on itself, with sound like the world breaking, and the Nazgûl shrieked and fled. The orcs wavered and broke, their master's attention suddenly gone from them. Aragorn understood before anyone spoke that the ring was destroyed, that Frodo had succeeded where all hope had seemed lost. The tower fell and the gate collapsed, and Sauron's armies scattered in confusion and terror. What should have been annihilation of the 7,000 became their survival, bought with blood and desperation, but achieved nonetheless. The ring was gone, and the enemy was broken, and the war that had threatened to consume everything was suddenly over. Aragorn stood in the aftermath with his sword dripping and his armor dented, and felt exhaustion beyond anything physical. The gamble had succeeded, and the quest was complete. Frodo had destroyed the ring, and Sauron had fallen, and the price had been paid by everyone who stood at the Black Gate waiting for death. The survivors gathered in stunned silence, unable to process that they were alive and the war was won. Gandalf moved among them with the eagles circling overhead, and Aragorn understood that the wizard was organizing rescue for the ring-bearer. Frodo and Sam were somewhere on Mount Doom's slopes and needed saving before the mountain consumed them. The battle was over and the enemy was destroyed. Aragorn had led an army to the Black Gate and survived when survival seemed impossible, and now came the work of rebuilding what the war had broken. The eagles flew toward Mount Doom with Gandalf on Gwaihir's back, and Aragorn watched them disappear into the smoke that rose from Mordor's ruin. Somewhere on that mountain 2 hobbits had climbed to the fire and thrown the ring into destruction, and now they needed rescue before the eruption consumed them. The wizard would bring them back, or no one would. The armies of Mordor were scattering in every direction, leaderless and broken. Without Sauron's will binding them, the orcs turned on each other or fled into the wilderness. And the men who had served the enemy sought escape rather than continuing a fight that had lost all purpose. The Black Gate stood empty, and the plateau beyond was chaos. Aragorn led his forces back from the gate before the entire structure collapsed. The foundations were shaking, and cracks were spreading through stone that had stood for thousands of years. Mordor was tearing itself apart, now that the power holding it together was gone, and staying close to the epicenter would mean dying in the aftermath of victory. They made camp beyond the ash plains where the ground was more stable. The 7,000 who had marched were now fewer than 5, the losses heavy despite the sudden end to fighting. The survivors collapsed in exhaustion and disbelief, unable to fully process that they had witnessed the end of an age. Sauron was destroyed, and his tower had fallen, and the darkness that had threatened everything was lifting. Aragorn moved among the wounded and did what healing he could with the supplies they carried. His presence helped more than medicine because the soldiers understood who he was now and what his bloodline meant. The king walking among them and tending their wounds was worth more than any speech about honor or duty. Night fell and fires were lit, small lights against the darkness that was slowly receding. Aragorn sat apart from the others and felt the weight of survival pressing down. They had won, but the cost showed in bodies that would never rise and families that would mourn. The victory was real, but it tasted like ash. Gandalf returned at dawn, with Frodo and Sam unconscious and barely alive. The hobbits had climbed Mount Doom and survived the ring's destruction and the mountain's fury, but they were broken by what they had endured. The eagles had found them on the slopes as the lava was rising and pulled them from death with moments to spare. Aragorn looked at the 2 small figures wrapped in cloaks and felt gratitude too large for words. These hobbits had carried a burden that would have destroyed stronger people, had walked into darkness and completed a quest that no one else could have achieved. They deserved rest and peace and recognition that would never fully capture what they had done. The ring was destroyed and Sauron was ended. 3,000 years after Isildur cut it from the enemy's hand and failed to destroy it, the task was finally complete. The one ring that had corrupted everyone who touched it was unmade in the fires that forged it, and the age of its power was over. The army began the long march back to Minas Tirith, carrying wounded and exhausted, but victorious. Behind them, Mordor burned and collapsed, the land consuming itself now that the will holding it together was gone. Barad-dûr had fallen, and the eye that had watched from its summit was extinguished, and Middle-earth was free for the first time in ages. Aragorn rode beside the litter, carrying Frodo and Sam, watching over them as they were carried toward healing. The hobbits had saved everything through courage that had nothing to do with size or strength, and he would make sure the world knew what they had done. Their names would be remembered as long as memory lasted. The war was over and the darkness was broken. What remained was the work of rebuilding and the long, slow process of healing wounds that went deeper than flesh. But that work could begin because the threat was ended and the future was open again. Aragorn felt the even star against his chest and thought of Arwen waiting in Rivendell. 9 years since Lothlorien and her choice, 9 years of war and wandering, and now he was finally worthy of what she had given up. The throne waited and the crown waited, and he would claim both because the war was won and the time for hiding was over. The army marched toward Minas Tirith and the dawn of a new age. The army reached Minas Tirith in early April, with the hobbits healing slowly and the city preparing for celebration it barely had strength to manage. The wounded filled the houses of healing, and the dead were mourned in ceremonies that stretched across weeks. Victory had been won, but the cost showed in every street and every family that had lost someone to the war. Aragorn refused the throne until the coronation could be done properly. He had waited 88 years and could wait another month for ceremony that would make the claim legitimate in eyes of tradition. The crown had been lost when the last king fell 3,000 years ago, and Gondor's craftsmen worked to remake it according to ancient patterns. The hobbits woke gradually and told their story to those who needed to hear it. Frodo and Sam had walked through Mordor and climbed Mount Doom, had faced the ring's final temptation and survived its destruction through means that neither could fully explain. Gollum had been there at the end, and his fall had unmade the ring when even Frodo's will had failed. The quest was complete through a mixture of courage and chance that no one could have predicted. Merry and Pippin arrived from the north with stories of their own about Ents and the destruction of Isengard. The 4 hobbits were reunited after months of separation, and their joy was genuine despite the darkness they had all faced. They had survived what should have killed them, and now deserved peace that might finally be possible. The 1st of May came clear and bright, and Aragorn walked to the citadel for the coronation that would end centuries of waiting. He wore the raiment of kings and carried Andril, and Gandalf placed the crown on his head with words that acknowledged what had been restored. Isildur's heir was taking the throne his ancestor had abandoned, and the line of kings was renewed after 1,000 years of stewards holding what they could not claim. The city erupted in celebration that lasted through the day and into evening. People who had thought their kingdom was ending now saw it restored and strengthened, led by a king who had proven himself through deeds rather than ancestry alone. Aragorn stood on the walls and received their acclaim with the understanding that praise meant nothing unless followed by work to deserve it. The elves arrived in midsummer, a company from Rivendell, led by Elrond with his sons and his daughter. Aragorn saw Arwen riding through the gates and felt 9 years of separation dissolving in the moment. She had chosen mortality for him and waited while he became worthy of that choice, and now the waiting was ending. They stood together in the citadel while sunset painted the sky gold and red. Arwen was beautiful beyond anything mortal and had given up eternity to be with him, and Aragorn felt the weight of that gift like nothing else he carried. The even star she had given him years ago still hung against his chest, and now she was here to see him wear the crown and claim the kingdom. Elrond performed the marriage rites with the gravity of someone giving away his daughter to mortality and death. The elf lord loved Arwen and understood what her choice meant, and his grief was visible despite his attempt to hide it. She was leaving the elves and joining the race of men, and when death finally came for her, there would be no return or reunion. The choice was made and could not be unmade. Aragorn and Arwen were wed in the summer with the white tree blooming above them, a sapling found in the mountains that proved the line of kings was blessed. The tree had been dead for centuries, but now grew strong and green, symbol of renewal that went beyond simple politics. Gondor was being restored, and its king had the favor of powers older than Sauron's darkness. The celebration continued through summer as the realm began rebuilding. Aragorn worked constantly at the tasks of kingship, organizing reconstruction and establishing authority across territories that had been neglected. The throne demanded more than ceremony, and he gave it everything he had, proving that the crown was not just inherited, but earned daily through work that never ended. Arwen stood beside him through it all, learning what it meant to be mortal and choosing that path anyway. She aged imperceptibly, slowly, but she was aging, giving up the timelessness that had defined her existence. Aragorn watched her move through the palace and felt gratitude mixed with guilt that she had surrendered so much for him. But she was happy in ways that immortality had not allowed. The choice to die meant the choice to truly live, and Arwen embraced her mortality with grace that made it seem like gain rather than loss. They had decades ahead of them if fortune held, and she would make those years matter more than the millennia she was abandoning. The summer faded toward autumn, and Gondor was healing under its new king. Aragorn had claimed the throne and married the woman who had chosen him over eternity. The war was won and the darkness was broken. And now came the long work of building something worthy of what had been sacrificed to achieve it. The Fellowship scattered to their own paths. The hobbits returned to the Shire carrying memories that would mark them forever. Legolas and Gimli began the friendship that would outlast the age. Gandalf watched over everything with satisfaction that his long work was finally complete. Aragorn stood in the citadel with Arwen beside him and looked out over a kingdom that was his to rule and his to restore. The burden was immense, but he was ready for it, had spent a lifetime preparing for this moment. The king had returned and Gondor would rise again from the ashes of war. The first years of Aragorn's reign was spent rebuilding what the war had broken. Gondor's outer provinces had been ravaged and its people were scattered, and bringing them back required work that never seemed to end. He rode through the realm and showed himself to people who had known only stewards, and slowly they accepted that the line of kings had returned. Arna was harder because less remained. The North Kingdom had fallen 1,000 years ago, and its people were scattered remnants, calling themselves Rangers. Aragorn reunited what could be reunited and established authority over lands that had been wilderness for centuries. The work took decades and was never fully complete, but he made the North Kingdom real again, even if diminished from its ancient glory. Arwen gave him a son in the 4th year of his reign. Eldarion was born with his father's grey eyes and his mother's grace, heir to kingdoms and bearer of bloodlines that stretched back to the elder days. Aragorn held his son and felt the weight of dynasty settling onto shoulders that already carried more than seemed possible. The child would inherit what he was building and carry it forward into futures Aragorn would not see. Daughters followed over the years, each one carrying mixed heritage that made them something new in Middle-earth. They were mortal but long-lived, beautiful but not timeless, bridges between elven past and human future. Aragorn watched them grow and felt pride mixing with the knowledge that he would outlive some of them. His Númenórean blood meant he would age slowly while his children aged normally. and that disparity would bring grief he could not prevent. The kingdom prospered under his rule. Trade routes reopened and settlements were re-established. And slowly the fear that had dominated the Third Age gave way to hope that defined the Fourth. Aragorn ruled with justice, tempered by mercy, remembering his years as a ranger when he had seen how common folk lived. The throne was not just ceremony, but responsibility to people who depended on him. Arwen aged beside him with grace that made mortality seem like a gift rather than a curse. She grew silver in her hair and lines around her eyes, and Aragorn loved her more with each passing year. She had chosen to die for him and was living fully in the time that choice had given them, and he tried to make every year worth the eternity she had surrendered. The years accumulated like stones building a wall. Aragorn passed 100 years old and looked 70, passed 150 and looked 80. His body remained strong, but his friends were dying or sailing west, and the world he had known was fading into memory. The hobbits were gone first, Frodo sailing to the undying lands with Gandalf and the ring-bearers. Sam followed decades later, and then Merry and Pippin in the same year, as if they could not bear separation. Legolas and Gimli sailed west eventually, the elf taking the dwarf with him in defiance of all tradition. Aragorn watched them go and felt loneliness that came from outliving everyone except his own family. He had been given long life as blessing, but it felt like curse now that everyone he had known was gone. Arwen began to fade in his 100th year of reign. She was mortal now, but still carried elven grace, and her passing would be gentler than human death, but no less final. Aragorn felt her slipping away like sand through fingers, and could not stop it despite all his power as king. She had given up immortality to share his span, but her elven nature meant she could choose when to surrender life. He ruled for 122 years, and established peace that lasted beyond his lifetime. Gondor and Arnor were united and strong, and his children were ready to carry the burden forward. The work was done as completely as mortal hands could do it, and continuing would only delay what was inevitable. Aragorn was 210 years old when he finally admitted that his time was ending. The Númenórean blood that had given him long life was running thin, and holding on longer would mean diminishment rather than dignity. His ancestors had chosen the hour of their death rather than declining into weakness, and he would follow that tradition. He told Arwen on the first day of March that he was choosing to die, and her grief was terrible to witness. She had surrendered eternity to spend mortal decades with him, and now those decades were ending and she would be left behind. Aragorn held her and felt his heart breaking because there was no comfort he could offer that would make this easier. His son was ready and his kingdom was secure. The choice was made not from despair but from understanding that everything had its proper time, and his time was ending. He had lived longer than almost any man in the age, and done more than most, and that was sufficient. Continuing would be pride rather than service. He laid down in the House of Kings and let go of life with Arwen beside him. The end came peacefully as he had chosen, and the king who had waited so long to claim his throne finally rested. His reign had lasted more than a century and established peace that would endure for generations. Aragorn, son of Arathorn, Elisor, the Elfstone, king of Gondor and Arnor, died on the first day of March in the year 120 of the Fourth Age. He had been 88 when he took the throne and 210 when he surrendered it, and he had ruled well through all the years between. Aragorn woke on his last day knowing it was time. The knowledge came from his blood rather than any failing of his body. The Númenórean gift that let the old kings choose their hour rather than waiting for death to take them. He was 210 years old and had ruled for 122 years, and the work he had been born to do was complete. He rose and dressed in the simple clothes he preferred when not performing ceremony, and walked through the palace greeting those he passed. The guards and servants saw nothing wrong because he moved with the same strength he had always shown. But his children knew when they saw his face, and their grief began before he spoke a word. Eldarion was 190 and ready to take the burden. His son had been preparing for this moment all his life, watching how his father ruled and learning what kingship meant beyond crown and ceremony. The transition would be smooth because Aragorn had spent decades making sure it would be, teaching his heir everything he had learned through 88 years of wandering and 122 years of rule. He spoke with each of his daughters and told them what they meant to him, how proud he was of what they had become. They were grown and had children of their own, and some were grandmothers, watching yet another generation grow. The bloodline was secure and would continue, and that knowledge gave him peace. Arwen found him in the garden where the white tree grew, and her face showed she understood what was happening. She had known this day would come eventually, but knowing and experiencing were different countries, and the grief that hit her now was fresh despite all the years of preparation. She had given up immortality to share his mortal span, and now that span was ending and she would be left behind. They walked together under the tree that symbolized his kingship. Aragorn tried to find words that would make this easier, but there were none. She had surrendered eternity for him, and he was choosing to leave her, and no amount of explanation could soften that abandonment. The choice was his by right and tradition, but the cost fell on her. She did not ask him to stay. Arwen understood what holding on too long would mean, how it would diminish him and make the end harder when it finally came. The Númenórean gift was choosing to die while still strong rather than declining into weakness, and she would not ask him to give up his heritage for a few more years of fading life. But her grief was real and terrible, and Aragorn felt it like a blade in his chest. She had chosen to be mortal for him, and he was leaving her to face mortality alone. The years she had left would be marked by his absence, and she would grow old and die without him beside her. The price of her choice was being paid now in full, and he was the one collecting it. He told her what she meant to him, and how her choice had shaped everything he had become. Without her surrender of immortality, he might never have found the courage to claim the throne, might have remained a wanderer forever. She had bet everything on him, and he had tried his entire life to be worthy of that wager. The day passed too quickly and too slowly both. Aragorn said farewell to those who needed it, and made his peace with the life he had lived. The wandering and the fighting and the long years of preparation had led to throne and crown and family, and he had ruled well enough that his kingdom would continue without him. That was all any king could ask. Evening came, and he went to the House of Kings, where his ancestors had died before him. Arwen came with him because he could not bear to face this alone, and she stayed beside him while he prepared for what came next. The room was simple and austere, suitable for the end of a life that had been spent mostly in service. He lay down on the stone bier and took her hand. The letting go was a matter of will more than anything physical, choosing to release his grip on life and let the natural end come. His ancestors had done this when their time came, and he would follow their tradition, dying while still himself, rather than waiting for age to take him piece by piece. Arwen held his hand and wept. Aragorn felt her grief like his own and wished desperately that there was another way. But this was the only way that honored both his heritage and the time they had been given. He had lived 2 centuries and ruled for more than one, and continuing would be selfishness rather than service. He spoke final words that were for her alone, telling her that the years with her had been worth everything, that her choice had given him purpose and her presence had given him strength, and that he regretted only that he could not stay beside her through the years she had remaining. She deserved better than being left alone to face the mortality she had chosen, but he could not change what his blood demanded. The end came peacefully as he released his hold on life. Aragorn felt himself slipping away with Arwen's hand still in his, and his last thought was gratitude for the time they had been given. 2 centuries of life and 122 years as king and 60 years with the woman who had surrendered eternity for him. It was enough. Elisar the Elfstone died as the sun was setting, choosing his hour as the old kings had chosen. His passing was dignified and clean, and the kingdom he left behind was strong enough to survive his absence. Arwen stayed beside him through the night, holding his hand long after he was gone. The king had chosen death over diminishment, and his choice was final. Arwen stood beside Aragorn's body until dawn came cold and grey. The House of Kings held the silence of endings, and she remained because leaving meant accepting that he was truly gone. 210 years he had lived, and 60 of those years had been theirs together. And now the time was over, and she was alone. The kingdom mourned their king with ceremony that lasted weeks. Eldarion took the throne and ruled with his father's wisdom, but the transition felt hollow to Arwen, because the one person who mattered was gone. She moved through the rituals of mourning and felt nothing except emptiness where Aragorn's presence had been. Spring came to Gondor, but brought no renewal for the queen. She walked the gardens and saw the white tree blooming, saw life continuing despite death, and felt only the weight of years stretching ahead without purpose. She had chosen mortality to share Aragorn's span, but he had outlived normal human years through his Númenórean blood, and now she would face decades alone that she had never anticipated. Her children tried to comfort her, but their presence only emphasized what was lost. They carried Aragorn in their faces and voices, reminders of what would never be again. Arwen loved them, but could not bear to stay where everything spoke of the life that had ended. The palace was full of memories, and each one was a blade turning in her heart. She knew what was coming. The elves who chose mortality could also choose when to surrender it, could release their hold on life when the burden became unbearable. Her father had warned her that this day would arrive, that watching Aragorn die would break something in her that could not be mended. She had not believed him then, but she understood now. Summer found her preparing to leave. She would not die in Minas Tirith, surrounded by people who needed her to be strong. She would go to Lothlórien and find the place where she and Aragorn had pledged themselves, and there she would let go of life that had lost its meaning. Her children understood and did not try to stop her because they saw what remaining was costing. She rode north alone in autumn as the leaves were turning. The road that had once led to joy now led only to ending, and she followed it without hurry because rushing to death served nothing. Lothlorien appeared golden in the distance, and she entered the forest, knowing she would not leave it. The woods were empty now. Galadriel had sailed west, and Celeborn was gone, and what remained was beauty without people to witness it. Arwen walked through the malon trees and felt time's weight pressing down. The sense that ages were ending and what came after would be different and diminished. Ciaran Amroth stood, as it always had, the hill where she and Aragorn had chosen each other. She climbed to its summit and remembered how young they had been, how certain that love was sufficient to overcome anything. She had been right and wrong both. Love had been enough to make the choice, but not enough to ease the grief when choice became loss. She lay down among the leaves as winter approached. The letting go was easier than she had feared, because there was nothing left to hold to. Aragorn was gone, and her children were grown, and the life she had chosen was complete. What remained was just waiting for death, and she was tired of waiting. The cold came slowly, and she welcomed it. Sleep was pulling at her with gentle insistence, and she did not resist. Her body was failing as she released her will to live, and the process was peaceful rather than painful. The elves who chose mortality had this much mercy, that they could slip away quietly when their time came. Winter settled over Lothlorien, and Arwen faded with it. Her last thoughts were of Aragorn and the years they had shared, the decades that had justified surrendering eternity. She had loved him and been loved by him, and that was worth the grief that ending brought. Some prices were worth paying, even when the payment hurt beyond bearing. She died alone on Ciaran Amroth in winter, choosing the same ending her mortal husband had chosen. The elven queen who had surrendered immortality for love passed beyond the world peacefully, her choice complete and her mourning ended. She would not return, and there would be no reunion in Valinor, because she had chosen the mortal path and mortality meant final endings. Her children found her in spring and buried her where she had died. Ciaran Amroth became her resting place, the hill where she had chosen Aragorn, and where she had finally let him go. The forest kept her grave, and the seasons turned above it, and slowly even memory faded into legend. The age of kings and queens passed into history. Aragorn's line continued, and Gondor prospered, but the glory of those days diminished as years accumulated into centuries. The fellowship was gone, and the elves were gone, and what remained were men building kingdoms on foundations that others had laid. But for a time there had been a king who had waited 88 years to claim his throne, and a queen who had chosen mortality to stand beside him. They had loved and ruled and died, and their story was told around fires on cold nights when people needed reminding that some things were worth fighting for. The chronicle is complete and the telling is done. Rest easy now in the knowledge that the king claimed his throne and the queen made her choice, and both lived fully in the time they were given. The burdens were lifted and the grey ships sailed, carrying all hurts home at last. Sleep well, wanderer. The story is ended and the fire is burning low.